Chapter 1. If one were to look at Eastwood from space, it would be a beautiful planet. The blue sea water and endless green fields on the surface of the planet, as well as the pale white mining pits that made one's heart palpitate, would reveal an indescribable hazy beauty when illuminated by the light of the stars that shone through the particles in the sky. It was like an oil painting that had been left for many years, covered with the dust of history. However, to the residents and orphans of Eastwood, the planet was only filled with stones. Other than stones, there was nothing else. Even the green fields, in the eyes of their perseverance that gradually turned numb, were just green turf covered with wealth and glorious history. Their eyes were only used to seeing through the turf, looking directly at the mineral veins that the people of Eastwood yearned for the most. In terms of administrative planning, Eastwood was a second-level administrative region. It had the same administrative level as the three dazzling planets in the Capital Ring and the Westwoods region. However, in the hearts of the people of the Federation, the distant Eastwood was actually a forgotten corner. Other than seeing the name of Eastwood at the celebration of the 600th anniversary of the establishment of the Federation government, most of the time, for those who lived in a wealthy and civilized society, Eastwood no longer existed. The Eastwood region only had one planet, Planet Eastwood. This seemed to be nonsense, but it was actually not nonsense because the origin of the name of the Eastwood region was Planet Eastwood. It could be seen that in the distant past, this lonely planet hanging at the outermost edge of the triangular star system had an important meaning to the entire human society. However, ever since the various types of ores in the Eastwood region were mined out, Planet Eastwood gradually became a barren planet. There were only stones, no ores, only stones. People who had the ability to leave Eastwood had already left. Relying on their professional skills and accumulated wealth, as well as the guarantee of their relatives in the Capital Ring or Sylvan region, they successfully obtained a certificate of household registration transfer. Then they boarded a flight that was becoming less and less frequent due to the lack of energy and left this increasingly lifeless place. After all, those who could obtain a household registration transfer certificate were few and far between. A half-abandoned planet still had to maintain the lives of many people. In a society with a relatively developed material civilization, food and clothing were no longer a problem for humans to worry about. The people of Donglin planet were still living peacefully, and the social assistance system was still playing an important role. The currency was still circulating smoothly, and this world still had companies, airports, food processing plants, mech maintenance stations, computer connection centers, and even an army base. Donglin had everything that should and could have, but it still couldn't hide the faint smell of old age. The smell of death seeped out from every street, every building, and every idle person's face as they watched TV with their coffee in hand. Thousands of years of ore mining had provided endless support for the Federation society, just like a great river that transported nutrients to the plains. However, when the great river gradually dried up and became a small creek filled with stench, the support that the Federation society provided in return was clearly insufficient. After all, humans could never feel happiness just because they could live. Over thousands of years of history, the people of Donglin had cultivated perseverance and the spirit to endure hardships. The continuous mining disasters of ancient times did not make them shrink back in the slightest. However, everything in front of them made them feel a strong sense of sorrow and helplessness. There was no ore to mine, nothing to do. From a certain perspective, a life without mining disasters was definitely not the life that the people of Donglin wanted. The hardworking people of Donglin had the nickname of Donglin's Stone in the Federation society. Today, the people of Donglin had become increasingly silent and indifferent stones. They had molded themselves into statues, standing in their usual round chairs and sofas at home, as if they would never move again. Soap operas are enough for the lives of the ignorant. Bao Nong Tao, the deputy chief of Heshi Region's 2nd Police Station, thought to himself as he walked in the cool breeze of Clocktower Street. He looked at the residents with numb expressions drinking in the tavern on the corner of the street. Deputy Chief Bao was also one of the stones of Donglin. His face was as unsmiling as a stone, and he had an endless deterrent effect on the gangs that lurked in the dark around Clocktower Street. When he was patrolling the Bell Tower Street, the peddlers selling wild beef in the black market would only flee at the sight of him at the speed of a battleship. Combined with his black uniform and the 7 subordinates behind him, it was quite eye-catching. However, Bao Longtao suddenly remembered that there were 3 reporters following him today. His heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously fastened his collar button. He turned around with a steady rhythm and faced the female reporter holding the microphone with a smile that was uglier than crying. It was like a stone that suddenly cracked. Clocktower Street has always been safe. Bao Longtao did not want to give the female reporter the impression that he was frivolous, so he tried to speak as calmly as possible. This was a task issued by the Heshi region's governor's office, so Deputy Chief Bao did not dare to neglect it. Feeling that the chief was not used to it, the subordinates of the police public relations department naturally took over the conversation and began to talk with the reporters. Bao Longtao sighed in his heart and shook his head. He had been working in Donglin for 13 years, and he was 7 years away from the Federation government's East Assistance Ordinance. However, he really could not bear to stay in this place that was full of the smell of death for another 7 years. Did he want to be like those unemployed miners and kill time by watching TV every day? However, the Federation's regulations were very strict. Although promotion in Donglin was exceptionally fast, they had to reach a certain number of years before they could be transferred back to the capital ring or the Westwoods region. Although Bao Longtao knew a few peripheral members of the big families, it was impossible for those cautious families to help a small chief like him. He could only work on his political achievements. Today, Deputy Chief Bao personally led the reporters to Clocktower Street because of this consideration. The trace of confusion on Deputy Chief Bao's face did not last long. It was filled with shock. He did not even hear the female reporter's curious question. His murderous gaze swept past the female reporter's shoulder and landed on the 4 exits of Clocktower Street. The reporters also noticed Deputy Chief Bao's loss of composure because Deputy Chief Bao's face was too ugly. It was ashen like a stone in a river that had been covered in moss for decades, and could turn into some kind of terrifying monster at any time. The reporters followed Bao Longtao's gaze and immediately gasped in surprise. The female reporter, in particular, even covered her mouth and let out a soft cry. A cool breeze blew on the straight and quiet streets of Clocktower Street. At this moment, the sound of countless scattered footsteps could be heard. These footsteps were not uniform, nor did they sound like drumbeats, but they were so dense that it was impossible to tell how many people appeared at once. The next moment, the owners of these footsteps appeared on Clocktower Street. A large group of people rushed out from the 4 exits at the same time, quickly occupying most of the sidewalks and street entrances. Not only did the pedestrians on the street and a few police reporters change their expressions, but even the residents of Donglin who were addicted to coffee and alcohol looked out of the window in astonishment. To be more precise, it was a group of teenagers who rushed out from the 4 alleys. The oldest of these teenagers was only 15 or 16 years old, and some of them even had dirty patches on their faces. It was hard to tell if they were even 10 years old. These youths were wearing all kinds of clothes, but there was one that was particularly uniform. It was especially frightening because they were all wearing black jackets, black t-shirts and black shirts. There was a kid who looked like he couldn't find any black clothes at home, and actually found a green work uniform full of black mineral dust that hadn't been washed for God knows how many years. More than 100 teenagers of unknown origin, wearing black clothes, looked funny, but still gave off an oppressive feeling. They walked to the center of Clocktower Street and stopped in front of Deputy Director Bao and the reporters. Deputy Director Bao subconsciously took a step forward and stared fiercely at the person in front of the group of teenagers, because he knew this person. The female reporter subconsciously took a few steps back and carefully peeked at the teenagers. She did not know what these teenagers in black were doing here, and whether her safety could be guaranteed. "What are you doing here in broad daylight, not in school?" Deputy Director Bao sternly roared. Usually when he roared, the gang leaders on Clocktower Street would piss their pants in fear. Who would have thought that these teenagers would show contempt on their faces at the same time and ignore him? The leading teenager clearly had a maturity that did not match his age. He opened his big eyes and looked at Bao Longtao without backing down, saying, "We have the right to petition." Petition? Hearing these 2 words, the female reporter, who was hiding behind Deputy Director Bao, suddenly became spirited. She stretched out her exquisitely made-up face and asked in a trembling voice, "What's your purpose?" The leading teenager did not immediately answer the reporter's question. Instead, he raised his fist. Suddenly, 7 or 8 slogans stretched out from the group of black-clothed teenagers, with large words written on them. They were very eye-catching. Resolutely oppose regional protectionism. Resolutely oppose TV signal control. We want to watch Channel 23 of the Federation. We want to watch Jen Shuair. The youngest boy wiped the dirt off his face and shouted a few slogans with grief and indignation. However, his voice was too clear and his face was too cute, so he looked very cute and funny. The female reporter thought that she had caught an excellent piece of news material, but when she saw the appeal on the slogans, she was immediately dumbfounded. She looked at Deputy Director Bao in confusion and asked, This, who are these kids?" Deputy Director Bao was on the verge of exploding. He withdrew his gaze from the ridiculous slogans, gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "A bunch of bastard orphans." Chapter 2. Where there were people, there would not necessarily be gangs, but there would definitely be places where people gathered. This was a city. The largest city in Donglin was the capital of Heshi Province. In this city, other than the drunkards that were often seen, the most common people were small businessmen who engaged in illegal trade, the dark figures who vigilantly watched the patrolling police from the shadows, and orphans. Donglin was once the richest and most developed mining planet in the Federation. No matter what kind of civilization it was, the people who engaged in mining always had to take on more risks. Although the invention of the automatic crystal mine tunneling machine and the flawless computer coverage and control ensured the safety of the mining industry to a large extent, the complicated changes in the mineral veins inside the planet, as well as the geological changes that could not be predicted through calculation, still took the lives of many miners in the past thousands of years. The children of these miners became the outliers that wandered the streets of the cities in the eastern forest region. No father, no mother, no father, no mother. Different lives created different mentalities for these orphans. The Federation government fully covered their living and education expenses, but there was no way to prevent these children from playing truant every day. They were not of legal drinking age. Under the surveillance of the chip in their bodies, they could not drink like the miners to pass their days. They also could not engage in the black market trade. Although the government provided them with food, this life of being like a little pig without any light could not completely deplete the vigorous hormones in their bodies. Therefore, violence, imitating coldness, fighting for territory, all of these things came along. The bastard orphans that Deputy Bureau Chief Bao spoke of with a gloomy tone were precisely this group of people. This group of people was an incomparable headache for the governor's office and the police system. Although these young orphans still had a long way to go before they could successfully evolve into a gang, and a simple imitation wouldn't give them too much lethality, the sensitive identity of an orphan was really difficult to deal with. This was especially true after Donglin's mining industry gradually dried up. This group of orphans was basically formed because of the last mining disaster 10 years ago, and the impact that mining disaster had on Donglin. "We want to see Jian Shuier. Jian Shuier." Police sirens kept ringing. Heshi State's second police station, which was responsible for the security of the Zhonglo Street area, received the angry order of the deputy director. They came as fast as they could and isolated more than 100 orphans in the middle of the street. However, in the face of the police with batons and shields, the black-clothed orphans of Clock Tower Street showed no signs of fear. The clamor continued, but the slogans written on the tattered tarpaulin were raised crookedly. Perhaps the children were tired? The funniest thing was that the youngest orphan seemed to be tired of shouting the slogan. He just kept repeating the three words Jian Shuier, as if these three words had some kind of magical power, but they were powerless. "Shout more seriously." The leader of the orphans was anxious. She stared with her clear eyes and pulled the little guy's ear. When the police surrounded Zhonglo Street, he felt a trace of fear, but since Sulu had said that there were reporters here today, that Bao guy wouldn't dare to do anything. Then he wouldn't dare to do anything, right? When had Sulu made the wrong judgment? At the thought of that name, the leader of the orphans immediately straightened his back and gathered his courage. The expression on his face also became more sorrowful and indignant. He shouted at the camera behind the police cordon, "We want to watch Channel 23. The 100 petitioning youths were simultaneously indignant. They were going against the Federation government on the streets just to watch TV. This was such a ridiculous scene. However, Bao Longtao didn't think this was a farce, nor did he think it was ridiculous. Because when he heard the name Jian Shuier from Channel 23, he knew that this group of wild children was serious today. When the governor's office couldn't resist the wails and hidden threats of several Hishi TV directors, Bao Longtao knew this day would come. In fact, when the governor's office reached the police station under orders and found an excuse to temporarily stop the Federation's Channel 23 signal in the entire Hishi state, the governor's office and the relevant departments of the police station had already received more than 1,000 letters of protest. The contents of these letters of protest were the same as the orphans' demands today. They all wanted to watch Channel 23. They wanted to watch the TV series that had just aired in the capital Ring 2 months ago. Most importantly, they wanted to watch Jian Shuier. Bao Longtao had watched the TV series called Full Metal Frenzy before, so he also knew how moving Jian Shuier, who played the role of the captain of the battleship, was. That delicate and cute little face that was like a painting, that head of light purple hair that was sometimes slightly messy and sometimes smooth, that petite body wearing the standard military uniform, and that childish expression when she squinted her eyes and tilted her head. How much did she look like his own daughter, except that she was even cuter than his own daughter? Suddenly Bao Longtao shuddered and snapped out of his daze. Only then did he notice that the female reporter beside him was talking incessantly into the camera. The camera panned closer and closer to her shoulder, aiming at those indignant orphans. The female reporter's eyes revealed a hint of a gloating smile. The relationship between the news department and the production center had deteriorated to this extent? Bao Longtao sighed gloomily in his heart. In order to protect the viewership of their own station, the senior officers of Heshi TV station did not hesitate to pay such a huge price and use such a ridiculous reason to temporarily suspend the broadcast of Channel 23 of the Federation. Who would have thought that the same TV station, which was directly under the administration of the regional committee, would constantly be thinking of stabbing them in the back? Those who were not from Donglin did not know what television meant to them, and what Channel 23 of the Federation meant to them. Just like Bao Longtao's vicious comment from before, the lives of the ignorant were filled with soap operas. The citizens of Donglin, who were gradually dying and desolate, were already used to the boredom of their own lives. However, that did not stop them from pursuing the beauty of television and imagining the beauty of their lives. And for them, this freedom was an essential part of their lives. It was something they could not do without. Jian Shuier, the usually cold deputy bureau chief Bao's lips suddenly curled into a warm smile. Even the detestable orphans in the middle of the street did not seem so detestable anymore. However, in the blink of an eye, his smile froze. These detestable orphans had greatly damaged his reputation today. If today's incident was really reported on the news, the conflict between the Ministry of News and the Ministry of Production would definitely reach the governor's office and even the committee. Then would he become a scapegoat? Bao Longtao narrowed his eyes and slowly slid his gaze across the faces of the excited orphans, as if he was trying to find something. How could these orphans know that he had brought the reporters around today? Why did they make such a fuss? Was it really because of the name Jian Shuier? To these orphans, Jian Shuier was like a little fairy from the distant astral world. However, it was not enough to make these orphans so bold. Things seemed to be a little interesting. He felt that someone was manipulating all of this behind the scenes. If there was really someone behind the orphans, could that person accurately know about the conflict between the Ministry of News and the Ministry of Production and ensure that today's incident would be reported on the news? Bao Longtao became vigilant. His gaze fell on the face of the leader of the orphans, whose face was flushed red. He knew that this 16-year-old wild child was a ruthless character called Vic. However, Vic would definitely not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Following Vic's flickering eyes, he turned his head and looked at a shadow under the clock tower street. However, there was nothing there. Chapter 3. There was no real clock tower on Zhonglo Street, the capital of Heshi Province in Donglin. The reason why this street had such a retro name was because when the federal military first entered Donglin, they made a stupid and heartbreaking gravity measurement error. This was where the battleship crashed. The fireworks from the explosion illuminated the faces of countless soldiers. The commanding officer of the 4th MR sighed. My mood right now is even lonelier than the fireworks. The retro clock carried by the commanding officer of the 4th MR fell out of the damaged battleship along with the beautiful fireworks and smashed into the ground of the mineral planet. The battleship was destroyed, but the stupid clock was not. It was still moving. This was undoubtedly the most merciless mockery of the Federation government and the military. As it turned out, the sigh of the commanding officer of the 4th MR did not have a strong literary tone. The Federation Management Committee was extremely angry about this accident. They were so angry that they carried out a rectification campaign in the military. Many people were removed from their military positions. They also strictly ordered that the walking clock should be placed in its original place as a warning to all public servants. The commanding officer of the 4th MR was sent to the border defense area of the West Woods and lived in loneliness for the rest of his life. Countless years had passed. The stupid clock had long been corroded into pieces by the acid rain. No one knew where it was buried in the garbage dump of Donglin. However, the name of Zhonglo Street remained. There were no fireworks on Zhonglo Street today. It was not lonely either. Instead, it was different from usual. It was full of angry protests that could not help but laugh. Tattered slogans appeared and disappeared in the crowd. The excited residents of Donglin who drank too much coffee joined in. Drunkards who drank too much also joined in. Suddenly, the second police station's power to maintain order seemed to be stretched. The chaotic scene began to develop in the direction of a truly absurd experimental drama. Bao Longtao stood behind the blockade line with a cold face. He was not worried that the residents of Donglin would dare to rush over. Although the residents of Donglin had been bored for a long time and finally found a way to vent their emotions, they were overly excited. Although the blockade line was only a thin yellow tape, the Federation was a society ruled by law. Everyone knew what could be challenged and what could not be challenged. What worried Deputy Director Bao was his previous guess. The appearance of these damned orphans today was too coincidental. The reason they chose to cause trouble was also too cute. Once the media joined in, the governor's office would not be able to do anything to these orphans. Everything behind the chaos, there was always a hidden order that made him somewhat vigilant. Jian Shui'er. We want to see the Jian Shui'er. The protesting voices continued. The clear and tender voice was already hoarse, but it could not hide the pride and excitement in it. Bao Longtao had already made a decision. He notified the governor's office and asked the higher Federation department to send a negotiation expert. He did not choose a tough confrontation. On one hand, it was because there were reporters present. On the other hand, it was because the state government was indeed in the wrong this time. On the other hand, it was because Bao Longtao's cautious nature began to play a role. It didn't take long for officials from the governor's office, the Federal Radio Regulatory Commission, and the Public Relations Department of the police headquarters to rush to the center of the Zhonglo Street protest. They began to try to convince the residents of Donglin District about this matter. However, no matter what they said, they couldn't explain the fact that the purple-haired figure had disappeared from the TV screen. No one would admit that the stupid decision to protect the production department of the Heshi State TV station was made by them. They would only attribute the problem to technical reasons. In short, the negotiations continued. Under Bao Longtao's gloomy gaze, the orphans quietly disappeared into the crowd. Not long after the leader of the orphans, Wei Gu, led the group of extremely tough orphans into the crowd, the entire clock tower street erupted into a burst of joyous cheers. After a round of cheers, the negotiations ended. With a beep, the ultra-thin scroll TV in the coffee shop was turned back on. Clock Tower Street was silent. Countless police officers wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The female reporter proudly raised the corners of her lips. The officials were cursing the stupid and spineless governor in their hearts. Tonight at 8 o'clock sharp, Department 23 returned to the capital of Heshi State with the beautiful face of Jian Shui'er. This was really a day of celebration. The night sky of Donglin always seemed strange. The dark gray sky was diffused with a faint dark red light. It looked a bit like the scene of the gates of hell that cultivators would never forget. However, for the people living on this planet, this scene had been seen for countless years. They were already used to it and would never give it a second glance. There were no stars in the sky. Only a few stubbornly twinkled, as if they were unwilling to accept that the starlight that they worked so hard to sprinkle on the land was ignored by the stone-like people of Donglin. Two figures, one big and one small, slipped into the shadows under the street lights. They skillfully avoided the signal detector, passed through an alley beside Clock Tower Street, and came to the bottom of a green tree. The green tree was on a small green hill. There were no lights around, and against the distant night sky, it looked like an exquisitely trimmed paper-cut painting. In the middle of the picture there was a person sitting under the green tree. Judging from the figure, it should be a young man. He sat cross-legged, and the faint glow from the object on his lap outlined his lonely figure. Brother Lu, why is he always alone? Of the two figures who came to the bottom of the green hill, the smaller one spoke slowly, but his voice was still a little hoarse. It was obviously caused by Jian Shui'er, who shouted the slogan thousands of times in the afternoon. The other person was naturally the leader of the orphans, Victor. He looked at the lonely figure of the young man under the green tree and could not help but take a breath and praise. He is really lonelier than fireworks. This sigh of the commander of the 4th Military Region countless years ago had long become a famous saying that the residents of Donglin would never forget. Even an ignorant guy like Victor would use it to describe people. Victor and the little guy ran up the green hill. When they reached the back of the lonely figure, they found that the shoulders of the young man they called Brother Lu suddenly twitched, as if he was crying silently. Victor's face was gloomy. He walked to the front of the young man and asked, "Sulu, what's wrong?" The lonely young man did not raise his head. He just looked at the portable ultra-thin TV screen on his lap. He looked at the purple-haired girl on the screen, and under the faint light, his face was full of tears. After a long time the ending melody sounded. The young man named Sulu raised his head, squinted his sincere and honest eyes, and wiped the tears on his face and the saliva on his lips. He said in an unusually serious tone, "Jian Shui'er is really too beautiful." In the future, I must marry her. Chapter 4. When the 15-year-old Su Lu said this sentence with a trembling voice, a sincere and serious tone, but also extremely panicked, he probably did not think that this sentence had the slightest possibility of being realized. An orphan far away in the remote Donglin district could be infatuated with the purple-haired little goddess of the Federation on the ultra-thin screen on his knees and use this kind of powerful declaration to express the strong emotions in his heart, but in the end, it was just the physiological problems of adolescence that caused the mischief. The poor could have the right to dream and the courage to dream, but the huge gap between the classes could not be closed by individual efforts. What's more, other than being poor, the young Su Lu did not have any capital to show. He did not even know if he could go to the capital planet in his life, even if it was just a vacation. The young Su Lu was not good-looking, but of course he was not ugly either. He was just like an ordinary teenager with a slightly immature and extremely ordinary face. He did not have the appearance of a god, nor did he have the pitiful and cute body of white jade. He was just an ordinary person. The most distinctive feature of his face was his pair of eyes. Under the thick ink-like eyes, they were slightly squinted and looked a little small. It was a pity that his pair of beautiful eyebrows were not there. Especially when he was thinking about something, his eyes would be squinted even more. His originally sincere and simple eyes would reveal a hint of infatuation. Of course, if someone could look into the deepest part of his eyes, they would definitely see a bit of the rock-like determination and certainty that was unique to the people of Donglin district behind the infatuation. From the age of 15 to 50, all the men of the Federation think that Jian Shui is very beautiful, and they are very willing to marry her as their wife. Under the pale green tree, Vic gently patted Su Li's slightly thin shoulder with his hand and said with great sympathy, "Including me. It's just that I'm thin-skinned and can't say it out loud. You are indeed more shameless." "I think so too." The little guy who had been following Brother Wei secretly glanced at Su Lu, only to find that Brother Li's eyes were still fixed on the light of the ultra-thin crystal screen. Then he mustered up his courage and said, "Brother Lu, don't worry, Brother Lu." Su Lu slowly raised his head, looked at the little guy and said with a smile, "Changzi, you are only 10 years old. What do you know?" After saying this, Su Lu stood up and leaned back against the trunk of the tree. He gently pressed the ultra-thin crystal screen, and an extremely moving sliding sound could be heard. The entire crystal screen retracted into a thin round shaft. He gently caressed the smooth metal surface of the round shaft. His eyebrows revealed a trace of heartache as he said, "This is a high-quality imitation of an N98. It's worth at least $4,000 on the market. You're lucky. Li Wei, this thing is for you, but if you want to repair it in the future, I'll have to charge you. Don't pretend to be a woman." Li Wei angrily scratched the light blonde curly hair on his head. He snatched the crystal screen and said, "Didn't you see Bao Longtao's face today? More than 100 of us took such a huge risk. Isn't this crappy television worth it?" Su Lu chuckled and didn't argue anymore. He patted Li Wei's shoulder and said, "Same old rules. If there is anything in the future, I will come and trouble you." Li Wei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Li's ordinary face with some confusion. After looking for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Where have you been for the past 2 years? Why do you always hide from us? I know you don't like us hanging out on the streets and are afraid that we will walk the underworld in the future. But the school has always been open to us. To be honest, in the past 10 years, the government has been good to us." Su Lu helplessly sighed and said, "We have lost a lot of homework in school. Who can keep up with it?" Li Wei didn't expect to be able to convince him. He angrily scolded and said, "I'm just afraid that you will become autistic in the future." Hearing this, Su Lu laughed until his eyes narrowed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he didn't continue the topic. "Aren't you going to try this thing?" It was very clear that the 10-year-old little fellow did not understand the conversation between the two youths. It was clearly a very beautiful, very expensive, and very good round crystal display. Previously, the reception of the television signal under the tree was also very good. What else was there to try? However, after hearing this sentence, Li Wei's face became serious. His right hand held the thin metal shaft and his thumb carefully pushed a small piece of metal that was hard to find. Chi-chi. A strange sound came from under the tree. A faint blue arc of electricity shot out from the front of the thin metal shaft like a beautiful line that could steal one's soul. It ionized the air and circled around the tree for about half a meter before returning to the tip of the shaft. As soon as the blue arc of electricity appeared, the kid was so scared that he immediately squatted on the ground and hugged his head. It was obvious that the orphans on the street had been bullied by this kind of weapon in the past. Li Wei's face was also slightly pale. He looked at Su Lu in a daze and asked in a trembling voice, "So powerful? Can this still be called a stun baton?" "It only looks scary. The impact is less than half of the military standard. The main thing is that it took a lot of effort to modify it." Su Lu frowned and said, "This thing can only be used in a fight with the hooligans on the street. If you let the people from the second department see this, it will be terrible." Li Wei hugged the round shaft in his arms and looked at Su Lu in disbelief. He said, "I thought it would at most create a spark. You are too damn talented." At this time Xiao Chang finally got up from the ground. He looked at Su Li's figure under the tree as if he was looking at an angel. Although they were orphans and didn't have much education, they still knew what kind of ability was needed to modify the most beautiful TV screen on the market into such a powerful stun baton. I'm a genius?" Su Lu raised his thick black eyebrows, but he didn't show any sense of frivolity. Instead, he seemed to be very sincere and honest. Li Wei finally looked into his eyes seriously and asked, "Su Lu, you must have spent a lot of money to make this thing. Don't tell me, you really did it just to see Jian Shuer?" Su Lu said in an even more serious tone, "Of course." Li Wei had the urge to hit him, but in the end he only cursed, "You idiot." Watching the two figures, one big and one small, disappear into the dark night at the edge of the city, Su Lu felt relieved. He lifted the hood of his casual shirt and covered his face in the darkness. Only then did he go down the green hill and leave the green tree. Using another road, he headed toward another residential area in the capital of Heshi province. However, the young man's journey home today wasn't smooth. He was stopped under the street light at the entrance of Roland Street. "This hood can't cover your face. I think we met 4 years ago." Bao Long Tao, the deputy chief of Heshi province's second police station, looked particularly gloomy and scary under the streetlight. He looked at the young man in front of him who was shorter than him by 2 heads and the hood that covered the young man's face and said coldly. Chapter 5. Su Lu is willing to meet you because your mother took care of him for 2 years after the mining accident. He's grateful. But you have to know that he's someone who doesn't like to get into trouble. Some words should be left to rot in his stomach. Li Wei, who had already returned to the apartment on Clock Tower Street, glared at Xiao Chang. He was a little worried. After all, this little guy was only a 10-year-old child. It would be bad if he accidentally spilled the beans. The little guy pursed his lips as if he was scared to tears by Li Wei's fierce glare. Although Li Wei's eyes were always so bright and cute, the orphans who lived in Clock Tower Street all knew how cruel and merciless the 16-year-old leader could be when he was really angry. The metal shaft in Li Wei's hand was nowhere to be found. At this moment he was holding a bottle of beer and drinking it into his stomach. He sat under the street lamp and hummed a little tune, looking quite pleased with himself. The little guy looked at him timidly. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Le hasn't been back to Clock Tower Street for the past 2 years. What has he been doing?" "Who knows? But this kid has always liked to play with his craftsmanship since he was young. Who would have thought that he would be so ruthless? Do you still remember the incident we saw that year?" Li Wei drank a mouthful of beer and praised. "I was only 5 at that time. I've long forgotten." The little guy licked his lips and looked at the beer in Li Wei's hand curiously. The orphans lived a worry-free life in Donglin district. It was just that it was difficult to find alcohol. The alcohol on the black market was too expensive. "Yeah, I was only 11 at that time and Su Lu was only 10. Li Wei threw the beer bottle into the garbage pile under the street lamp not far away. He took a deep breath, and the youth's slightly immature face became numb. "If it wasn't for that incident 10 years ago, I'm afraid we would still be in school. Maybe we would have already obtained a professional certificate and gone to Heshi University, or even to the capital planet as exchange students." The street lamp elongated the 2 figures, one big and one small, covering the garbage pile in the distance. A black cat walked through the shadows. Its scattered yellow pupils uneasily discovered that there were no rats today. Everything seemed so lonely and silent. 10 years ago, the mine disaster caused more than 300 miners to be buried underground. The most terrible thing was that the collapse of the mine affected the temporary apartment area. Many family members who went to visit relatives were unfortunately killed, and it was unknown how many families were broken because of it. This incident shocked the entire human society of the Federation. With the advancement of technology, such a tragic death caused countless officials to fall from grace. The officials directly under the capital's Homeland Security Committee, as well as the governor of Heshi State, all resigned under the pressure of the media. 3 officials were sentenced. Even the deputy secretary of Donglin District, who was in charge of security, was sentenced to 4 years in prison. The reaction of the Federation government and the judicial system could not be described as not swift and fierce, but in the end, they were unable to save those lives. This mining accident brought the final heavy blow to the mining industry in the Eastwood region, which was already on the brink of stagnation. The Crystal Mining Alliance Company was thus closed down and handed over to the Federation government to take over. The impact of this incident was quite far-reaching, but very few people thought that for those orphans, the impact of this incident was incomparably huge. The orphans who held a demonstration on Clock Tower Street during the day were all victims of the mining accident. Li Wei was one of them, the little fellow was one of them, and Sulu was one of them. Sulu was one of these orphans. To be more precise, he was an anomaly among the orphans. During those years, he had never cast any envious glances at the seemingly glamorous gang leaders. He only liked to watch others repair electrical appliances in the grocery store on the corner of the street. He did not appear to be burly or powerful, sinister, ruthless, and callous. On the contrary, he always had a smile on his face. No matter how difficult the situation was, it seemed that he could not be the slightest bit annoyed. But what was very strange was that none of those aggressive orphans dared to provoke him. Vaguely, the orphans on the 3 streets even somewhat respected him. A large part of this respect came from the respect Li Wei had for Sulu from the bottom of his heart. 5 years ago, due to a coincidental attack by the government, a gang hidden in the shadows was forced to enter the alley behind Clock Tower Street that was occupied by the orphans. They used their cold-bloodedness and strength to successfully take over this area that had been abandoned for a long time. In a short 2 hours, 3 of the oldest and most courageous orphans died in this purge. The usually arrogant orphans, before they successfully evolved into those dark forces, were actually just a bunch of little lions with a false appearance. Sulu, who had not participated in any gang activities, disappeared that day. Then, the police force and military support that had been unable to enter the lower district of Heshi capital suddenly entered a large piece of land behind Clock Tower Street through an underground pipeline. Many people died and the orphans returned to their own places. The 3 dead orphans' deaths were also avenged. But no one knew that on that cold and rainy night, Sulu, who had always been a dull but cheerful person, used an abandoned hydraulic pipe on the elbow of a mecha to kill the last leader of the gang who had escaped. Other than Li Wei and the little fellow who were trembling in the mezzanine of the abandoned factory cafeteria. That year, Li Wei was 11 years old, the little fellow was 5, and Sulu had just turned 10. 4 years ago? Sulu, whose face was hidden in the hood of his coat, repeated the middle-aged man's words. He laughed happily, confirming that the other party was lying to him and not knowing the most terrifying memory in his heart. 4 years ago, I was participating in the school entrance exam organized by the State Education Office. Deputy Bureau Chief Bao looked coldly at the young man in front of him. He knew that the young man was definitely related to the farce that happened this afternoon. However, he could not confirm his judgment. How could a young man know about the internal arrangements of the police station? How could he know about the conflicts between the upper echelons? I need to know who's behind you. Bao Longtao thought that his cold tone was just right, and his question was also very accurate. Of course, he did not think that the orphans in the Clock Tower Street did not know who he was. However, when Sulu heard the question, he could not help but lower his head and smile bitterly. He shrugged, as if he could not see the middle-aged man who was staring at him like a black dog. He walked under the bright street lights and prepared to go home and sleep. Bao Longtao's hand gripped the baton in his hand. The young man, Sulu, raised a slender and steady finger. He pointed at the dark corner behind the street lights and said, "There are a total of 5 electronic surveillance cameras here. You belong to the police system, not the judge, and definitely not the management committee. You have no way of deleting the footage, so I advise you not to try to do anything to me. If you have anything to say, please go and get proof. I will cooperate with the investigation." A trace of coldness flashed in Deputy Bureau Chief Bao's eyes, and his body stiffened. After a while, he said, "I want to read your microchip." Sulu turned around, still not taking off his hat, and said sincerely, "The Deputy Bureau Chief of the 2nd Police Station will be scolded by the governor tomorrow. He might even be on the news because of today's demonstration. Who would believe that he would be in the mood to personally check on a harmless young man in the wee hours of the morning?" The hand that had been pointing at the electronic surveillance cameras in the dark slowly shook in the quiet night. Sulu lowered his head and said sincerely, "I'm a good person. Believe me, everything I said was for your sake." Bao Longtao suddenly felt that this unknown young man's calmness and sincerity were somewhat frightening. The suspicion in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and his grip on the baton tightened. Chapter 6. Bao Longtao hadn't seen clearly what had happened under the tree, but that didn't stop him from being wary of the hooded youth in front of him. He took 2 steps forward, lowered his head, and whispered into Su Li's ear through the hood, "Maybe I shouldn't ask you. I should ask Li Wei." A Federation official dealing with the forces in the dark was like a zookeeper dealing with disobedient animals. Whether it was a whip or fresh meat, there were countless ways to deal with them. Bao Longtao said Li Wei's name as a threat to Su Lu. Even if he didn't do it himself, Su Lu shouldn't expect to hide his identity. However, Su Lu wasn't worried about this. In his opinion, Li Wei and the other orphans had plenty of ways to survive. He discreetly avoided Deputy Director Bao's affectionate behavior, lowered his head, and humbly walked into the darkness. Bao Longtao let go of the baton in his hand and shouted at the youth's back, "If there is a chance, we will meet again." The two met again for a very short time. It was so short that it was hair-raising, so short that it felt absurd. In the darkness of the Green Garden District's side entrance, Su Lu raised his head in surprise. His bright eyes narrowed into crescents as he looked at Bao Longtao in disbelief. Bao Longtao was leaning against the wall to show that he had the ability to control everything. Su Lu seemed to be surprised at how this person could follow him to such a remote place without him noticing. "I said we would meet again. And I'm very satisfied that this meeting place doesn't have any surveillance equipment or blind passers-by to disturb our communication." Deputy Director Bao walked out of the darkness in his black police uniform. He had a gloomy and proud smile on his face. He had already pulled out the baton at his waist, and the diamond-shaped metal tip flashed with a frightening blue arc. Although it was weak, it was full of power. Not giving Su Lu a chance to escape and not letting Su Lu confess ahead of time, Bao Longtao habitually prepared to electrocute this young man to the ground, using the sudden pain to soften his mind and force him to reveal the name of the person behind the scenes who was able to invade the police station's internal program and use Heshi Province's upper class to fight. Just as the tip of the baton was about to hit Su Li's waist, Deputy Bureau Chief Bao suddenly felt a sudden pain. A huge electric current instantly occupied his entire body, causing him to convulse in pain and discomfort. He trembled incessantly and collapsed to the ground as if he was having an epileptic seizure. White foam began to form at the corner of his mouth. There was a faint burnt smell in the air, but there were some traces of electric current burning on the wall. After confirming that Bao Longtao no longer had the strength to resist, Su Lu carefully put the stun baton back into his pocket. The stun baton was only the length of a finger, but the electric current it emitted was far more powerful than the one given to Li Wei, not to mention the one in Bao Longtao's hand. Bao Longtao pretended to let him go, but in reality he wanted to cruelly extort a confession from him in a dark corner. He probably didn't expect that this thin and weak young man would be able to knock him out so easily. Su Lu walked to Bao Longtao's side, squatted down and checked his condition. He put a metal object into his ear and said in a low voice, "Viewer 78 reports that there has been a change in the situation. Should we silence him?" Su Lu squatted beside Bao Longtao's unconscious body, as if he was waiting for instructions from the other side of the call. After a while, he received the exact order and no longer paid any attention to Deputy Bureau Chief Bao, who was at his feet. He rearranged his clothes, covered his face even more tightly, and disappeared into the darkness beside the Green Garden. Naturally, his residence was not the Green Garden. After a long time, Deputy Bureau Chief Bao slowly opened his eyes. After confirming that the mysterious young man had disappeared, he struggled to sit up. He wiped away the foam at the corner of his mouth and looked in the direction where the young man disappeared with a gloomy expression. The soreness in his muscles and nerves was still there, but it couldn't stop the shock in his heart. After being knocked out by the stun baton, he didn't really lose consciousness. Instead, he heard the young man's last request clearly. He was so frightened by the word silence and viewer that he didn't even dare to open his eyes. Rating surveyor? How could anyone believe that? The Federation television station was controlled by both the management committee and the president. A trace of fear and dread flashed through Bao Longtao's eyes. Could the person who secretly instigated the orphans to cause trouble on the streets be an agent sent by the Capital Star? Especially when Su Lu silently extended the stun baton at the end, Bao Longtao's judgment was strengthened. The stun baton was the length of a finger, but the electric arc could penetrate 50 centimeters of space. Such an exquisite and powerful weapon was definitely not something that could be replicated by gangs. Bao Longtao had only heard that the military was equipped with such a weapon, and it was only used by special agents. Was that young man from the management committee or the president? But no matter which side he was from, he was at an untouchable level. Bao Longtao fearfully supported himself against the wall and crawled up. He knew that he had made a big mistake today, and this matter could never be touched again. Hot water gurgled from the faucet. The Federation television station's welfare had always been good in this aspect. The steaming steam filled the entire bathroom with a hallucinatory smell. Sulu stood in front of the bathroom mirror and stared blankly at his face that was gradually blurred by the steam. He stood there for a long time in a daze before he let out a heavy breath. His hand that was holding onto the white ceramic wash basin seemed to be exerting force in secret. His fingers were pale and trembling slightly because he was very afraid. Sulu took out the metal object from his ear and the other metal object that was used to change his voice from under his tongue. He threw them above the wash basin, making two crisp sounds. These were two metal buttons on his casual shirt. Sulu lowered his head and took deep breaths, trying to expel all the fear in his heart. Using two metal buttons to deceive Bao Longtao, who was feared by countless orphans, he did not feel the slightest sense of accomplishment. If not for the fact that he was worried that Bao Longtao would do something to him, he definitely would not have done such a thing. He was not a special agent, nor did he have the slightest relationship with those big shots in the distant capital ring. He was just an ordinary person with some talent in machinery, just a young man. Bao Longtao always thought that there was some kind of power behind him, but only Sulu himself knew that there was only that damn guy behind him. If not for that guy crying and begging him, he would not have let himself and the orphans fall into such a ridiculous situation. Sulu did not know if Bao Longtao would continue to investigate. He was not sure if Bao Longtao would continue to investigate. Sulu used the hot water to vigorously wash his face until his tender face was a little red. Only then did he recover. He stared at himself in the mirror angrily and cursed in a low voice, "Feng Yu, who the hell are you, you bastard?" Chapter 7. Feng Yu was a middle-aged man. In his own words, he was a mature, steady, reliable and handsome man with a hint of haggard and vicissitudes. He was a peerless middle-aged uncle who could charm all living things in the world, especially young girls. These words were not an exaggeration. If he was willing to bathe more often, shave more of his beard, fix his mouth full of rotten teeth, wear a few suitable clothes and reduce his age by a few years, perhaps he really would have that kind of charm. Unfortunately, there were not so many hypotheses in the world, so Feng Yu was just an ordinary, childless, middle-aged citizen who only knew how to drink and chat. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, he would stay in the electrical repair shop on the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue and stare blankly, drooling at the uniformed female police officers who occasionally passed by the shop. This electrical repair shop's business had always been good, because Feng Yu's craftsmanship was really good. Whether it was the latest scrollable LCD screen, the antique LCD screen, the overclocked room temperature regulator, or the electric skateboard for children, as long as it was related to machinery and electricity, he could always fix it. The business was good, so naturally the income was stable. Therefore, during the 3 legal days off every week, Feng Yu would habitually close the shop and then go in and out of the major sanatoriums in Heshi State. He got to know a lot of girls in the sanatoriums and spent a lot of money. The neighbors on the street had long known that this middle-aged man had a lustful side, so they were not surprised. But no one knew that during the weekends for the past 2 years, Feng Yu did not go to vent his lust every time. Instead, he went to a remote mining pit far away from the city. This mining pit had been abandoned for many years, especially after the mining disaster 10 years ago. When the joint company went bankrupt, no one came to this mining pit again. So, when the miner's restroom was turned into a repair shop, no one noticed. Sulu stared at the middle-aged man on the sofa, sighed, and took out the food from the stove next to him. He put it on the table and said, "Time to eat." As he spoke, he went to get a hot towel and wiped the middle-aged man's face. No matter how troubled Sulu was, he was always soft-hearted and kind-hearted. Looking at the middle-aged man's dispirited appearance, he couldn't help but want to take care of him. Feng Yu sat on the table and began to chew on the tough meat. Suddenly he said, "Why is this wild beef getting harder and harder? No matter what kind of meat it is, it will become unpalatable after half a year in the freezer." Su Li's face was expressionless. He scooped a bowl of rice for himself and sat at the table. Their eating habits had become somewhat strange in the past 2 years. In the eyes of ordinary Donglin residents, it was excessively extravagant. "You still haven't answered my question." Su Lu suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked seriously, I know that you used to be a mechanic in the military, but because you offended your superiors, you became a deserter. But the taser you taught me to make is too similar. Look, it's been a few days and Bao Longtao is really scared of me. He doesn't even dare to ask who Li Wei is. 2 years ago, I told you that I'm a person with a story. Uncle Feng Yu obviously didn't care about the vomiting effect of his words. He leisurely said, with my position in the military and the information I had access to at the secret level, let alone a taser, even if it was a standard bore cannon, as long as you have the materials I can make it for you. Sulu had heard this kind of talk many times, so naturally he didn't have any reaction. He said helplessly, don't brag. Last time, you picked up a mecha central control system with great difficulty in the junkyard. In the end you looked at it for 5 days and 5 nights, but you didn't dare to repair it. Feng Yu's face turned green. After coughing twice, he reprimanded seriously, that was an antique from the 4th military region. Who the fuck would look at something from hundreds of years ago? Of course I have to look at it with appreciation. But other than a taser, what else do you know how to do? Sulu said dejectedly, it's been 2 years and all I've learned from you is how to repair TVs, freezers, toys, cars. In another 2 years, the Ministry of Defense's military recruitment exam will start. I haven't even seen a mecha or a battleship before, so how can I pass? Feng Yu lowered his head and chewed on his meat. He scolded, you haven't even finished 12 years of compulsory education, and you didn't even graduate from a military academy. How can you pass? The Ministry of Defense is also recruiting cannon fodder soldiers. Do you want to try? Absolutely every Marine Corps wants you. Sulu was stunned for a moment, then said very seriously, pass the military recruitment exam and you'll be a mecha repair soldier. You'll have a higher starting point. Feng Yu raised his head and looked at the familiar young man in disbelief. He lamented, you still haven't given up on your shameful dream? Why is a dream shameful? Su Li's face showed a trace of persistence. My first dream in life is to become a battleship auxiliary officer, and my second dream is to enter the research and development department of a large company in the capital ring and live a good life there. The West Woods is still at war with the Empire. Feng Yu's voice suddenly sounded somewhat calm. Forget your first dream. As for your second dream, it's actually not that difficult. The two of them ate quickly. Sulu had already started to clean up the dishes, and as he did so he replied, after 60 years of war, the people of the East Woods have never seen what the Empire's people look like. Other than seeing their diplomatic mission on TV, what's there to be afraid of? He suddenly paused for a moment and said with some frustration, I know I'm not a genius and it took me 2 years to learn how to make a taser. But I always feel that I really like dealing with these machines, so I want to try to take the exam. Feng Yu was silent and did not speak. He lay on the sofa and began to watch TV, but his eyes fell on Su Li's back. After washing the dishes, Su Li habitually entered the operation room and began to operate the instruments and tools that he was already familiar with like his fingers. With an extremely steady speed, he repaired the old electrical appliances that were piled up to the side one by one. Those common electrical appliances that were damaged were not difficult to repair. However, Sulu was still very serious in his work, as if he was facing the most sophisticated instruments in the Federation. Perhaps he had never noticed it himself, but every time he was fully immersed in this work, a light called seriousness would appear on his tender face. Uncle Feng Yu lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes through the glass at Su Li's busy figure, thinking that it was time to reduce the dust level in the operation room by another level. Then he thought of what Sulu had said before, and couldn't help but slightly curl his lips and blow out a smoke ring. The smoke ring slowly dissipated into Feng Yu's long white hair, disappearing without a trace. Feng Yu thought to himself, everyone in the world calls me a genius, but in fact in some aspects this little guy Sulu is more of a genius than me. Chapter 8. After finishing the last micro-welding operation, Sulu took off the dark protective goggles on his face with satisfaction. He sorted all the repaired products in the operation room according to the labels on them and placed them neatly into the metal grid. He pressed a button and moved them out of the operation room. The repaired goods would be sent back to the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue the next morning. Sulu was always prepared in advance out of habit. After washing his face with hot water, Sulu familiarly took out the liquid medicine from the drawer and carefully dripped it into his eyes. Although they had the help of various observation devices, the world of those metal chips was a kind of torture to the eyes of every mechanic. And when he was focused on the world of the metal chip, he would forget about the existence of time, so his eyes were a little red. Go rest, look at the scenery and relax the muscles in your eyes. Feng Yu rubbed his white hair and was very satisfied with Su Li's speed and concentration. In the past half a year, the repair shop on Xianglan Avenue was mostly operated by Su Lu in the remote mine pit. Feng Yu only needed to stay in the shop and only give instructions on weekends. Gradually, Su Li's speed became faster and faster. He was even faster than Feng Yu, the mechanic in the army. Su Lu nodded and took out 2 bottles of juice from the ice room on the wall. He followed behind Feng Yu and walked toward the top of the mine pit. Listening to the continuous sounds of metal colliding in front of him, he couldn't help but raise his head. Then he saw the extremely flashy tattered jeans under the uncle's body, as well as the extremely tight buttocks wrapped in the denim, and a large bunch of keys, 5-star knives and other metal objects that were constantly swinging in the air. From time to time they would hit the big buttocks, making annoying sounds. He never understood why Feng Yu wanted to create this image of himself, but Feng Yu told him that the sword in the hands of the swordsman and the gun in the hands of the god of guns never left their bodies. As mechanics, they naturally couldn't let the tools leave their bodies. In fact, Su Lu understood that the uncle just felt that the wind chime was very manly and could attract the attention of lonely young women. It was already late, and the light above Donglin gradually dimmed. The red and dark twilight gradually deepened. On the large pile of metal behind Feng Yu, a dazzling light was reflected. Su Li's not very big eyes naturally narrowed. Looking at the back of the figure that was struggling to climb the slope, he couldn't help but remember the time when he foolishly walked into the repair shop 2 years ago. His relationship with Feng Yu was a bit strange. It was not the relationship between student and teacher, but he did learn the knowledge and practical experience about mechanics that he craved most from Feng Yu. Although repairing electrical appliances was of no help to his dream of becoming a warship mechanic support officer or entering the capital ring to seek a better life, at least Su Lu obtained a lot of peace and satisfaction from that small repair shop. Su Lu could not be considered Feng Yu's employee because Feng Yu never gave him a salary. He only left enough food in the freezer. In terms of treatment, the young man could only be considered the most pitiful contract worker in the repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Avenue, but in these 2 years Su Lu did earn a lot of money for the repair shop. If you're a mechanic officer when you sign up for the military recruitment exam, the government will only reimburse you 40%. Su Lu looked at the back of the uncle and mustered up his courage to say, "There's only 2 years left. I have to save some money." The subtext of this sentence was naturally that he hoped the repair shop owner would give him a salary. However, Feng Yu didn't even turn his head and directly refused. "You were the one who cried and begged me to teach you. Have I ever thought of charging you tuition fees? What a shameless person, even more shameless than me." Su Lu thought in his heart, but when he thought of how shameless he was when he ran into the repair shop and hugged the boss leg without letting go, he didn't have the courage to ask for a salary again. He sighed helplessly, ran forward a few steps and sat beside Feng Yu. The two of them were sitting at the top of the mine. Behind them was the shadow of a large city building, but because it was so far away, it was particularly blurry. In front of them was a large green grassland. In the depths of the grassland they could see towering trees. The refreshing scene of nature was currently giving off a feeling of jumping fire under the setting sun. "Actually, I've always been very curious." Feng Yu didn't take the juice that Su Lu handed over. Instead, he lit another cigarette and took a deep breath. He greedily looked at the grassland forest in front of him and said, "There are at least 1,000 repair shops in the Donglin district. Why did you choose me?" Su Lu looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that he would only ask this question 2 years later. After a pause, he lowered his head and said, "At that time the automatic vacuum door in the coffee shop was broken. Later I heard that you fixed it, so I went to look for you." "That door can be fixed by anyone." Feng Yu didn't even turn his head. "Maybe it was because you were too happy when you fixed that door." Su Lu smiled, looking particularly sincere. Suddenly, a trace of slyness flashed through his eyes. The glueless vacuum seam of the B2 door was done beautifully. The deviation value was on the level of 1,000 points. This is 2 levels higher than the civilian standard, and even higher than the military standard. From that moment on, I knew that you weren't an ordinary person. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and raised his hand as if he wanted to hit Su Li's head. In the end he just rubbed Su Li's messy black hair and said, "You're really crazy. Who would think of measuring that thing?" "Probably intuition?" Su Lu laughed happily. "I just felt that there was something strange about that door. At that time I happened to have some money on hand, so I went to buy a fixed light classifier. After measuring it I found that something was wrong. Even the smallest classifier wouldn't be able to fit under the door. I'm very curious, how did you measure it?" Feng Yu was obviously interested. Sulu was embarrassed for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said, I asked Li Wei to help me take down the door of the coffee shop in the middle of the night. Of course that night we put it back. I'm not a thief. Feng Yu couldn't help but laugh and asked, but I installed an anti-theft device on the door? The one hidden in the laminated glass? Sulu lowered his head and answered shamelessly, I discovered it immediately. I also removed it. Feng Yu suddenly became silent. He quietly looked at the young man beside him and didn't speak for a long time. 2 years ago, Sulu was just a self-taught student who memorized various processes and standards in the library. Unexpectedly, he was able to remove the anti-theft device that he installed himself. It seems that the previous judgment on the sofa was not wrong. At this time, a few majestic bison, cloaked in the light of dusk, slowly wandered out of the forest and headed in the direction of the mine. Sulu and Feng Yu both stopped all thoughts and actions at the same time. They just stared at the bison in a daze. Their eyes emitted a kind of greedy gaze. Uncle, we haven't eaten fresh beef in half a year. Sulu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked tentatively. Feng Yu stood up and looked at the endless metal isolation net between the abandoned mine and the grassland. His face was abnormally ugly. He said sorrowfully, In my life, there are 2 laws in the Federation that I hate the most. One of them is that damned Wildlife Protection Act. Sulu held back his laughter and asked, What's the other one? The first charter. After saying this most arrogant sentence, he took Sulu in a fierce manner and walked toward the bison on the other side of the isolation net. Chapter 9. From a certain point of view, the 2 most stringent laws in the Federation and the most thoroughly enforced laws were the First Charter and the Wildlife Protection Act. They were also the 2 laws that Feng Yu, the owner of the repair shop, hated the most. The origin of the First Charter had long been unverifiable. Although it touched on the most critical privacy regulations, in the hearts of the Federation citizens, it seemed that they had long been accustomed to its existence. No one had raised the slightest doubt. Perhaps the hundreds of thousands of years of peaceful development of civilization had caused many truths to be buried in the shadows of history. The Wildlife Protection Act was another mystery in the history of the Federation. Many social activists had never understood why the status of wildlife and natural vegetation was so much higher than that of human beings in the Federation. Other than the exploitation of resources, the Federation civilization had very limited modifications to the surface of the planet. It seemed that there was an invisible hand that had been pushing this civilization to try to live more harmoniously with nature. Every planet had an electronic fence that divided the fields outside the city into a large number of areas to protect the wildlife. Any poaching would be met with the most severe punishment by the Federation Management Committee. The problem was that this kind of living was not harmonious, especially for people like Sulu and Feng Yu who especially liked to eat meat. If they could not eat meat in their mouth, how could they be happy? Although synthetic food could achieve a very rich texture and taste, there were always people in the world who could not erase those instinctive things that were incomparably passionate about natural ingredients. We have to be more careful this time. Half a year ago when we killed that cow, the people of HTD turned the black market upside down, so there was no meat to be sold in the city for 4 days. Fortunately, no one knew that we killed it, otherwise we would have been locked up for 3 months. Sulu cautiously reminded the owner of the electric fence as he followed the uncle carefully in the direction of the electronic fence. If HTD is really so incorruptible, cough cough. The repair shop owner coughed, indescribably mocking. He threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stamped it out. Where did the rabbit meat and mutton in the black market on Clock Tower Street come from? But what we killed was a wild cow. Sulu was still a little scared. No one has dared to sell that for many years. We are not selling to the black market. Feng Yu waved his hand and said firmly, even if HTD caught us at most they would only give us a reprieve. HTD's full name was National Ocean, Space and Land Administration. The name sounded scary but in fact, it was a special agency set up by the Federation government according to the Wildlife Protection Act. Looking at the herd of bison roaming leisurely across the electronic fence, the 2 of them stopped in their tracks. The buffaloes were not afraid of the humans on the other side of the wall. When they walked, they often saw these poor bipeds, but they had not had close contact with them for many years. But today, the leader of the herd clearly felt the hostility from the 2 humans opposite it. It raised its huge bull head vigilantly and arrogantly, and the irritation in its eyes grew stronger and stronger. Sulu was still a little worried, but when he saw the provocative look of the wild cow, he couldn't help but get angry. He thought to himself, I just want to eat your meat. Do you have to look down on me like this? With a few moves, Feng Yu imitated the sound of the wild cow and roared a few times toward the electronic wall. The leader of the herd of wild cows was immediately enraged and rushed toward the electronic wall. Then Feng Yu and Su Le quickly ran along the wall until they led the wild cow to a small hill far away from the mine. Su Le ran while gasping for breath. He admired the somewhat clumsy figure in front of him to the extreme. He thought to himself, "Boss is really a wonderful person. He can even provoke a wild cow. No wonder when I first met him, I was so angry that I couldn't even eat." At the bottom of the hill, Feng Yu spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva and stood on the side of the electronic wall with his hands on his hips. He looked at the exhausted wild cow on the opposite side. He stared at the other side's hooves and 2 sharp horns that were digging in the ground. He gasped and said, "Don't be afraid. These cows have been locked up for hundreds of thousands of years. They have learned long ago. They don't dare to hit this wall." Sulu held the wall and nodded weakly. The electronic wall on the planet was made of a special kind of steel. It was equipped with a chip management system. Once it was under too much force, it would automatically eject an electric current. God knows how many years had passed, but the electronic wall was not afraid of wind and rain. There was no rust or traces of being hit. One could imagine how strong it was. "Old rules, you kill the cows, I'll keep watch," Uncle Feng Yu said matter-of-factly. Sulu had already accepted his fate. He walked to the bottom of the electronic wall dejectedly. He subconsciously touched the chip behind his neck. He wondered if the electronic surveillance network here would notice a small signal jump. After all, he had climbed over the electronic wall 3 times, so Sulu was not as worried as the average criminal. He took a deep breath and spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva on his palm. He instantly turned into a monkey and used an extremely fast speed and extremely flexible and gentle technique to climb over the wall. Not bad. Feng Yu sat on the hill and smiled as he watched this scene. He thought to himself, if the chief examiner of the National Defense Admissions Examination is not blind, he will definitely be able to see the strength of this young man. And if the people of the Federation knew that someone could directly climb over the electronic wall that was called the Wailing Wall by the black market traffickers without going through the electronic decoding, they would be shocked speechless. The electronic surveillance of the Federation was everywhere. Why was it that when this young man clearly crossed the border, the chip in his neck did not send out a pulse and the surveillance system did not respond? Sulu did not know that his familiar jump was a destructive step for the First Charter and for the Federation Society. He also did not notice that in the hands of the military deserter and the repair shop owner, there was a small device that continuously emitted a light blue radiance. It completely enveloped the 2 of them in the raging bull. Only when the grassland was large would the bull be able to run happily. Anyone who was locked in an iron cage would feel anger. Or it could be said that when it felt that someone wanted to harm it, it would also feel anger. When Su Li's feet lightly stepped on the grassland, the dark brown raging bull suddenly charged at him. The long hair by its neck fluttered in the air, forming an exceptionally heroic and beautiful line. Sulu was a bit scared. His face was a bit pale, but he remained calm. When the bull's sharp horns were a meter away from him, he twisted his left ankle and his entire body fell to the side. At the same time, his right hand pointed at the bull's large body. With a zap sound, blue electric arcs flashed. The bull had no way of resisting the inertia. The instant it brushed past Sulu, it was directly struck by the small but powerful military stun baton. With a boom sound, the bull fell onto the grassland, stirring up some dust and bits of grass. Sulu walked over. There was not a trace of excitement on his face, only vigilance. Chapter 10. There was a reason for Su Li's caution. In the previous operations he had confirmed that the stun baton in his hand could completely knock down humans, but he couldn't guarantee that it would be able to capture the powerful bison every time. What happened today also proved this point. When he got close to the black body of the bull, the originally limp bull suddenly exhaled a strong breath. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground, and its entire body exploded with a final burst of strength. It was as if it was shaken up from the ground by a huge force and charged towards him. Su Li's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was slightly pale. He seemed to be stupefied. At this moment he was still holding the stun baton in his hand, but the tip of the stun baton had protruded from the front. It looked like a military knife often used by the army. In the blink of an eye, the fear in the teenager's body was transformed into a powerful force of action through the secretion of hormone in his kidneys. In an extremely dangerous moment, he turned his body sideways. A strong wind blew past his cheeks. He forced his small eyes open and saw every movement of the bison in front of him clearly. Then he stabbed down with the metal spike that he had been holding tightly in his right hand. Su Li's eyesight was very good, otherwise he wouldn't have such a fast repair speed. Corresponding to this talent, his hand was also very stable, so the slender metal spike didn't deviate in the slightest. The next moment, the military knife was taken away by the huge force. It left his empty hand and remained in the fur 2 inches above the bull's neck, with a few drops of blood. With a boom, the bull that even the stun baton couldn't subdue charged past Su Li's side in an extremely ferocious manner. Then, in an even more resolute manner, it forcefully fell on the slope, causing even more dust and grass to fly up. Su Li held the dagger and foolishly looked at the bull that fell heavily on the ground. He was silent for a long time. His legs stopped trembling and the healthy red color returned to his cheeks. In that moment he was really scared because he didn't expect that the bull would have such a strong vitality. Under the effect of the electric current, it could still rush so fiercely. After a long silence, he approached the bison with lingering fear. After confirming that it was dead, he carefully pulled the dagger out from the back of the bull's head. The tip of the military knife had completely destroyed the bull's central nervous system. The bull could no longer jump up to express its anger. Su Li subconsciously narrowed his eyes and glanced at the blood droplets on the tip of the dagger in his hand. The liquid shone faintly in the dusk. He didn't have a trace of excitement after being weakened, and there was no excitement in his heart. There was only a trace of fear and avoidance. Since when can I only use the handle twice? He suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at the shop owner on the other side of the electronic wall. Handle was the name he gave to the electric baton and the dagger. The design of this metal weapon was very delicate, but it was only delicate. After charging, it could only release one current. It was completely incomparable to a real military weapon. Other than the smooth curve of the handle, which made it very comfortable to hold, Su Li didn't find anything that moved him. So he called it the handle. If the taser could release the current twice, it wouldn't have been so dangerous earlier. No wonder Su Li was so rude to the repair teacher and handle designer, Uncle Feng Yu. The handle's design had a flaw. The output current was deliberately increased by 20%, so it could only be used once. Feng Yu, who sat on the other side of the electronic wall, knew all of this very well. He could easily fix this flaw, but he never told Su Li, nor did he complete it. Because he deliberately made such a defensive weapon for Su Li to use. Many years ago, Feng Yu had always believed that if humans relied too much on machinery, it wouldn't be a good thing. It would only block the possibility of human peeking into the body and the universe. Feng Yu didn't plan to discuss these theories with Su Li for the time being, so after hearing the young man's angry question, he just smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he took out the flat pack of cigarettes from his jeans, lit one and smoked happily. Su Li turned his head dejectedly and lowered his body. Looking at the busy young man on the other side of the wall under the twilight, Feng Yu's heart was touched. In fact, he was a very cold person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped to such a remote place like Donglin District. However, the warm light of the grassland and the dark night behind him intersected. Under the red sunset, the young man was peeling the cowhide and cutting the beef. From time to time he would wipe the blood on his hands on his clothes. This was a very bloody scene, but it was also a scene full of the beauty of life. All life in the world flowed between life and death. Feng Yu held the cigarette in a daze. Looking at the young man wielding the knife and dancing, he couldn't help but think of a scene in the classic literature he had read many years ago. In the autumn harvest, the farmers harvested the crops and used the remains of the plants in exchange for their own survival. Beside the tribe's campfire, the men and women drank wine and ate the animal parts roasted in the fire. It was very happy. A trace of a smile floated on Feng Yu's cheeks. This emotional smile, together with his white hair, seemed to reveal his true age. A sense of vicissitudes began to leak out. He had always felt that Su Li was a very interesting child because this child always seemed to focus his energy on those two ideals and didn't notice his ability in other aspects. For example, in the moment when the wild bull was slaughtered, other than people who had received special training in the military, who could kill the bull with just a dagger. Why was there very little wild bull sold in the black market these past few years? Feng Yu thought of Su Li's previous question, and the smile on his face couldn't help but become wider. In the context of the Federation government's strict gun control, who would dare to risk their lives to hunt a bull? This child is really stupid in some aspects. Didn't he realize that when he was leading the bull, he and I could run faster than the angry bull? Didn't he feel that being able to kill a bull with his bare hands was more worthy of pride than fixing a TV? Motherfucker. Under the twilight, Su Li cursed as he endured the discomfort and continued to butcher. Finally he couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and shouted at the shameless middle-aged man who was smoking, "No more bones, there are still 200 pounds left. If you continue to be lazy, when can we have dinner tonight?" Su Li's various talents in all aspects were actually nothing in Feng Yu's eyes. This was because in his long life he had seen who knows how many true geniuses. But when he killed the wild bull, Su Li showed a calmness that was completely inconsistent with his age. Although his legs were trembling in fear and his face was pale, he was still calm and composed. This was what Feng Yu admired most about him. At the same time, this was also what Feng Yu thought was the most boring part of the teenager. So at this moment when he heard Su Li curse, he was actually somewhat happy. He laughed like a wild white flower, stood up and patted his butt. Chapter 11. After the bloody beef was fried in the pan, sprinkled with pepper and all kinds of seasonings, it began to emit a rich fragrance of the ingredient itself. The silver table knife cut through the slightly brittle surface of the meat. It was different from the scene where blood spurted out when the handle pierced through the bison's head. Although there was some blood on this piece of beef, there was more of the juices that made one want to eat it. The ordinary citizens of the Federation who ate synthetic food all year round had no resistance to this kind of natural food, let alone the shop owner and the young Su Li who loved meat like it was their life. After a wonderful dinner, Su Li cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and hid the rest of the beef and innards in the huge freezer in the operation room next to the mine. He found that he had obtained a rare moment of leisure, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. After standing in the room for a while in a daze, Su Li took out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the drawer and went out the door. Along the broken steel ladder, he climbed to the grass above the mine. The shop owner, Feng Yu, had been in a daze for a long time. He had been watching the last ray of light disappear between heaven and earth, and then it was completely covered by the most complete darkness. Taking the glass of red wine from behind him, Feng Yu took a sip and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Using my baby to please me, what do you want to ask?" Su Li carried the wine bottle to his side and followed the uncle's gaze to the grassland in the distance. At this time the night was already deep, and he didn't know how spectacular the sunset would be. He knew that the shop owner must be hiding a lot of things from him, but he didn't want to ask because he only followed Feng Yu because he wanted to learn about mechanics from him, and not because he wanted to hear a touching story. Besides, everyone had their own secrets and they didn't want to be disturbed. "Actually, I'm not an idiot." Su Li suddenly opened his mouth. He did not deliberately act like he was in a difficult position, but he habitually stopped the car in front of an important word and emphasized his tone. Ever since his parents and sister died in the mining accident 10 years ago, Su Li's lonely life seemed to have lost its focus. Therefore, when he occasionally came, he would only use this kind of clumsy method to express his emotions. The young man narrowed his eyes in the darkness, appearing somewhat cautious. In fact, he had already guessed something. In the past 2 years of working with Feng Yu, other than the knowledge and practical skills of the mechanical repair methods, the ugly postures that the boss made him take in some of the daily exercises were very strange. Su Li was honest and sincere, but that didn't mean that he was brainless. It was just that he always thought that those postures and gymnastics were probably military training techniques, so he always played dumb. Perhaps it could make his body stronger? Since the boss wanted him to learn something that was beneficial to him, he would learn it. However, after killing that wild bull today, he felt a chill in his heart. His boss was just a mechanic who escaped from the army. Why did the things he taught him have such great power? Could it be that what he usually taught her was the legendary killing technique that the military had never taught to outsiders? "I've never thought of you as an idiot. On the contrary, I think of you as a genius." Feng Yu removed the cup from his lips. His expression was calm, but there was a trace of a strange smile in the wrinkles at the corners of his brows. "I'm not a genius either. I just don't understand. What's the use of you teaching me these things?" Su Li looked somewhat helplessly into Feng Yu's eyes and asked, "The Department of Defense's Mechanical Repair Officer exam doesn't test field combat ability at all. I don't want to waste time on these things." Su Li's voice began to tremble, as if he was enduring some kind of intolerable pain and suffering. Feng Yu couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He calmly said, "With your personality, since you've asked, it seems like you really are conflicted about this matter. I just don't understand where your conflict is coming from." Su Li's voice was still trembling, and the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from time to time. He said angrily, "This is already the 63rd year of the 37th constitutional calendar. Human civilization has already developed to this stage today. What's the use of you making me learn these things? No matter how strong a person is, can he contend against mecha head-on? Can he fly into space and fight against battleships? I understand. You want to become a mechanic who can repair the three major systems of mecha and battleships. So, in your eyes, those cold metal machines are naturally much stronger than the ant-like individual humans. Feng Yu replied coldly, but don't forget, no matter how developed humans are, they are still biological humans in the end. You're still in this shell. This shell is your final life-saving measure. It's the first-order machine you must know like the back of your hand and operate without hindrance. As for mecha and battleships, those are just more extrinsic things. Feng Yu slowly closed his eyes. A person can't hide in a mecha forever. You need to eat, sleep, go to the toilet, have sex, have orgasms, shower. A person's time without clothes takes up 1/10 of their life. Then what about the time you don't wear a mecha? Sulu was dumbfounded. He felt that his boss's words made no sense, but there was also a strange charm to them that could not be broken through by twisted logic. Feng Yu downed the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp, and then suddenly lowered his head and laughed. Besides, the Federation is currently lacking in energy. Who knows when space battleships will become trash in the universe? Mecha don't need crystal ores. The current high-energy compressed energy is enough to support mecha's movements on land. Sulu knew that his boss was only saying so much today to convince him, but he still stubbornly retorted, besides, what life-saving? What last shell? It's not like I'm going to the West Woods to fight the Empire's barbarians. I just want to be a mechanic to earn money, and at the same time do what I like. Why should I care so much? Let's not talk about your future because in my opinion, you might not be able to pass the Ministry of Defense's exam. Who knows, you might have to work for me for free for the rest of your life. Feng Yu laughed and then his laughter gradually faded. Think about the people on the 3 planets in Xianglin. Think about those families that have been around for thousands of years, and even those 7 great families. Why do they always respect that old man and his students so much? What? Isn't it because of that old man's own strength? Xianglin was the name of the capital ring. The capital ring was made up of 3 habitable planets. It was the most developed, wealthiest, and most comfortable place in the entire Federation's civilization. The so-called 7 great families, to the young Sulu who lived in Donglin, were ancient, upper-class existences that were far beyond his reach. And that old man that Feng Yu was talking about, oh my god, you're calling the war god the old man. Su Li's voice was extremely trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of pain or fear. Alright, you don't have to do the horse stance today. Do the gymnastics again. Feng Yu did not answer Su Li's shocked words. He smiled as he looked at Su Lu who had already maintained the standard horse stance for half an hour. He thought to himself, although this kid is naturally resistant to these things, he is exceptionally serious when he does things. Other than him, which teenager can endure the horse stance test day after day for 2 years? Pay attention to your breathing. Relax your mind. Feng Yu stood up and looked calmly and sternly at Su Lu who was paralyzed on the ground. He said word by word, feel and remember the most painful trembling path in your muscles. Don't forget it. Chapter 12. Standing on the slope of the mine pit, facing the quiet night sky of the west, with the dark red city of beasts behind him, the stars in the sky of the Donglin region were so dim, as if there were endless layers of gauze shrouding the highest part of the atmosphere. In such an environment where the light was dim and changing, Su Li's blurry figure was constantly twisting and stretching. According to certain routines, he stuck out his foot, twisted his waist, lowered his body, threw a punch, turned his wrist, and extended his elbow. Feng Yu watched calmly from the side, not saying a word. It had been more than a year, and the teenager had already memorized this set of movements. There was not the slightest mistake. Even the angle of the diagonal dragging of his fingertips was not off by a bit. This set of movements that did not seem complicated could not be considered gymnastics because the routines were a bit scattered, and the movements were too slow. It was more like a dance. The problem was that compared to the famous performers of the Xianglin song and dance troupe, this dance was too stiff. It wasn't raw but raw. Su Li's movements had a bloody feel to them, as if they hadn't been roasted by fire at all. It was hard to chew on the muscles and bones. It was not stiff, but it was the reinforced plexiglass used in the operation room to bear the blade. It was also like the endless stones under the Donglin planet's grass. It was blindly hard and every movement was so clean and neat. This stiff dance was broken down into roughly 10 movements, and every 2 movements were taken in opposite directions. In the end, Su Li seriously retracted his right foot and squatted in a strange position. Only then did this set of movements completely end. It did not seem complicated and the amount of movement was not that big, but Su Li's face was covered with a layer of hot steam. Under the night sky of the Donglin region, he exuded a red glow. Sweat soaked his back and dripped down the corner of his tight vest. It was obvious that such a short time of movement had cost him a lot of energy. Su Lu breathed slowly, and for a long time he could not speak. The youth's originally thin body seemed to be filled with a hidden strength at this moment. The lines of his body were very beautiful. Who knew what this body would look like in a few years' time when he fully became an adult? The reason he remained silent was not only because he was tired, but also because the 600 muscles in his body were completely occupied by soreness. Su Lu did not even want to move a finger. At this moment, every muscle fiber seemed to be breathing, expanding, and rubbing against each other. Like the friction between metal and porcelain, it was extremely painful and bitter. After the sourness, there was a burst of completely spontaneous trembling that seemed to rise from the depths of Su Li's heart. It followed the path formed by the muscles, nerves, and connective tissues, and spread out in all directions. It was like the beating of a drum, shaking every tiny part of his body, causing small protrusions to appear on his exposed skin. Then they disappeared as if there was an invisible force that was sliding on his skin. His trousers began to tremble in the windless night, covering the fact that his legs were trembling non-stop. Su Lu understood why the silk muscles would heat up on their own, creating the illusion of friction. He did not know that it was because the muscle fibers of the human body were originally made up of two filamentous proteins that were entangled together. Of course, he did not know why these muscles were trembling, what they meant, and what they were used for. He only firmly remembered the words of the repair shop owner. He had to remember the pain in his heart, and he had to remember the path of soreness and trembling. After changing out of the sweaty clothes and taking a shower, the refreshed Su Lu once again climbed to the top of the mine with his head hanging down. He sat beside Feng Yu weakly. His face was somewhat pale, as if he was seriously ill. Feng Yu did not pay attention to him. He just casually looked at the crystal screen on his knees. The faint blue light on his face made the repair shop owner's face look somewhat cold and feminine. It's impossible to confirm whether or not Bao Longtao recognized me on the intranet, Su Lu said somewhat tiredly. With just a glance, the familiar light blue interface let the youth know that the boss had secretly hacked into the Federation's police system again today. Last time, when he asked Li Wei and the group of orphans for help on Clock Tower Street, it was precisely because of these two people above the mine that they had already thoroughly investigated the inside story of the governor's office and the police station. Someone who could hack into the official intranet was certainly not a simple person. It was just that this seemingly ordinary repair shop owner had occasionally brought such surprises to Su Lu in the past 2 years, so he was not too surprised. After all, it was not a surprise. Sometimes, Su Lu would also wonder what kind of mistake the boss had made in the army that caused such a talented person like him to become a deserter. In the past 2 years, he had always had a kind of unreal feeling. He always felt that he had met an awesome person hidden in the marketplace. It was too much like a scene from a movie or TV series. It was really unbelievable. The youth did not want to inquire about the boss' past. On one hand, it was because he really was not interested. He only wanted to learn about mechanical repair. On the other hand, he was sometimes vigilant and afraid of Uncle Feng Yu's mysteriousness. He always felt that he had mistakenly entered a thief's lair. On the other hand, it was because Su Lu was very good at reading people. Other than the calmness that Feng Yu admired the most, the life of an orphan allowed Su Lu to develop the ability to observe people's body language. He knew that although the repair shop owner next to him looked harmless, in fact, there was a coldness hidden in his bones that could not be erased. In other words, Su Lu knew that Uncle Feng Yu was a heartless and cold-blooded person. He did not want to risk his life. The news department and the production department of the Heshi Region TV station are fighting. It seems that the people behind the regional committee and the governor will also be fighting. Feng Yu looked at the words and images that flashed on the crystal screen and said with a smile, "At this time, Bao Longtao can't even take care of himself. How could he associate it with an orphan like you?" If an ordinary person heard this conversation between the two, they would most likely think that the two people in the repair shop promoting the Clock Tower Street demonstration was hiding a great political conspiracy. However, Su Lu knew that the middle-aged man next to him had no interest in these matters of the upper class. Moreover, they were just small figures. They could fan the flames, but to really come into contact with these matters was to seek death. The familiar music sounded, and the familiar face of the purple-haired girl appeared on the crystal screen. The middle-aged man and the youth sitting on the hillside simultaneously stopped talking and began the most important leisure activity every night. It was accompanied by waves of saliva swallowing and praising sounds. Under the extremely faint red background of the night sky, The invisible electric waves, signals and radio frequency were constantly crossing each other. The invisible lines eventually turned into colorful images that entered the eyes of countless people in the Donglin region, enriching their dreams. A dark red line streaked across the night sky with a faint roar breaking through the air. It was probably the military patrolling the sky with fewer and fewer people. A few wild black cats were drilling in and out of the natural rock tunnel under the electronic wall. They ignored the first charter of human beings and gathered in the direction of the abandoned mine, happily searching for the food residue left behind by the two humans. A stray cat with a few pieces of beef in its mouth raised its head in confusion and looked at the two figures above the mine pit who were together but still alone. In another corner of the city, a group of orphans who were together but still alone were silently and murderously walking on the road of chopping people. The leader, Li Wei, had his hand in his pocket, tightly holding the metal stick that gave him strong confidence. Chapter 13. A month had passed, and according to the people of Shanglin in the Federation's capital Ring, it should be late autumn now. In those novels, late autumn had cold winds, drizzling rain, and a clear sky. However, for the people of Donglin, the 4 seasons of this world were not very clear. Perhaps it was the dust above the atmosphere that would never be completely clear, turning the entire planet into a strange glass room. The so-called late autumn was just an extra layer of clothing. Sulu wore a navy blue jacket today. The style was somewhat like a uniform, and it added some youthful vigor to his ordinary face. He was currently sitting outside the window of a repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Street, seemingly unintentionally, but actually vigilantly observing the situation across the street. At the diagonal corner of 4th Street was the building of Heshi Region's 2nd Police Station. A middle-aged man in a trench coat walked down the slightly damp steps with waning interest and got into a car. The police officers around the car saluted him, but there was some sympathy in their eyes. Seeing this, Su Li's mood relaxed a little. He had been watching Bao Longtao for a month, and it looked like this deputy director was really frightened by his identity as a Federation agent. He no longer dared to investigate the Zhonglo Street demonstration, and even Li Wei's group of orphans were not suppressed. Su Lu had a calmness that was beyond his age, and he had an innate sensitivity to certain things. He would never foolishly use another identity to get close to Bao Longtao just to see if he had recognized him. He also would not relax his observation of Deputy Director Bao just because he appeared calm on the surface. He only watched calmly with excellent patience until everything really calmed down. Although he and the repair shop owner were both fanatical supporters of Jian Shui'er, it was really not in line with his character to take such a big risk just to watch television. If the shop owner had not tempted him with the operation room, he would have at most sighed a few times about the incident at Channel 23, and then went to buy a few more discs of Jian Shui'er. He was a little scared. Once he thought about going against the governor's office, Sulu could not suppress his fear. Especially when he thought of that night when he was stared at by Bao Longtao, his thighs couldn't help but twitch twice. This was a natural reaction when he was scared to a certain extent. That night, if he hadn't been quick-witted enough to use 2 buttons to pretend to be a communication tool and the military standard taser to scare Bao Longtao, he really wouldn't have known how to deal with this matter. The finger that was pointing at the electronic monitor in the night wind seemed stable and arrogant, but in fact, it was incomparably terrifying. Pretending to be an agent of the Federation. When he thought of this, Su Li's expression turned ugly. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "I don't like to act cool. I just want to be a good person." It's much harder to be a good guy than to act cool. Boss Feng Yu had just returned from the leisure center. He brushed past Su Lu like a gust of wind and went upstairs to rest. In the past 2 years, Su Lu did not appear at the repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Street. He only did repairs in the operation room of the mine. Therefore, in the eyes of orphans like Li Wei, he was equivalent to a person who disappeared from the city for 2 years. Until 1 month ago, Sulu completed that task for Feng Yu. Feng Yu promised him to upgrade the operation room's dustless level. However, this uncle was lazy again, so he simply brought Sulu back to the repair shop and officially introduced the existence of this young apprentice to the neighbors of the 4th Street. Since the boss was back, Sulu no longer had to keep an eye on the shop. After all, the shop's business was limited no matter how good it was. Although the residents of the 4th Street knew about the craftsmanship of Feng Yu and his little apprentice, no one could withstand the speed at which Feng Yu fixed a TV screen for 3 months. After tightening the buttons on his student uniform, Su Lu yelled something upstairs, walked out of the shop, and boarded the streetcar at the end of the street. Hundreds of years ago, after the invention of the Jingnong high-energy battery, Both trolley and trackless buses broke free from the constraints of the two braids on the top of their heads and began to travel freely in the city. Of course, normal people would definitely have their own means of transportation, and the rich people on the 3 planets in the upper forest area already had their own means of transportation. Only the poor, or those who were full of nostalgia, would continue to ride the streetcar. Sulu had both advantages and disadvantages, so he was naturally a long-term passenger of the streetcar. He leaned against the door and stared at the city buildings that flashed by in front of him. He could not help but feel regretful that he could no longer hear the clanking sounds in the literature. The streetcar's final stop was Heshi State University in the eastern forest area. After Sulu got off the streetcar, he did not cast an envious look at the beautiful campus environment. Instead, he walked along the school wall, passed through a large tree and entered the library. He had not gone to school for a long time, but he had to read. Firstly, this was Feng Yu's request for him, and secondly, it was his own desire. Other than most of the mechanical books and the Federation's standards and regulations, he liked to read all kinds of novels the most. Especially after he got a library card at the State University, he would come here every day. It was as if there were endless beauties in these books, and an endless glorious future waiting for him. There were no fortuitous encounters in the library, nor were there any beauties. Sulu carried a large pile of books out of the library, and there was not the slightest bit of dejection on his face. Then he saw an unexpected person in front of the gate of the State University. Li Wei, who had not seen him for a month, appeared in front of Sulu just like that. Looking at the somewhat haggard and tired face of the orphan leader, Sulu suddenly felt his lips dry up. He did not know what happened, so he asked in a hoarse voice, "Don't tell me you still have the ambition to enroll in a university." "I only have the ambition to occupy the night of the entire Heshi state." Li Wei's voice was a little hoarse, but his expression was not that nervous, so Su Li's heart relaxed a little. "The thing you gave me was confiscated by the people from the 2nd Division. But don't worry, no one knows it's mine." Li Wei licked his dry lips. After fighting with another gang for an entire night, he was indeed a little tired. Su Li's eyes lit up, not because of excitement but because of nervousness. His thighs started to twitch uncontrollably, and he felt the books in his arms become heavier and heavier. Chapter 14. How did you know I was at the State University? Sulu lowered his head and asked. Li Wei did not notice his partner's heavy mood. He smiled and said, "Many people know that you've entered the repair shop. I thought that although there wouldn't be any trouble, it was something you worked hard to make, so I had to let you know." "No trouble? Is that true?" Sulu asked himself in his heart, but he could not find an answer. The stun baton was made with military technology. If the police really wanted to investigate, would they find out that he was the culprit? Would they find out that he was a deserter? He should be angry at Li Wei for losing the stun baton because he had repeatedly told him to do so. However, looking at Li Wei's satisfied and tired face, Su Li's heart softened and he did not say anything. He heard that Li Wei's group of orphans had been fighting for territory for the past month. They were probably tired. There should be a lot of weapons in the black market from the military. The stun baton was hidden in the crystal scroll. Although it was ingenious, it should not attract too much attention. Sulu comforted himself in his heart. He patted Li Wei's shoulder and said seriously, "Just pretend that you never saw that thing, but I'll say it again. Don't always think about fighting and killing. You still need to find a proper job in the future." "What proper jobs are there in Donglin now? Didn't you see what the students were arguing about in the streets today? The unemployment rate is already 30%, and that's not including the seniors who took care of after the Crystal Mining Union went bankrupt." Li Wei touched his curly blonde hair and said stubbornly, "I want to stand out. I don't want to live on welfare for the rest of my life." Demonstration? Sulu was taken aback. There were very few people in the Donglin district who were interested in politics. The incident at Zhonglo Street was already considered a big event. How could there be students who didn't study hard but wanted to march? A lot of people went to watch the show. I heard that it was organized by the Veteran Association. Li Wei took the heavy book from his hands and walked towards the street while explaining, "I heard that there was a problem with the election in the capital ring. The opposition parties felt that it was unfair and organized a demonstration across the Federation." Sulu was very worried at this time, so he answered casually. He, Li Wei, and the other orphans knew nothing about politics, so they kept a respectful distance from it. They did not want to touch it, nor were they interested in it. Although there was indeed unfairness in the Federation society, for example, the upper class led by the 7 great families always had a better life than the common people. The dark oppression was always hidden under the bright cloak of law and justice. But what did this have to do with them? They had grown up in an unfair environment, so they were already used to it. It was hard for them to be hot-blooded. Back at the repair shop on the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, Su Le hesitantly told his boss, Feng Yu, about the police intercepting the taser batons. To his surprise, Uncle Feng Yu was not worried at all. He seemed to think that his identity as a military mechanic who defected would never be exposed. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the next 10 days or so, other than the shock of the Federation's demonstration, nothing new happened in the Donglin district. The use of military weapons in gang fights was just a small matter that could happen anytime and anywhere in the Federation society. No big shot would have the time to cast their eyes on this small repair shop. However, Sulu was still cautious. He always felt that there was an uneasy feeling. He always felt that the taser batons that had fallen into the hands of the police would bring him some kind of trouble, but he did not know whether this trouble was big or small. Therefore, he began to actively strengthen his practice of that set of movements. He often returned to the mine to accompany the stray cats and kept performing the stiff dance. One day, Feng Yu looked at him, who was sweating profusely, and said sarcastically, "Didn't you always think that individual strength is useless in front of metal machinery?" Su Le closed his eyes and felt the trembling of every muscle in his body, as well as the trend of the trembling becoming more and more obvious. He tried to find the true effect of this trembling. With a trembling voice, he gritted his teeth and said, "Until now, I haven't changed my mind. But the problem is that if the police really come to arrest us, you don't have the money to buy me a mecha. Of course, even if you did, I wouldn't use it. Other than making myself stronger, what else can I do?" "You're still worried about that taser baton?" Feng Yu frowned. He did not understand why this child was so cautious. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't forget about the chip behind your neck. Under the light of the first charter, if the police really want to arrest you, where can you run to? Could you go to Bermuda as a refugee or go to the Empire as a traitor?" The electronic surveillance network spread throughout the entire Federation society. In theory, it could control the occurrence of all criminal activities. Sulu did not panic when he heard this. He said seriously, "The gang is still here. You, a fugitive from the military, are still alive and well. I believe that you will definitely have a way." What a bold claim. If there is anyone in this world who can remove the chip in their body without alerting the Federation's surveillance network, then they will definitely win the Nebula Award. Feng Yu's smile was somewhat mocking. "You just celebrated your 16th birthday last week. How can you be more cautious than an old man like me? It's really ridiculous." Chapter 15. Human civilization, regardless of the time period, space, or whether there were historical records, as long as the structure of society was initially established, it would inevitably fall into layers of bureaucratic encirclement. The Federation, which had more than a dozen habitable planets and a large number of resource planets, was no exception. Due to the large population and the expansion of the territory into space, this bureaucratic encirclement appeared to be even thicker. An official mail package from the 2nd Police Station in the capital of Heshi State in the Eastwood region embarked on its long journey under the encirclement of bureaucratic encirclement. Before it departed, it was stamped by 3 departments in Heshi State and went back and forth twice between the Aviation Department and the Logistics Department before it boarded the spaceship to the capital ring. 3 months later, this official mail package arrived at the administrative planet of the capital ring, which was also the place the Federation people called Shanglin. It lay quietly in a clean and tidy box, sitting silently in the corner of the car. After leaving the airport, it traveled all the way through the express highway between the green forest and beautiful buildings. After 4 hours, it arrived at a government agency outside the capital. The Information Receiving Department of the 17th Research Institute of the Federation signed the receipt, then categorized the package and put it on an automatic document transmission belt. Accompanied by the slight sound of the machine, the package numbly passed through the passage between the walls and entered a well-lit office. A deputy director of the department saw the package on the table. He pushed his glasses up curiously and looked at the unfamiliar address on the package. He frowned for a long time before he remembered that this somewhat familiar handwriting was written by a distant comrade. Old Bao has been in that godforsaken place for more than a decade. I'm afraid he has become muddle-headed. The deputy director thought in his heart. He received an email from Deputy Director Bao 3 months ago, but now he had forgotten the seriousness of the other party's request. Why does the police station need the research institute to verify the evidence? How much does it cost to send it from Eastwood? This kid is not afraid that the committee will say that we are wasting the taxpayers' wealth. The deputy director shook his head with a headache and pressed the communication device on the desk. A researcher wearing silver glasses walked in. His hair was white, and it seemed that he had been in the 17th Research Institute for a long time. The middle-aged researcher looked at the deputy director and asked, "Director, what's the matter?" "Here is a piece of evidence sent by the Donglin Police Headquarters. The request for identification is also in the package. Take it to the lab and have a look," the deputy director said casually. The middle-aged researcher glanced at the official mail package and found that the signature was not from the Donglin Police Headquarters, but from the second police station of Heshi State. He immediately understood. According to the level of the police station in the state, it was very difficult to be qualified to apply for the appraisal of the 17th Research Institute. It seemed that the deputy director had accepted the personal request, but since the other party had used official channels, it was naturally not convenient for him to ask more. "Which aspects do you want to appraise?" The middle-aged researcher took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at the package carefully. He asked, "Is there a time limit?" "No." The deputy director waved his hand and recalled the contents of the email. Chen Yijiang, a student who had just graduated from the National Shanglin University, passed the Federation's recruitment and entered the 17th Research Institute. Then he was sent to the storage room to manage it. This new employee who was still passionate was obviously not corrupted by the stale bureaucratic atmosphere. He still maintained his curiosity about things. He had been in the storage room for 40 days. He was in the middle of recataloguing the evidence. Then he saw the transparent vacuum bag and the metal shaft inside the bag. "There's actually a stun baton hidden in the crystal screen." "Interesting." Chen Yijiang laughed. Then he began to register the evidence. However, after the registration he did not put the evidence back in its original place. This was because he especially liked to make small things by himself in school. At this time he felt that this evidence was very interesting, so he was interested in studying it. As the research deepened, it was normal for the Federation to re-examine the evidence. However, no one was willing to do this kind of extra work without overtime pay. 3 days later, Chen Yijiang, whose eyes were full of joy, finished a paper and posted it on the Research Institute's website. The title of the paper was Structural Characteristics of Evidence Number AW 3278. Naturally, such a boring paper sank to the bottom in an instant and did not attract any attention. In a particularly quiet area in the capital of the Federation, there was a department with the highest security level in the Federation. From the balcony of this department, one could see the building of the Central Management Committee of the capital and the President's administrative palace in the distance. However, none of the staff in black suits who were in a hurry would cast envious glances in that direction. This was because they were the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation and shouldered the most glorious mission of the Federation society. In the core area of this building, in an empty room, a two-dimensional information display light screen was flashing non-stop in mid-air. The most sophisticated computing and searching ability of human civilization allowed the images on the light screen to flash by at a terrifying speed. No one could see the content on the light screen with the naked eye except for the central control computer that was performing the computing and searching. Countless streams of data in the Federation society were being selected and analyzed here. Whether it was the struggle between the various political parties or the offensive posture of the anti-government army, all kinds of information were being gathered here. Of course, the most important information now was in the West Woods area. No one knew if the Empire would start another war. Suddenly, the images on the light screen slowed down and stopped on a picture. The picture was a screenshot of a small paper written by a researcher. Then, the light screen showed the location where the evidence number AW 3278 was stored. Alarms began to sound in the most secure Bureau of Proclamation in the Federation Society. Chapter 16. Beep 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 beep. The gentle yet urgent alarm rang through the entire Bureau of Proclamation. The staff in black suits raised their heads in astonishment and stared at the crystal screens in all directions of the building. Apart from the Empire's sudden attack last time, the Bureau of Proclamation hadn't issued a Level 1 order in a long time. What exactly happened? Amidst the alarm, the central computer's light screen began to flash again. A printed copy of the thesis and its analysis had already appeared directly on the Bureau of Proclamation's director's desk. The alarm that had already shocked the entire Bureau of Proclamation didn't cause the old man's expression to change in the slightest. He coldly glanced at the contents of the document, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. After disappearing for 12 years, he finally showed his tail. The Bureau of Proclamation's director wasn't shocked by the name on the document. in his long life, who knew how many major events he had encountered. The director handed the document to the civil official beside him, stood up and ordered, "Notify the President's office and the Ministry of National Defense." The civil official was a middle-aged man. He took down his windbreaker from the hanger and draped it over his immediate superior. His heart was slightly shocked. The alarm that rang through the Bureau of Proclamation was enough to prove that the current situation was determined by the central computer to be a Level 1 incident. However, the director didn't seem to care. But if he really didn't care, why did he notify the President's office and the Ministry of National Defense? The Bureau of Proclamation's director leaned on his cane and walked along the quiet passageway toward the outside of the Bureau of Proclamation. The middle-aged civil official silently followed behind him. His eyes quickly swept over the document and then he saw that name. Yufeng? Yufeng. The middle-aged civil official's pupils immediately constricted. He thought of the war from more than 10 years ago as well as the most shocking event of that war. It turned out that the central computer had found Yufeng's whereabouts. No wonder the director immediately notified the President's office and the Ministry of National Defense. Back then, the former president swore in front of the cameras of the Federation's television station that he would definitely capture this traitor who colluded with the Empire and buried more than 10,000 elite soldiers of the Federation. The Ministry of National Defense, on the other hand, was under enormous pressure because of the appearance of such an unforgivable traitor in the military. If they were to find out that the mechanic, Yufeng, was still alive and well in a certain street in Donglin district, the entire military would probably be enraged. Through the portable communication device, he immediately notified the President's office and the Ministry of National Defense. The middle-aged civil servant took a few steps forward and stood behind the director. He said in a low voice, "The meeting is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to play golf with someone this afternoon." The director waved his hand and continued to walk forward with the help of his crutch. He did not even stop walking. The Bureau of Proclamation found the mechanic. As for whether the Department of Defense sent the army or the President sent the special task force to capture him, what does that have to do with us? You will attend the meeting in my place this afternoon. The middle-aged civil servant was stunned. His current position was only the assistant to the director. According to the secret meeting of the Bureau of Proclamation, he had no right to speak on behalf of the Bureau of Proclamation. But out of habit, he did not object, nor would he fearlessly criticize the director for only thinking about playing golf under such circumstances. He calmly replied, "Yes, I understand." The middle-aged civil servant respectfully watched the director's old but still tall figure disappear around the corner. Only then did he stand up straight. He was not surprised by the director's calmness or even indifference. He did not find it strange that the director ignored the joint meeting in the afternoon. It was because he knew that as the director of the Bureau of Proclamation, he had enough qualifications to look down on the aides in the President's office and the officials in the Ministry of National Defense. Moreover, the family behind the old director was one of the oldest and most respected among the 7 great families. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation sat on the battery-powered scooter behind the building. He tossed his crutch to his secretary and looked back at the building he had been in for many years. A trace of doubt and unease suddenly welled up in his heart. That mechanic, Yufeng, was indeed the most famous traitor in the Federation's 300 years of history. But this kind of thing could have just been sent directly to the Ministry of National Defense, which had been accumulating anger for more than a decade. Why did the central computer have to send a first-level command? A trace of inquiry flashed through the director's pair of deep and calm eyes. In the eyes of these important figures in the Federation's upper echelons, no matter what kind of heinous and earth-shattering things the mechanic, Yufeng, had done in the past, he was still just a small character. He was not willing to spend any more time on this matter and stop thinking about it. Not long after he left the Bureau of Proclamation, in the Bureau of Proclamation's most heavily guarded central control room, the light screen was still flashing incessantly. In the empty room there was a strange smell. A line of small words flashed on and off at the bottom of the light screen. There was no record of anything. The line of small words read, "First-level target, re-entering vision." At 12:15, an entirely black fleet of vehicles entered the 17 Research Institute in the outskirts of the capital. Under the shocked gazes of the bespectacled researchers, the staff of the Federation's Investigation Bureau sealed off the storage room and brought back the researcher, surnamed Chin, who had just graduated from university, for investigation. At the same time, the evidence serial number AW3278 was also carefully sealed. Meanwhile, the deputy director in charge of this matter also helplessly boarded the black car. At 2 in the afternoon, A small meeting was held on the third floor of the Bureau of Proclamation. The middle-aged civil official who represented the director of the Bureau of Proclamation at the meeting distributed the documents to the heads of the various departments who were already in the know. Then he calmly said, "The central computer has given a first-level command. Although it is a machine's analysis, there should be some logic to it. Although it has already been more than a decade, the Federation will definitely not allow any criminal to escape the punishment of the law, let alone the fact that Yufeng committed the crime of treason." A colonel from the Ministry of National Defense said with a gloomy expression, "This is a disgrace to the military. The minister has instructed that this matter must be handled by the Ministry of National Defense. It's not a problem who is in charge." The president's office had only sent a mid-level official today. He looked at the colonel from the Ministry of National Defense and said seriously, "The key is to capture that person. Mr. President does not know about this matter for the time being. The security consultant believes that since this mechanic was a top student in the military academy and had many friends in the military, and because of these connections he was able to escape, this arrest operation should still be handled by the Special Task Force, with the Ministry of National Defense assisting. Everyone's goal is the same, so there is no need for too much debate. Why don't we take a look at the plan of action drawn up by the Bureau of Proclamation?" The middle-aged civil official from the Bureau of Proclamation calmly pressed a button, and the plan appeared on the large screen on the wall. Although this mechanic is a minor character, if we want to capture him and bring him back to the capital for trial, it will not be so easy. The central computer recommends. This operation will be carried out by the 4th Military Region of the West Woods, with the assistance of the East Woods Police Headquarters. The 4th Military Region? The colonel from the Ministry of National Defense nodded, very satisfied with this arrangement. Since it was a suggestion from the Bureau of Proclamation, the president's office would not have much of an opinion. What if there is resistance? The official from the president's office said with a gloomy expression, "This mechanic is not only a disgrace to the military, but also to the entire Federation. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy." Chapter 17. A huge commercial spaceship was suspended in the boundless universe. Its light silver exterior and extremely streamlined and beautiful shape made this spaceship become the brightest star under the starry sky. It calmly and gracefully looked at the planet below. Due to the scarcity of energy crystals, interstellar travel was extremely expensive today. This spaceship from the Gu Clock Company from the West Woods region attracted the attention of countless officials and residents of the East Woods region. Other than routine business activities, the Gu Clock Company also brought along friendly greetings from the West Woods region and relevant officials for a visit. However, including the visiting scholars and officials from the West Woods region, most of the important people in the East Woods region did not know that in the control room at the back of this commercial spaceship, there was a large warehouse hidden. Inside there was a large pile of items covered by military green tarpaulins. No one knew what they were. Lake was the leader of the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team. He was just over 30 years old and was at the peak of his strength. He looked at the planet below through the porthole, his expression firm, his eyes filled with calm confidence. Regarding the secret mission of the mecha team this time, other than him, not many people knew about it. Even those members with outstanding military achievements did not know the inside story behind it. Mecha Master Yufeng, this was really a name that left a deep impression. Lake's eyes narrowed as he recalled that explosion more than 10 years ago. At that time he had still been a new recruit who had followed the Federation's counterattack force and successfully performed a risky space jump, attacking and occupying a resource planet in the heart of the Empire. However, no one would have thought that this was a trap set by the Empire. Countless Empire soldiers swarmed over in battleships, and the huge explosion in the military supply warehouse directly destroyed the lives of more than 10,000 people in the Federal Army, indirectly destroying the confidence of the Federal Army. If the Bureau of Proclamation had not finally found out that the Mecha Master named Yufeng had played a sinister role in this huge explosion, and it was also this Mecha Master named Yufeng who had handed over the deployment of the Federation's defensive forces to the Empire, today, the Federation would probably still be in pain and suffering, not knowing how that failure had come about. What a damned, no, a shameless bastard who should have died 10,000 times. Lake thought to himself. However, as a soldier of the Federation, he felt that he should personally capture this Mecha Master and then send him back to the Federation to be judged in front of tens of billions of people. The only strange thing was that the secret order he received from the Ministry of Defense at the beginning was to capture this person and kill him if he resisted. However, on the second day after he arrived in the airspace above the Donglin district, he received a new order, to execute this traitor directly. This order was sent directly through the highest level of intelligence channels, so Lake did not have any suspicions, nor did he have any thoughts of resistance. He put on his sunglasses and looked at the pictures and words that flashed across the lenses. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Class 1 fugitive Yu Feng alias Feng Yu, hid in a repair shop in the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, the capital of Heshi State in the East Woods region. He repaired electrical appliances for a living. Lake's curled lips gradually smoothed out. He already knew enough about this mecha master. His social connections were all in the data. However, he did not understand why this traitorous mecha master had hidden in the East Woods region for more than 10 years instead of choosing to go to the Empire to enjoy the rest of his life. After confirming the mecha master's location in the East Woods region for the last time, Lake slowly turned around and said coldly to the 10 team members behind him, "All of the target's social connections are already under the surveillance of the East Woods region police. All we need to do is kill him." "Yes, sir," the 10 team members replied swiftly, causing the entire cabin to reverberate with a murderous intent. Lake took off his sunglasses and pressed the transmitter in his hand. A radio wave was sent to the East Woods region. From this moment on, the East Woods Region Police Headquarters began to sweep the periphery, while the East Woods Region Garrison received direct orders from the Department of Defense to secretly cooperate with this group of people. Don't underestimate your opponent. The data you see now is not complete. This mecha master named Yu Feng has never obtained a perfect grade in the 2nd Military Academy, but that is because he is not a student at all. He is the first military instructor in the history of the military academy who has never studied before. Lake looked coldly at his subordinates who were reading the target's data for the first time and said fiercely, "Back then the Federation sent out 100 elite soldiers to capture him, but he still managed to escape. If any of you dare to be careless, I will kill you directly." After saying this, he walked to the front of the green military tarpaulin, took a deep breath and forcefully lifted the tarpaulin, revealing the strangely shaped, metallic, murderous mecha. "Move out." Soothing piano music was playing in the coffee shop at the corner of the street. Su Lu, whose face was full of smiles to the point that his eyes were almost disappearing, strolled along Bell Tower Street to the music while greeting his neighbors in a friendly manner. Indeed, the word strolling should be used because the tips of his feet seemed to be dancing in some kind of dance, completely unlike the steady and honest appearance he used to have. 2 years had passed, and the lives of the residents of the East Woods region had not changed much. The coffee shop had not changed and the bar had not changed. The passage of time seemed to have left no trace in this city at all. However, Sulu had changed a lot. He was the same as the purple-haired girl in the distant capital ring, 2 years older. It was just that Jian Shui'er's birthday had the entire Federation's infatuated people paying attention to her, but Su Li's growth no one cared. Except for himself. In the past 2 years he had followed the owner of the repair shop to learn about mechanics and brought back countless books from the state university to enrich his brain. Every night he would perform the horse stance and perform a stiff dance. Even someone as slow as him could tell that his body was becoming more and more like the #1 machine that Feng Yu had described. It was becoming more and more obedient to his own commands. In the past 2 years, the residents of Bell Tower Street and Xianglan Avenue knew that there was a kind, studious and hard-working young man in the repair shop. However, Sulu himself did not feel anything. He just lived an honest life, and when he saw that his neighbors needed help, he would lend a hand. The reason why he was so happy today was because he had successfully passed the written test of the National Defense Department's military officer recruitment exam and entered the 2nd round of conscription process. He had just celebrated with a black market beer with Li Wei. When he thought of joining the army and learning in the capital ring, Sulu felt that he was one step closer to his life's dream. Therefore, a rare joy appeared on his face. When he saw an old man at the corner of the street who was afraid of the sparse traffic, he naturally went up and held the old man's arm. "I'll send you there," Sulu said with a smile. Then he walked across the street and found that he had sent himself into danger in the alley leading to the repair shop. A group of fully armed soldiers wearing standard helmets and dark-colored silk bulletproof vests surrounded him. The terrifying smell of iron and blood was particularly frightening in the quiet environment. Black, gloomy and hard gun barrels were aimed at Su Li's head. The nearest gun barrel was directly poked into his temple, and it was extremely painful. Chapter 18. Because of the existence of space dust, the sky in Donglin district was never bright and blue like a picturesque scene. Naturally, it was difficult for the blazing sunlight to dazzle people. But at this moment, Sulu thought he was dazzled by the sun. Otherwise, Why would there be a large group of wolf-like, fully armed and ice-cold soldiers in the quiet Zhonglo street? What was even more absurd was why these soldiers would point their guns at him. A soldier wearing a black cotton mask seemed to say a few words to him, but when it entered Su Li's ears, it became a buzzing sound because he didn't wake up at all. He opened his mouth woodenly and looked at everything around him stupidly. With a bang, a soldier smashed his head with the butt of his gun. A stream of blood flowed out. Su Li's body swayed, but he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it was the smell of blood and the pain on the left side of his head that made him wake up. He confirmed that he was in an extremely absurd situation. This group of fully armed soldiers were pointing their guns at him. The gun barrel that was still pressed against his temple was incomparably cold and hard. Su Lu was naturally calm and steady, but after all he was only a 17-and-a-half-year-old orphan. Facing the gun barrel so close to him, he shuddered at the thought of a careless movement that could make his big head become a half-rotten watermelon by the metal bullet fired from the gun barrel. So he shivered and trembled. His thighs twitched as if an electric current had passed through them. Fortunately, he didn't wet his pants. Name. The buzzing sound from the already impatient soldier's mouth finally became a clear and cold-blooded question. Su Lu subconsciously replied with a trembling voice, Su Lu. A flat metal detector extended to the back of Su Li's neck and stuck to his skin. A chill from the depths of his heart made countless small bumps appear on his skin again. Among the beeping sounds, the data collector in the shortest amount of time read the data of the chip in his neck and transmitted it back to the branch database. It confirmed his identity and all the records from his birth to this day. Target 2 confirmed. The soldier who asked the question coldly said into the communication device. Then he grabbed Su Li's hair and violently pushed him into an armored vehicle at the back of the alley. Su Li didn't struggle because he knew it was useless. Although the soldier who grabbed him didn't seem to be stronger than the bison in the sanctuary, the dozens of cold gun barrels around him were too intimidating. He did not shout for help either. All these years, he had always wanted to pass the National Defense Officer examination, so he had a certain understanding of the military. Naturally, he could clearly distinguish that these silent and solemn soldiers were real and not daring kidnappers who dared to impersonate the Federal Army. But he did feel insulted because being dragged by the hair on the ground was a very insulting posture in itself. It only took a very short time for Su Lu, whose face was covered in blood, to figure out why these soldiers had come. It seemed that Uncle Feng's identity had finally been exposed. But Uncle Feng had been hiding in the city for more than a decade. Why would the Federal Army suddenly find traces of him? And why would a mere mechanic who escaped from the military attract so many fully armed soldiers to come and arrest him? The ones in charge of arresting Su Lu were the garrison troops of Donglin. After they dragged the young man into the carriage, they tied a special plastic wristband around his wrist and covered his face with a black cloth. After that, they no longer paid any attention to him. The vehicle started moving. Su Lu felt a burning pain on his wrists, and the wound on his forehead was still bleeding. Such rough treatment made the youth realize that he was facing a truly heartless state machine. He would not make any meaningless resistance. He could only silently calculate in his heart where this military vehicle was going. The military vehicle stopped. No soldiers paid any attention to the poor youth. There was not even a sound. The tough quality of the Federal Army was evident. In this long and unbearable silence, Su Lu, who was huddled in the corner of the vehicle, was as pitiful as an abandoned shrimp. Angry footsteps crushed an ammo box outside the military vehicle. The angry voice scolded the soldiers around the vehicle until they could not raise their heads. You guys have been keeping an eye on him. Why did you let him escape? What person escaped? Su Lu turned his body slightly, silently praying that the officer was talking about Uncle Feng. Colonel Lake took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose. The fury in his eyes was enough to burn the dozens of fully armed soldiers around him to death, but he forcibly suppressed his emotions. After all, these people who were cooperating with him on the ground were soldiers of the Donglin garrison. Except for this operation, they were not under his jurisdiction. He had enough reason to be angry. In order to capture or kill that mechanic named Yu Feng, the Federation had prepared for several months. There had been no problems with the ground surveillance. Why was it that when his mecha squad had just arrived on the planet's surface in a battleship, the mechanic had suddenly disappeared from the repair shop at 4th Street of Fragrant Orchid Avenue? It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when humans were at their laziest. It was also the time when the attack was scheduled to begin, but before the attack began they suddenly lost their target. Lake felt a chill in his heart. In the temporary operation camp outside the 4th Street, a large ultra-thin light screen had been erected. Countless light dots were moving slowly and quickly. The target circled by a black line and marked as one was flickering in and out of existence on the light screen, making it impossible to catch a glimpse of it. Lake stared at the light screen coldly and did not speak for a long time. He knew the entire process of this operation. From the Bureau of Proclamation finding the taser baton, the Federation's early investigation easily found the deputy director of Heshi Prefecture's second branch, Bao Longtao. Then they found the leader of the orphan gang, Li Wei. Then they found Li Wei's good friend, Su Lu. Finally, they locked onto the owner of the repair shop. From the chip's data, they easily eliminated Su Lu, so the owner of the repair shop was naturally Yu Feng. But Lake did not expect the most wanted criminal of the Federation to have the ability to avoid the glory of the first charter and slip away under the eyes of the surveillance officers in the electronic surveillance network that covered the entire human world. The Eastwood region was too far away from the capital planet. The central computer surveillance could not be real-time, and there was at least a 4-minute delay. The mechanic obviously used this delay to fool everyone. And the opponent must have a way to temporarily block the chip's signal. With this thought in mind, Lake's heart became heavier. He now fully understood why the Bureau of Proclamation's central computer listed this as a top priority, and why he received the order to kill the target directly. A criminal who could avoid the glory of the charter was a terrifying figure. If the truth of this incident were to spread to human society, it would set off an unquenchable wave. Target 1 was already injured when he escaped, a military officer reported. At this time, the entire planet has completely sealed off all aircraft takeoffs and landings. He can't escape. Even if there is a 4-minute time difference, the encirclement will become smaller and smaller. At most, in one more night we will be able to catch him. I can't wait one more night, Lake said with a cold expression. Where is the apprentice of the repair shop? Su Lu, covered in blood, was brought over. Lake frowned slightly. He was not very satisfied with the methods of his Eastwood colleagues, but he knew that the situation was urgent. Naturally, he would not say much. He looked at the youth and said coldly, I want to know where your boss might be hiding. The black cloth was pulled down and the light in the room made Su Lu squint. He looked at the colonel in front of him and maintained his silence. A fist smashed into his abdomen. The intense pain almost made him vomit. However, Su Lu still only squinted his eyes and looked at the soldiers around him, maintaining his stubborn silence. Chapter 19. Su Li's hands were tied behind his back with a high-strength plastic rope. His body was bent forward because of the heavy blow to his abdomen. It looked like a very famous ancient torture pose. Because of the pain, his face was red. The wounds that had been drying up were now bleeding again. He opened his mouth to retch, but nothing came out. This was the effect of the 10th punch. Su Li still did not say a word. Even though he was heavily beaten to the point of kneeling on the ground, he still narrowed his eyes and looked at the colonel in front of him. He stubbornly pursed his lips and remained silent. Colonel Lake's eyes also gradually narrowed, but his face was as gloomy as before. When the Donglin garrison soldiers made their move, he did not stop them because he had to hurry and find the whereabouts of that damned mechanic. As long as he found that person, his subordinates could kill him in one fell swoop and complete the honorable mission given by their superiors. He suddenly took out a pistol from his waist and aimed it between Su Li's eyebrows. He looked at the stubborn youth and said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2. Colonel Lake spoke naturally and his actions were also natural. So natural that everyone thought he would really shoot in the next moment. The Donglin native soldiers in the temporary camp all had expressions of shock on their faces. Su Li's body finally began to tremble uncontrollably. However, after Colonel Lake said 3 times, he still only silently looked forward. His eyes were full of stubbornness and persistence. It was as if he was not afraid of the black barrel of the gun at all. Colonel Lake's pupils contracted slightly. He once again studied the youth seriously. He already had enough information on Target 2, but when he truly faced him today, he realized that all the information was not enough. Not many 17 or 18-year-old youths could face the violent intimidation of the army and still be so persistent with the threat of death. However, the youth in front of him did it. Lake lowered his head and looked at Su Li's trembling legs. He said coldly, I know you're scared, but why are you still unwilling to speak when you're already so scared? At this time, Su Li spoke his first words after being arrested by the military. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said fiercely, as a citizen of the Federation, I have the obligation to cooperate with the military, but that does not mean that I have the obligation to cooperate with torture. Hearing these powerful words, Colonel Lake's expression changed slightly, and a complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. It seemed that even he did not expect that the reason why this young man was so stubborn was because of such a simple reason. Although the logic in this world was simple, how many people could actually persevere under the gun? Lake was silent for a few seconds. He waved his hand and chased all the soldiers out of the temporary camp. In the quiet room only he was left standing and Sulu was half kneeling on the ground. After a heart-stopping silence, Lake slowly said, "Sulu, 17 years old, apprentice at the 4th Street repair shop, target 2. In fact, I know you very well, maybe even better than you know yourself. I know what kind of person you are. You don't want to hang out with those orphans on the streets because you think bullying the weak is wrong. You have a good reputation in Zhonglo Street and Xianglan Avenue. Everyone thinks you are a kind person. But I didn't expect you to be such a persistent person," Colonel Lake said with a smile. Colonel Lake smiled and said, "In the face of unfair and rough treatment, even if a gun is pointed at your head, you are not willing to cooperate. Such a stubborn and serious person is rare in this world. In the face of wrong things, many people are willing to persevere and resist," Sulu said with his head lowered. Colonel Lake gently clapped his hands and said with slight mockery, "But the question is, what is wrong? If you think what we are doing is illegal, then I can tell you the truth. I hope you, a law-abiding citizen, can come to a conclusion based on your own judgment. Then see if you need to cooperate with our operation and tell us the whereabouts of Feng Yu." Sulu lowered his head and was speechless. In fact, he could guess where Uncle Feng was hiding. The secret of the mine, other than the two of them, no one knew. In the past 2 years, the two of them rarely went to the mine. Even if the military monitored it a few months in advance, they might have missed it. Most importantly, after years of hunting bison over the electronic fence, Sulu guessed that the blue signal jammer in Uncle Feng's hand might be able to temporarily avoid the ubiquitous electronic surveillance. It was also because Sulu was thinking that the truth Colonel Lake revealed did not shock him too much. Instead, he fell into deep thought once again. He is a traitor to the Federation. He is a thug with the lives of more than 10,000 soldiers at his hands. Under these circumstances, do you still insist that our methods are illegal? Colonel Lake looked at Sulu mockingly, using this tone and expression to continuously attack the youth's heart. "I don't believe it." After a long silence, Sulu suddenly said, "If he is a spy colluding with the Empire, why is he hiding in Donglin instead of the Empire? You also know that he seems to have this ability." Colonel Lake was silent because he knew that this youth was very relaxed and very simply pointed out the only loophole in this matter, which was also the loophole that he had asked himself on the spaceship. Sulu suddenly raised his head and said seriously, "The court has not announced a verdict, so he is innocent, so I don't believe it." Believing was believing. An uncle who had been with him for 4 years was obviously more trustworthy than these murderous soldiers. But even so, the glory of the Federation's charter still made Sulu's eyes flash with a strong sense of uneasiness. Colonel Lake noticed the change in emotions in his eyes and calmly asked, "Of course we need to try him in court, but the problem is that he is a fugitive. If we don't catch him, how can we bring him to justice? So whether it is for the sake of justice or for the fairness of the law, I need your help." He originally thought that his words would be able to destroy this youth's strong mental support, although he did not understand why this youth believed in procedural justice so much. However, Sulu's next words completely disappointed him. "You are not here to arrest him. I believe that you don't even have an arrest warrant." Sulu looked at this colonel, his eyes narrowed even more, but a sense of unswerving determination seeped out. "You are here to kill him. Even if you are soldiers, you cannot kill without trial, so please forgive me. Unless I can ensure his safety, I will not reveal his whereabouts." Colonel Lake followed Sulu's gaze to those dots of light on the screen. After a moment of silence, he said, "How do you know that we are here to kill and not capture?" These words were a tacit acknowledgement of Sulu's deduction. Sulu sat on the ground, lowered his head and said, "Those blue dots of light are Mecha, right? The B4 assault formation has only one purpose, and that is to kill without any way out. Since you only want to kill him, why should I help you? I remember now. You've already signed up for the National Defense Officer examination, but you studied mechanics. How could you recognize the B4 assault formation?" Colonel Lake walked up to Sulu, lowered his head and said coldly, "It looks like I can confirm that you are Yu Feng's student. You will be thrown into prison for being an accomplice to treason. Believe me, you will only be able to look up at the starry skies and the battleships in them from prison for the rest of your life." Colonel Lake walked out of the room and ordered the soldiers outside, "Continue questioning." The sound of electricity and the sound of fists and feet hitting flesh rang out in the room. Colonel Lake lit a cigarette and contacted the Bureau of Proclamation in the Capitol Ring. After confirming the general location of Target 1, he issued the order to pursue. At this time he felt slightly more assured. As long as that mechanic was still within the Federation's range, he was confident that he could find him and bite him to death. Inside the room, Sulu was knocked to the ground by 2 soldiers. His hair was messy and his body was covered in blood. No one noticed that his arms that were tied behind his back were gradually trembling. His fingers that were spread out weakly gradually clenched together into a fist. Chapter 20. When Sulu heard that his boss was injured, he began to feel uneasy. Following that, an ominous feeling entered his mind, just like 2 years ago at the entrance of the state university. If the military was able to find his boss because of that stun baton, then Li Wei and the group of orphans would have been captured by now. He understood Li Wei's character very well. If he wasn't forced into a corner, he definitely wouldn't betray his good friend. Is Li Wei okay now? Human rights? What is human rights? Is it the pain in his body, or the hard fists and boots of these soldiers that are even harder? Sulu did not feel any resentment. Although he had always believed in the existence of justice in the world in the past 17 years of his life, he knew even more clearly that if his boss had really committed treason as the colonel said earlier, then in the operation to capture him, all laws and regulations and personal rights would only be overshadowed by the fury of the entire Federation and trampled under the boots of the leather boots of the entire Federation. He was a stubborn young man, but he wasn't a student whose brain was filled with empty words. He didn't expect that he would have the right to hire a lawyer at this time. On the contrary, he understood the actions of these soldiers, but this understanding didn't mean that he was willing to accept it and wasn't angry. But even if he was angry, he wouldn't look at the soldiers who beat him like a wolf cub, because that kind of expression would only bring more pain. He just quietly lowered his head and endured. In his calm, there was actually a great deal of bitterness and uneasiness. Is the boss really a soldier who committed treason? Treason and desertion were 2 completely different concepts. Although Sulu believed that Feng Yu wasn't a cold-blooded demon, the anger of these soldiers in front of him made him somewhat uncertain. I want to see Feng Yu and ask him face to face. If all of this is a big injustice, then I'll help him. If all of this is true. A heavy punch landed on Su Li's left cheek, causing blood to spurt out. His gums started to loosen, and the pain stopped him from thinking absent-mindedly. The soldier with the inverted triangular eyes gasped for breath and kicked Sulu, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. He walked to the side of the camp and picked up a bottle of water and drank a few mouthfuls. He really didn't expect that this seemingly thin and weak young man would be so resistant. Not only was his willpower firm, he didn't beg for mercy and didn't open his mouth to confess. The most amazing thing was that the young man actually didn't faint under such a heavy blow. The last punch that landed on the young man's left cheek was powerful enough to knock out half a row of teeth. In the end, the soldier's hand was hurt from the impact. Sulu moved his neck and wiped the blood droplets hanging from his eyelashes on his left arm so that they wouldn't affect his vision. He narrowed his eyes and observed everything in the room, looking for a way to escape. After the colonel and sunglasses left, there were only 3 people left in the room. And now there was only 1 person left. If he wanted to escape, he first had to break free from the plastic rope on his wrist. When Sulu was being interrogated, he secretly tested it and found that it wasn't particularly difficult. He didn't understand why the army would use this thing to replace handcuffs. The second thing was that he had to crawl into the back window before the soldier in the room noticed him. Through the window he could see the LED billboard in the distance. Sulu, who was very familiar with this area, already knew that this temporary camp was somewhere outside the 4th Street. He also knew that as long as he crawled through the window and ran across the grass outside the camp, he would be able to reach the sewer entrance that was never covered. The key to everything was time. Sulu dared to hope that when he crawled through the window, there wouldn't be a single sound. At this time, the room was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Although there were not many people on the other side of the window, it still only took 4 seconds for the soldier to notice the abnormality to enter the sewer entrance. Any longer and the bullets would have covered the entire area. It was very risky. Even so, Sulu didn't want to knock down the soldier in the room to buy more time. The soldiers that appeared today were all the elite special forces of the Donglin Garrison Army. This was easily seen from their military uniform and equipment. He was very clear about the terrifying strength and killing skills of the Special Forces soldiers. A series of analysis and consideration actually only took a very short time. The soldier with the inverted triangle eyes was still drinking water with his back facing Sulu. He had to seize this opportunity. The familiar trembling followed a familiar path and moved through the muscles of Su Li's chest and upper arm. The young man's body felt slightly hot, and his upper body trembled like extremely strange ripples. Gradually, the ripples passed to his wrist, and then turned into an extremely concentrated force. With a crisp snap, the plastic rope on Su Li's wrist broke. He climbed up from the ground as fast as he could. Using both hands to support himself, he stood in the same spot. However, he didn't run in the direction of the window. His eyes were filled with despair. He stared at the Special Forces soldier who suddenly turned around and didn't say a word. His despair was because he had misjudged something. When he broke the plastic rope, it made a crisp snap. The Special Forces soldier who was drinking water immediately turned around in alarm. At this time, if Su Lu wanted to crawl out of the window again, even if he wasn't shot by the soldier, he wouldn't be able to buy 4 seconds of time. His parents, who had worked for the Federation until their deaths, and his sister, Xianyi, who was buried in Eastwood. I was a man who wanted to live a good life. I just signed up for the National Defense Officer examination and saw the light of going to the capital planet to broaden my horizons and change my life. Perhaps it was because he was running too fast, but Su Li's heart hurt a little. He lowered his head and continued running. When he raised his head again, he did not stop. He was a young man, a law-abiding, kind, and honest young man. If Feng Yu was really an unpardonable traitor, he might really come and tell those people where Feng Yu was hiding. However, he believed in his boss and teacher. More importantly, he knew that the Federation soldiers and the Eastwood garrison soldiers were not here to arrest Feng Yu. They were here to kill him. His parents and sister died in a mining accident. Did all the officials pay the price? There were already too many unfairness in this world. The stubborn Su Lu insisted that he should stand for certain things. Even if it was a fugitive like the mechanic Feng Yu, he still insisted on the Federation and the law. He had to be given a chance to speak, a chance to open his mouth and defend himself. At the end of the sewer was a dark tunnel. Underneath the stratum of Heshi State's capital, who knew how many years of excavation had turned it into an extremely complicated network of tunnels. In this day and age, if one was not familiar with the underground tunnels, they would never have thought that the outside of the hidden exit of the sewer was directly connected to the long-abandoned mines in the outskirts of the city. Su Lu gasped for breath as he climbed up the old mine cart in the tunnel. Using the dim light, he looked at the time on his wristwatch and prayed in his heart. He did not know how fast information was transmitted between the stars. He also did not know how long it would take for his specific coordinates to be detected by the electronic surveillance network and for the soldiers to obtain them. He had to seize this time to confuse the searchers and find the injured boss. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to leading the army to the boss's side. This was a race against time. To be more precise, this was a race against the glory of the first charter. When the mine cart moved into the deep distance, Su Lu, who was hiding inside, finally understood what the boss had said back then, and why he hated the first charter the most. The tracking of Target 2 has already been reported. The Bureau of Proclamation's feedback time needs. Colonel Lake raised his wristwatch and frowned as he looked at the time. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Then he loudly reprimanded the Special Forces soldiers around him. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Find him. Find the mechanic. After roaring these words, he took off his sunglasses and looked back at the plastic wire that was torn in half and the Special Forces soldier who was being treated. He was silent for a long time. Letting go of Target 2 was also one of the backup plans. But before he made up his mind to carry out this plan, the young man gave him a big surprise. A 17-year-old youth was actually able to break through the military's high-strength plastic. It was really too unbelievable. How did he do it? Colonel Lake's face gradually calmed down, but the sunglasses in his hand gradually changed shape. Chapter 22. Compared to breaking the high-strength plastic, the SWAT soldier's unconsciousness did not surprise Colonel Lake. How could a SWAT soldier resist a young man with such explosive power? In all his life, Colonel Lake had only seen it a handful of times. When he thought of this, Colonel Lake became even more curious and murderous toward the mechanic, Yu Feng, the disgrace of the army. The young man was already so strong, so how strong would the mechanic be? However, he did not waver in the slightest. Just like Su Li's belief, Colonel Lake did not care about the strength of the target. He believed that no matter how strong the target was, they would still be vulnerable in the face of the powerful weapons of the federal military. Throwing his sunglasses to the ground, the colonel walked to the front of the command light screen of the temporary camp and silently watched the flashing green dots on the light screen. There were also 2 completely different color areas. The red and blue areas represented the possible hiding places of Target 12. However, due to the time delay in locating the target, it could only gradually spread out. As the command signals from the capital ring continued to be transmitted back, the red and blue areas on the light screen gradually shrank. Colonel Lake coldly watched this silent but thrilling process, waiting for the moment when the two areas on the light screen finally converged into a fixed point. 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Colonel Lake's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew that he had made an extremely stupid mistake. The identification and location between the Eastwood region and the capital ring was a back-and-forth process. If he wanted to locate Target 1 or Target 2, it would actually take more than 8 minutes. His face was extremely gloomy, but he did not say anything to his subordinates. He just felt extremely embarrassed. He thought of the mistake the 4th Military Region made when they first came to the Eastwood region countless years ago. That mistake caused the 4th Military Region to be directly transferred from Eastwood to that primitive and backward place in the West Woods. Today he made another mistake. Did this represent some kind of ominous sign? If there were military staff or intelligence personnel around, this kind of stupid mistake would naturally not be made. However, the problem was that Colonel Lake was a frontline combatant. In order to maintain the confidentiality of this operation, he did not follow the procedures to organize the staff headquarters. I have to hurry. Colonel Lake stared at the two color areas on the screen that were gradually approaching each other. He thought that as long as the deepest part of the two color areas overlapped, it would roughly be the rendezvous point of targets 1 and 2. Inform me as soon as you locate him. Everyone prepare to move out. Colonel Lake handed over the work of setting up the temporary camp to the Donglin garrison troops. He notified the team members hidden in the city through the shoulder communicator. He then sat on the armored military vehicle and headed toward the depths of Heshi State City under the twilight. Sulu scrambled down from the cart. He didn't notice the knee-deep black water in the tunnel. He found the steel ladder and desperately climbed up. He had to save all the time he had. When he reached the top, he smashed the lid open and climbed out. He skillfully raised his elbow and pushed the extremely thick electric switch up. A burst of bright light illuminated the entire room. It was the operation room of the mine where the teenager had stayed for 4 years. He opened the dust-proof door of the room, passed through, and came to the living room. He then saw a familiar person leaning on the sofa in a familiar posture. The repair shop owner, Feng Yu, seemed to have no bones. He lazily sunk into the soft sofa. The pure silver lighter in his hand had just been extinguished. He was ready to tie Feng Yu up. I'll carry you and run. Feng Yu clearly had no interest in being a dumpling. He gently patted Su Li's hand. A trace of guilt flashed through his eyes. He said, You can't escape. I originally thought that if you didn't come, you would at most be detained for a few days. After all, the Federation government is not the barbarians of the Empire. They can't do everything so barbarically. I know you can block the electronic surveillance. Su Li looked at his boss's face with some unwillingness and even anger. He said, I haven't even tried. How do you know I can't escape? Because I've been escaping for more than 10 years. Feng Yu coughed twice. He smiled and took out a small tool from his bosom. He stuffed it into Su Li's jacket pocket and said, That thing you're talking about can only maintain the blocking ability for half an hour. It can't be used forever. What happens after half an hour? Heshi province is only so big. Instead of running in vain, it's better to spend these few minutes properly. Su Li's hand that was holding the military weight belt stiffened in midair. He looked at Feng Yu's haggard face and said through clenched teeth, You can hide from the first charter for more than 10 years. Why can't you continue to hide? Feng Yu didn't answer this most important question. He looked at the youth with a faint smile and asked, With your personality, it seems that you forgot to ask me something. Su Li lowered his head and asked, What was the explosion on the battlefield all those years ago? Are you really a spy for the Empire? His question was very direct. Feng Yu's answer was also very direct. The uncle blew out a smoke ring and said lazily, Of course not. Chapter 23. What happened in the past? After a short pause, Su Li no longer doubted anything. This had nothing to do with blind faith. It was just that the current tense situation did not allow him to consider more questions. Without waiting for Feng Yu's answer, he directly tied him to his body with a weight belt, then took out the small tool from his jacket pocket and pressed the switch. A light blue light was emitted from the metal tool, covering a certain area and wrapping Su Li and Feng Yu's bodies. Uncle Feng Yu choked on the smoke and coughed violently. He had never thought that his little apprentice would be so stubborn. Moreover, she had such a strong sense of decisiveness and execution. He threw away the half-burned cigarette in his hand, leaned on the boy's slightly thin shoulder weakly, and muttered discontentedly, "Damn it, I don't want to run anymore, right?" Sulu did not answer his words. He directly went down from the operating room's secret passage, entered the mine pit and climbed onto the old mine cart. He believed that with the help of the strange tool with a blue light, the electronic surveillance network throughout the Federation would temporarily lose track of them. With half an hour they could disappear further away, and it would definitely surprise the soldiers who were chasing after the boss. As if he guessed what he was thinking, Feng Yu smiled behind him and said, "After half an hour, how are you going to escape? I taught you before, this is like the connection on a circuit board. You always have to prepare the outlet of the current before you can proceed with the first step. If we are just rats on this planet, we will only gain an extra 30 minutes, which is not significant. Even if it's your last words, 30 minutes is better than 3 minutes." For some reason, perhaps Feng Yu's contemptuous attitude in the face of death angered the stubborn Sulu. He lowered his head and scolded in a deep voice, "I know you haven't told me, but you must have your own way to stay in the Federation and avoid the first charter for so many years. I can only think of a way to send you to the airport, and you can think of a way to escape." What a stupid little guy. Or you underestimated the boss's fierce reputation in the Federation. Feng Yu's lips curled up slightly. "I can assure you that before the Federation catches or kills me, there will not be a single aircraft in the entire Donglin district." This was a matter of course. Sulu fell into silence. From the previous momentum of the Special Forces, he could also infer these things, but he still maintained hope in his heart and did not want to despair. Even if they were really in a desperate situation now. In the dark mine, only the sound of the mine cart and the tracks rang out. "I know you are very curious about how I was able to escape for so many years. In history, vicious criminals like me either hid in Bermuda, or in the recent years they might have joined the Empire. The longest record of freedom or survival in the Federation was only 9 days. Yes, I can fake the chip behind my neck that looks like a dog leash." In the despairing silence, Feng Yu's voice was still indifferent, except for the words like chip and dog leash, which naturally revealed a strong sense of ridicule and disdain. "This may be the reason why the broken computer in the Bureau of Proclamation values me so much in the program. This is also my secret." Su Li's hand that was holding the front fender of the mine cart suddenly tightened. He was very nervous. Feng Yu was right about what happened in the distant capital. The central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation did not hesitate to give the mechanic the first grade during the raiding, but the big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation, including the old director, did not know the real reason. Strangely, the central computer seemed to be limited by some established program and did not issue this alarming warning. This was Feng Yu's secret, a big secret. In the ancient Federation there was a proverb. If you know the knowledge or reason you want to know in the morning, then when the evening comes, even if you die, you will still have a satisfied heart. At this time Sulu had such a feeling. He had not drunk a drop of water for several hours, and under the constant intense exercise and intense fear, his lips were abnormally dry, but he knew that at this time, his mouth was dry to a large extent because he had heard his boss's biggest secret. There is nothing wrong with the first charter itself. The privacy of normal citizens has always been protected at the highest level. At least in this society there is not so much crime. In this society where the gap between the rich and poor is widening day by day, there is not too much unfairness on the surface. In addition to the endless shock, Sulu could not help but subconsciously defend the first charter, especially when he heard his boss equate the chip behind his neck with a dog leash. His heart was strongly conflicted. "I have never denied this." Uncle Feng Yu's tone was indifferent. Perhaps it was because he knew that in the society of the Federation, it was difficult to find people who supported him. Even the elementary school apprentice who fled with him at this time was not willing to accept this. But the problem is that the central computer is still just a computer. It is a tool, and tools are always used by humans. If one day someone really can completely control the cold machine in the Bureau of Proclamation, who knows what that person will do with this tool? Sulu did not really understand, but he could feel that he was in an endless pit of darkness, as if he could never see the light of the way out. He felt a chill for no reason, and the place where the chip was planted on the back of his neck began to have dense goosebumps. Perhaps it was to drive away the chill in his heart, Sulu asked in a hoarse voice. "If that is the case, you must have a backup disguised chip. Wouldn't you be able to escape the Federation's bounty by installing it? Why don't you use it?" Feng Yu's white hair wasn't very obvious in the dark, but it still gave people the feeling that he had gone through the vicissitudes of life. He touched his hair and said in a rare serious tone, Because my leg is injured. I think the Federation will definitely not miss the opportunity to collect my blood sample. Aren't you an awesome mechanic? Back then you caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people. How did you end up being targeted by the police and even injured? Su Li's words were not a question, but rather to make himself feel more relaxed. Because I am old. Feng Yu's simple answer left Su Li speechless, and he immediately sank into a deep self-blame. The youth knew that the federal military must have found this place and found Feng Yu through that stun baton. This is a matter of luck. It has nothing to do with you. Feng Yu knew what the youth was thinking. Although he did not know how the Bureau of Proclamation found him again, his brain was much stronger than the average person's. He easily deduced that the process must be extremely absurd and filled with countless coincidences. On the contrary, I should be the one who dragged you down, so I'll give you something. Feng Yu sighed and put something on Su Li's wrist. He took off his watch. This watch is for me as a souvenir. Su Li used the extremely dim light in the tunnel to clearly see the cold object on his wrist. It was a bracelet that gave off a faint metallic glow. He did not know what material it was made of. Chapter 24. What is this? The speed of the mine cart gradually slowed down in the tunnel, and the clanging sound gradually subsided, making Su Li's trembling voice particularly obvious. The teenager's hand, which was always steady, was also trembling. He touched the smooth bracelet on his left wrist. He vaguely guessed something, but he couldn't believe it. Feng Yu didn't answer. Suddenly the 0.7 centimeter thick metal bracelet slid like flowing mercury under the touch of Su Li's fingers. Very thin lines appeared on the surface of the metal, and then the bracelet cracked, revealing the extremely complex and delicate structure inside. In the hollow of the bracelet, 3 thin metal wires were strung with an unknown number of shiny metal particles. It was like the starlight drawn into lines in a surreal oil painting, stringing all the dazzling stars together. Under the dim light in the mine, Su Li's small eyes were wide open, staring at his wrist without blinking, as if he was looking at an immortal or a monster that didn't exist in this world. Those metal wires were too thin, and the vibration of the mining car was too strong. Su Li was very worried that these metal wires would be broken at any time. Those shiny metal particles were too small, so small that they seemed to be weightless. They could be blown away by the faint wind in the mine at any time, and no one could find any trace of them. In the eyes of ordinary people, these metal wires and tiny shiny metal particles might be very delicate and fragile handicrafts, but Su Li had studied mechanical engineering with Feng Yu for 4 years. He had a natural sensitivity to all the crystallization of human-machine civilization. At a glance, he could tell that there was something on the surface of these metal particles that the naked eye couldn't see clearly. It was the flow of lines that were as beautiful as a work of art. It was a crystal core array that was arranged and combined in a very wonderful way. Although Su Li didn't know how these things were combined in such a small area, and how they played a role, it was very simple to associate it with the secret that Feng Yu had mentioned before. Camouflage chip? A camouflage chip that could pass all the monitoring and detection under the glory of the first charter. The back of Su Li's neck turned cold again because he knew that there was a similar chip hidden in the depths of his neck that had accompanied him for 17 years. To be more precise, every citizen of the Federation had such a chip in their body, and for countless years, no one had ever been able to replicate such a chip, and no one had even dared to attempt to take it out, unless they decided to flee to another country and never return to the Federation for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the bracelet on the youth's wrist contained a chip that could perfectly disguise him. Su Li could clearly control what this represented under the strong impact of his emotions. However, he only knew one thing, and that was that this chip represented a brand new life. He also remembered what his boss had said before. The person who could develop and put the camouflage chip into practice would definitely receive the Federation's highest honor, the Nebula Award. Of course, if there really was a scientist in the Federation who had developed such a thing before he received the Nebula Award, he would definitely be sentenced to life imprisonment by the Federation government. But in any case, Su Li was still shocked. What kind of knowledge and power was needed to contend with the Federation's most powerful civilization, the glory of the Charter? He turned his head to look at Feng Yu's somewhat tired and old face in astonishment. His mouth opened for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. He had never been so shocked in his life, except perhaps for that loud noise 12 years ago. The boss's words and the real cold metal touch on his wrist reminded him that his life, which he thought was hopeless, suddenly opened another door for him. But behind that door, was it really his ideal life? And what about the boss? I gave you a small gift and a few words of advice. Feng Yu stared at his eyes expressionlessly and said, when you go to the capital ring in the future, maybe these words will be useful to you. Sulu was still confused, but he listened subconsciously. Your eyebrows are like knives. They are too straight and too straight. This is not good. It will press down on your vision and hurt your mind. If you can change it, then change it. There is no creator among the stars and there is no glory to worship. The most dangerous place is the safest place, but you can only believe this sentence 3 times. After today, forget about me. Forget about what happened in the past 4 years and bury it. Don't expect to find any justice or reward, and don't do boring things like revenge. I am not your father and I don't have much kindness for you. Just be careful to stay away from the people in your life, the kind people who eat your meat but advocate vegetarianism. I know you are very curious about the explosion in the war years ago and my crime. You are willing to believe that I am innocent, but I can't say that I am innocent. But I can tell you that it won't be long before you find out what that explosion looked like. I'm done talking. Feng Yu's white hair suddenly looked dazzling in the dark mine. His real age was finally exposed. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a deep breath. Then he blew it on Su Li's face and continued, time is almost up and they will be here soon. You can get lost now. Su Li listened to him in a daze. He felt that there was a sadness that kept rising from the bottom of his heart, piercing the top of his head. He said in a hoarse voice as if he was begging, you have to live. Of course I will live. I will live forever. Feng Yu's face suddenly showed an extremely awesome expression. He looked at the bracelet on Su Li's wrist and said, do I need you to tell me that? After saying this, the Federation's #1 traitor, Donglin's normal mechanic Feng Yu kicked Su Lu, kicking the silly teenager into the sewer beside the mine. Chapter 25. There wasn't a lot of sewage in the sewers. It was difficult for it to form a turbulent flow, let alone an ocean. However, this section of the sewers was the section with the largest drop in the sewers of Heshi State. Under the impact of the sewage mixed with garbage, rotten leaves and plastic bags, Su Li's thin body couldn't maintain its balance at all. He could only helplessly and sorrowfully follow the flow of the water. He watched as his boss, Feng Yu, quietly turned around on the other side of the water, leaving him with an indescribable back view. Sometimes it floated and sometimes it sank. The fishy water current sank Su Lu to the bottom of the water, and then it carried his body out of the waves. He didn't know how long he floated and how much saliva he swallowed. Finally, he arrived at a section where the water was gradually calming down. Su Lu seized this rare opportunity. His right hand reached out and grabbed a protruding rusty handle on the concrete wall. Half of his body was suspended in the sewage. After panting for a moment, the familiar trembling feeling in his body appeared again. It was transmitted to his arm. He suddenly felt hot, but his body suddenly felt light. Like a leopard cat, Su Li's thin body made a beautiful turn in the air. He had already climbed out of the gradually calming water. He lay on the concrete floor, gasping for breath. The sweat and blood on his body mixed together with the sewage, soaking his entire body and emitting a foul smell. He stuck his index finger into his throat and pulled a few times, spitting out a large pool of sewage. Su Li's weary spirit was a bit better. He confirmed that the cold metal bracelet on his wrist was still there, and the small device in his pocket used to block the Federation's electronic surveillance was still there. He didn't stay in the same place anymore. After looking around, he followed the nearest upstream passage and climbed up as fast as he could. Feng Yu kicked him into the sewage and the sewage washed him here. The distance between the two was already unknown. Su Lu obviously understood what his boss meant. However, he was still a bit unwilling. He always felt that his boss wasn't someone who would give up on him so easily. He desperately climbed to the surface and drilled out of the manhole cover. The exit of the manhole cover happened to be on a high ground on the outskirts of Heshi region's capital. From this high ground, one could clearly see everything within a few kilometers. Su Lu tried his best to distinguish his surroundings, but found that it was futile. The troops searching for him should have extremely powerful concealment abilities. In the outskirts of the capital, which was 70% covered by the forest, it was extremely difficult to find traces of them with the naked eye. Su Lu was willing to give up. He continued to climb to the top of the big tree on the hill. Although he knew that if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be tracked by the electronic surveillance system. However, if he did not see the figure of the boss with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease. The moment his feet touched the top of the tree, he saw what he wanted to see and what he didn't want to see. His gaze fell on a certain part of the forest between this place and the mine, unable to move away for a long time. His face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his eyes were filled with despair. "Boss, you said you would always be alive, but you were still lying to me. Just like all these years." The young man's eyes gradually became wet, because he knew that in the next moment he might lose the boss uncle who was both a teacher and a friend forever. In the distant forest he saw the figure of Uncle Fengyu and also saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 11 mechas. In the temporary camp outside the 4th Street, the two colored blocks on the light screen overlapped with each other, and one of the colors had already been successfully condensed into a specific coordinate and turned into a light spot. The Donglin garrison officer responsible for receiving the signal from the capital planet's Bureau of Proclamation immediately transmitted the coordinates of Target 1 to all the personnel involved in the operation. After the long and meaningless conversation between the mechanic Feng Yu and Su Lu, they finally, successfully, exposed their tracks to the federal military. The hundreds of Special Forces elite soldiers who had been tracking the blurry colored blocks, as well as the 4th Military Region's mecha squad that specifically came from the faraway West Woods and was fully responsible for this mission, all rushed to the valley as fast as they could. The Special Forces soldiers in camouflage were still moving stealthily in the forest, but the mechas that had secretly landed at the garrison airport from Celine's commercial spaceship were nowhere to be seen. The forest under the twilight was filled with a strange atmosphere. The Donglin garrison officers who observed the operation in the city all had suspicions in their minds, and many thoughts about Colonel Lake's command appeared in their minds. Even if Target 1 was the most vicious traitor in the history of the Federation, the target was only one person. How could he be a match for so many elite soldiers? More importantly, the Federation deployed 11 M52 standard mechas. It should be known that the entire Donglin garrison only had 40 powerful weapons of the same model. In front of a flood of metal, what kind of resistance could a weak human put up? The twilight was like blood, and the edges of the forest seemed to be burning. Feng Yu crawled out of the mine, holding his waist as he panted heavily. Only now did he realize that he really was old. He looked at the quiet surroundings and a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself that the Federation really thought highly of him. Breaking into formation. Chapter 26. In different people's eyes, the same image represented completely different meanings. Behind a tall tree surrounded by the valley, an M52 painted in a matte light was like a dozing tiger. It was quiet, squatting sideways in an ugly but practical position. This was the Federal military's single-soldier mech with the thickest armor and the most powerful firepower. Its two alloy mechanical legs were jokingly called frog legs by the soldiers. Just above the frog legs, Colonel Lake sat in the control cabin, vigilantly looking ahead. With 1.4 kilometers as the base distance, the 4th Military Region's special mech team members were scattered around the valley. Colonel Lake was their leader, so he was naturally confident that his B4 commando team could maintain perfect unity and coordination. Those team members were like his fingers, able to maintain accuracy even under high hand speed. The mid-range weapon system had already been fully charged during the pursuit. The moment they received the specific location of Target 1, the entire pursuit formation turned and directly sealed off the small valley. However, Colonel Lake did not give the order to launch a blanket fire. Although no carbon-based life should be able to survive the chain attack of 11 M52s, Colonel Lake did not dare to take the risk before he saw the target. Gao Min extended her head and transmitted the scene in the valley back. Colonel Lake saw the tired face of the white-haired mechanic and the wound on his thigh. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. A former soldier who was unarmed should not be as dangerous as before. However, for some reason, Colonel Lake still did not give the order to attack. This was because he kept having a very strange feeling. If they attacked at this distance, the target might really be able to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Although this was something that did not make sense logically, more than 10 years ago, that frustrated mechanic in the valley seemed to have defied logic and survived the furious pursuit of the Department of Defense. And he had survived, for more than 10 years. The small screen in the mech's control cabin clearly displayed the scene in the valley. That white-haired mechanic did not seem to notice anything. He lit a cigarette? He was not in a hurry to escape, so why did he light a cigarette? Did he look at me? The deformed sunglasses on the bridge of Colonel Lake's nose trembled. Looking at the cold eyes staring straight at him on the hologram, he wondered if the mechanic was looking at him. Could it be that the other party had discovered his existence from such a distance? Colonel Lake, who was extremely confident in his concealment skills, felt a chill in his heart. he began to lose his confidence. Especially when he noticed that the mechanic had started to tremble wretchedly, a strong sense of uneasiness took over his entire body. He did not want to wait any longer, so he immediately ordered the 10 members of the team to attack from afar. However, the mechanic on the screen seemed to be able to accurately calculate the mentality of the Federation's special mecha team. Just 0.01 seconds before the long-range attack command was completely converted into a radio signal, Mechanic Feng Yu moved. His movement shook the world. The half-ton rock was hurled out by the mechanic's arms. It whistled like a cannonball and smashed into an M52 that had been carefully hiding at the 11 o'clock position. The heavy armor outside the M52's control cabin was heavily smashed. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Although it was not seriously deformed, this powerful impact still shook the mecha team members in the control cabin, who were connected to the electric induction chair, until they spat out blood. They would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The half-ton rock in the mechanic's hands was actually thrown out like a grenade. How much strength did this require? Was this mechanic still human? Colonel Lake's face was full of shock as he calculated the incredible strength the mechanic had displayed in that moment. His lips felt bitter. Immediately after, his gaze followed the mechanic who had already become a shadow. He slid past a patch of long grass in the valley and rushed behind a large tree. Old 7. Colonel Lake shouted harshly through the communicator. He wanted to warn the team members hiding behind the tree, but it was all too late. He could only watch as the mechanic's fist smashed into the hydraulic pipe behind the M52's thick and heavy knees. Colonel Lake knew that the M52's relatively weak defense was at the joint behind the knees. However, he had never thought that a bare-handed person would be able to break that hydraulic pipe made of alloy steel with just his own fist. The flying rock from before had displayed the unparalleled strength of the mechanic, and the trembling of the legs in the next moment had displayed the terrifying speed of the mechanic, Feng Yu. As for the fist that had forcefully broken the hydraulic tube of the M52, it was as if he had demonstrated the strength of his body to these Federation soldiers. In just an instant, the mecha team that had not been able to attack in time lost 2 mechas. One of the M52s had been hit by the rock, injuring the team members in the control cabin. As if drunk, the mecha was trying its best to maintain its balance so that it would not fall off the hill. Meanwhile, the mecha that had faced Feng Yu's attack directly behind the tree had already fallen backward, looking extremely miserable. The mecha that was shot towards the sky was illuminated by the twilight into a frightening pool of blood. On the other side of the curtain of blood, in front of the gigantic mecha, there was a figure that seemed incomparably small, yet seemed exceptionally powerful. At this moment, the special mecha team members and the Donglin Garrison Special Forces in the valley were all stunned. Chapter 27. Feng Yu broke the hydraulic pipe with one punch, and the mecha behind the tree fell backward. Meanwhile, he used his fastest speed to crawl to the belly of the mecha. His hands were still trembling as he stroked the surface of the large and cold mecha, but his movements were abnormally gentle. It was as if he was a nervous, trembling virgin boy caressing the woman he loved the most, except that this woman's body was a little too big. This scene was very strange. The toppled M52 mecha kept bouncing back and forth as the mechanic Feng Yu stroked it with his trembling hands. The mechanical arms extended and contracted rapidly, and with the hiss of the motor, the mecha twisted and turned on the ground. It seemed particularly restless and awkward, as if it was ticklish, but also as if it was trying to please Feng Yu charmingly. It was also this M52's bouncing and twisting movements that had successfully helped Feng Yu block several long-range sniper bullets. Compared to the movements of the mecha below him, Feng Yu's expression was unusually solemn. He continued to seriously move his hands, and in the shortest amount of time possible, he had removed all of the external defensive functions of this mecha. This was very strange. In Feng Yu's hands, the military standard mecha seemed to have become a dull toy, or perhaps it was more like a puppet. The mecha's movements, which could only be controlled by the computer in the cockpit, appeared as Feng Yu touched the mechanical joints at the back of the mecha. Feng Yu's hands seemed to have some kind of magic. Feng Yu was as familiar with this mecha as if it was his own body. In just 1 second, he had removed all of the mecha's resistance and successfully opened the cockpit at the belly of the mecha, revealing the shocked face of the still young 4th Military Region's mecha warrior inside. Stop him. Colonel Lake did not give this order. He watched the scene in shock, knowing that he had to make an effective response in the shortest amount of time possible. Based on the Federation's preparations, even if the mechanic was able to knock down 1 or 2 mecha, he would still not be able to leave the valley alive. However, once he really managed to snatch a mecha, who knew what would happen after that? Even though he was in a state of shock, Colonel Lake was still extremely impressed by the scenes on the screen. Earlier, the power that the mechanic Feng Yu had displayed was too inhuman, so other than shock, Colonel Lake had no other thoughts. However, at this time the mechanic was like a chef, controlling a mecha through the external mechanical joints of the mecha. This kind of ability really made him feel incomparable admiration. As expected of a mechanic teacher from our secondary hospital, Colonel Lake thought back to the time when he had first entered the 2nd Military Academy more than 10 years ago. That middle-aged teacher had stood at the mecha control desk every day, caressing every inch of the mecha's skin as if it was his lover. At the time, his batch of classmates had all thought that this teacher was crazy, but only today did he know that this teacher's craziness was reflected in his strength. The power of the high-energy compression energy cabin was raised to the highest level in an instant. The thick mechanical legs of the M52 slammed violently against the ground of the valley, causing the heavy body of the mecha to fly into the air. After gaining a good view, Colonel Lake, who had flown out from the front, no longer hesitated. The chain magazine mounted on his right arm instantly shot out flames, shooting towards the mecha that was bouncing non-stop behind the tree. "Sorry, old 7, he said to himself. This was because he knew that under such intense firepower, the mechanic Yu Feng would definitely die, and the team members in the control cabin would definitely not survive. With a snap, Feng Yu turned his wrist and crushed the wrist of the soldier in the mecha. He slapped away the defensive stiletto that the soldier always carried with him. Then he chopped at the soldier's neck with his palm, knocking him unconscious. Immediately after that, he burrowed into the mecha like a loach. The M52 that Lake was in was still in midair. The screen clearly displayed the mechanic's actions. He was not worried because he knew that the M52's cabin door would definitely not close in time. However, his eyes immediately narrowed again, because he found that he had once again underestimated the opponent's methods. As the mechanic burrowed into the cabin door, his left hand hung behind him and seemingly very casually slapped the side of the alloy cabin door. With this slap, the cabin door of the mecha immediately reacted and closed tightly. The fierce bullet fire instantly hit the M52 on the ground, creating countless sparks. The alloy surface was damaged, but it did not penetrate. An M52 swooped down from the valley, and the M52 on the ground suddenly bounced up from the ground. In an instant, the two mechas collided violently. The distance between the two was too close, so Colonel Lake had no choice but to give up on the idea of attacking from a distance. He bravely ejected the sharp particle blade on his mecha's wrist, turned his body halfway in the air, and viciously stabbed into the opponent's mecha's abdomen. The sound of armor being pierced rang out. The M52 that had just bounced up from the ground had most of its mobility disabled by the mechanic, so it actually could not dodge this stab. The armor on its abdomen was pierced, and sparks flew everywhere. Colonel Lake did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He did not understand how the opponent could be in a single operator cabin with old 7, and he did not think that this stab of his would be able to disable the opponent's mobility. Right at this moment, he found that the opponent's two heavy mechanical arms had silently rested on his shoulders. Then, the two mechanical arms began to tremble. Colonel Lake felt that his mecha had also begun to tremble. Recalling how the mechanic Feng Yu had attacked fiercely like a fierce tiger in the valley earlier, Colonel Lake was extremely vigilant. He let out a shout in the control cabin, and his hand speed instantly increased to the maximum. His empty hands were firing at full power. He had taken the absolute risk of using a heavy weapon at close range, unwilling to let the opponent go. However, Colonel Lake's movements were still too slow. Just as his fingers were rapidly pressing the buttons, that intense and unbearable tremor had already spread to his mecha. In an instant, the central control system of the mecha was in chaos, and he was temporarily out of control. The sound of wind whistling rang out. The M52 that the mechanic Feng Yu had snatched shook its arms. The mecha's own mobility followed this extremely simple action, and a huge burst of power erupted, directly throwing the M52 that Colonel Lake was in into the air. Only then did the M52, which had been thrown away, reactivate its heavy weapon. 3 extremely beautiful bullets shot out endlessly. However, the mech itself was spinning in circles in the air, so these bullets were all fired into the air. On the ground, popping sounds rang out incessantly as rocks and trees were smashed into smithereens. The M52 mecha, with its 3 trails of fire trailing behind it, did not hit its target. Instead, the pursuing mecha team and special forces were so suppressed that they did not dare to raise their heads. In the air, Colonel Lake desperately tried to regain control of the mecha, only hoping that he would not become a special mecha officer who was humiliated and thrown to his death. His body was cold and his heart was filled with a sense of defeat. On one hand he was shocked by the opponent's tyrannical mecha operating ability, and on the other hand he was cursing the Bureau of Proclamation's intelligence. Only now did he know what kind of terrifying existence the target of the first-level sequence was. Colonel Lake's confidence was shattered in this one face-to-face encounter. Meanwhile, those Special Forces members of the 4th Military Region also felt that the opponent was difficult to defeat. If that traitorous mechanic had not managed to get his hands on the mecha, they would still have had the confidence to kill the opponent, but the opponent had already successfully gotten his hands on a mecha. Could they still kill the opponent? Amidst the rain of bullets that filled the sky, the M52 mecha's body trembled as it moved quickly in a ridiculous posture. It was not hit at all. The black standard style of the mech gave it a heavy feeling. However, the rapid movement of the M52 in the midst of a hail of bullets made the M52 look demonic. The firepower in the valley gradually calmed down, because the ambushers found that they could not hit that demonic mecha at all. They stared blankly at the black mecha leaping about halfway up the mountain as if they were looking at a monster. They knew that this demonic feeling was not because the M52 itself had any advanced technology content, but because of the person inside the mecha's cockpit. The Federation's operation to hunt down and kill the mechanic was once again launched after more than 10 years. Could it be that what awaited the Federation was another shameful failure? The sky gradually darkened, and hazy stars floated in the night sky at the edge of the Donglin region. It seemed that the starry sky above the Federation civilization did not want to see this happen, so one of the stars strangely lit up. In the blood-red twilight, an area in the originally starless sky suddenly lit up. A beam of light filled with destructive energy shot out from that area, instantly tearing apart the dust-filled atmosphere above the Donglin region. It tore through space and struck the ground, hitting the black mecha leaping like a monster. This beam of light was powerful and merciless, completely ignoring the trembling dance steps of the M52. In its eyes, this mecha attempting to break through was just a clown. Chapter 28. The siege in the valley had begun. Boss Fengyu, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, had shuddered and transformed into a prehistoric monster to throw rocks and attack. Then he had transformed into a charming mechanic to get close to the mecha and successfully neutralize the defensive capabilities of an M52. Then he had seized control of the mecha and violently shaken the ace mecha of the Federation Special Forces team into a flustered firebird with a fiery tail in the air. Finally, he had transformed into a demonic black shadow amidst the shrapnel that filled the sky. One scene after another fell into the eyes of Sulu. He had been standing at the top of a large tree on that hill in the distance, his hands tightly gripping the branches beside him to maintain his balance. He watched everything unfold in the distance with incomparable emotion. Although he was far away, he still felt shaken to his core. His body had been trembling non-stop, causing the birds on the tree to fly away one after another into the twilight. Of course, this was not a strange ability. He had learned to call himself Uncle. It was an instinctive fear and agitation. He had thought that Uncle Boss would be killed by the military in an instant. He had even thought that Uncle Boss had grown tired of his life as a fugitive and had chosen a quick method to end his own life. However, he had not expected that the following development of the plot would be so sudden and unexpected. Apart from making him sweat profusely, he was so nervous that he wanted to vomit. In particular, the powerful strength that had erupted from the boss's trembling legs and trembling body, as well as his valiant performance after he had burrowed into the mecha at the end, it was as if he had given Sulu, who had been watching the battle from afar, an opportunity to learn, opening a completely different window. In this world, probably only Sulu knew what those tremors were about. The youth stared in shock at the valley, thinking to himself that the boss had not practiced or performed in these 4 years. He was probably too lazy to practice, but even so, he was still strong enough to fight head-on with the mecha. What kind of absurd life in person was this? Whether it was in novels or movies, Sulu had never seen such a powerful figure. When he thought of how this figure had been by his side for 4 years, he suddenly felt at a loss. He vaguely felt that the things his boss had taught him might lead him to a completely different path in life. However, Sulu still couldn't imagine himself becoming an inhuman like the boss in the future. That was too inconceivable. The window was open, but the grassland outside was still vast and boundless. The road was in front of him, but he didn't know where it ended. The youth just stared blankly at the movement and silence. He didn't have any ambition, and he didn't even have the extravagant hope of becoming such a strong person. This was because he knew that his current ability was at least a few dozen light years away from the realm displayed by the boss in the valley. But no matter what, Sulu watched as the black mecha the boss was in was about to break out of the encirclement and escape the encirclement of the federal military. His mood was incredibly relaxed and happy. The base of his thigh no longer twitched. He prepared to sneak down the tree and find a quiet place to carry out the mission his boss had given him. He would hide under the watchful eyes of the Federation and never come out again. Just as everything was developing in a good direction, he reflexively turned his head and saw that beam of light. That beam of light that had shot straight down from the grayish-red sky, smashing viciously into the valley. At this time, it was already late in the evening. Half of the night sky was already black and gray. Occasionally, a few small stars would flash with a hazy light. However, in the night sky above the valley, there was not a single trace of a star. It was only a stretch of emptiness. And in this emptiness, suddenly and silently, without warning, a beam of light descended. Sulu watched this scene with wide eyes and slack jaws. His feet slipped and he almost fell off the tree. He could only hold on to the tree branch with all his might. However, the loud noise and explosion that followed shook the entire Hishi region's verdant mountains and fields. Naturally, he was shaken down from the tree as well. The beam of light that was about 1 meter in diameter was extremely pure white. However, it did not have the holy aura described in religious books. Instead, it was full of a destructive and powerful aura. Just like that, in a situation where no one in the valley had expected it, it directly struck the black M52 mecha that was fleeing halfway up the mountain. That black mecha, which had appeared to be at ease despite being besieged, was like a pitiful and lowly insect under this beam of light. It couldn't make any evasive movements at all and faced it head-on. The super alloy armor was instantly torn apart under the white beam of light. Countless circuit chip components were destroyed by the tremendous energy like fish scales and shot in all directions. No one could survive this kind of attack that came from outer space. However, the power of the beam of light still did not end there. When it entered the Earth's crust, it triggered a violent explosion. Within a 500-meter radius of the black mecha, the entire ground was as fragile as the surface of a baked biscuit. It cracked open, trembled, twisted, and rippled in all directions. After a loud boom, the Donglin garrison special forces in the bushes near the mountainside were shaken high into the air. Most of them were shaken to death. Meanwhile, the 4th Military Region Special Mecha Team that was slightly further away also could not withstand such a powerful force. They all fell to the ground one after another. Amidst the powerful turbulence of the electromagnetic waves, they were momentarily unable to move. The birds and beasts that roamed freely in the valley cried out in agony. Who knew how many trees collapsed? Further away on the hill, the branch in Suli's hand was also snapped in half. His body was like a kite with a broken string falling heavily into the ground. It took him a long time before he managed to get up. He stared dumbfoundedly at the valley. Although he could not see anything else, he seemed to have seen his boss's tragic death. He no longer had any hope of surviving because under the attack of the most advanced weapons of the Federation civilization, who could still survive? At this moment, Sulu understood some things. At least, he understood what his boss had said earlier in the mine. You want to know what the explosion was all about? Perhaps you'll be able to see it in a moment. Yes, Sulu had seen the beam of light, had seen the explosion. That was why he understood. The explosion in the armory more than 10 years ago was most likely a similar scene. However, the armory back then was full of ammunition, which was why the scale of the explosion was so much larger. As expected, his boss had been wronged. This knowledge might have made Suli's pitiful sense of justice feel a little better, but it could not erase the incomparably heavy expression of pain on his face. He rubbed his eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that the army in the valley was also in a state of panic, he forced his tired body to run down the hill into the darkness. The energy of the device had been charged again. The youth pressed the button, letting the faint blue light envelop him. Then he began to flee. He told himself that he had to live. He had to live well. He had to live for his boss and his own share. When the youth Sulu embarked on his journey of escape, in space 600 kilometers away from the surface of the Donglin region, the very beautiful West Woods commercial spaceship that glowed with a silver light all over began to adjust its posture again. Attack complete. The captain of the spaceship looked at the small black dot after the explosion on the screen. After a moment of silence, he said, "Return to 1,200 kilometers orbit." Chapter 30. The raindrops became heavier and heavier, more and more urgent, hitting the big leaf autumn forest on the outskirts of Heshi region. The pitter-patter was like the sound of war drums on an ancient battlefield, beating an exciting rhythm, urging people to bravely move forward, forward, and forward. In the already soaked autumn forest, the rain soaked all the withered leaves of the trees, and also soaked Su Li's body. Staring at the little star-like chip in the bracelet, the young man's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Once he switched to a brand new chip, it represented a completely unknown future, a completely new life, completely cut off from the past, no friends, no family. Of course he didn't have any family before and he didn't have many friends, but the coffee in Heshi region, the beer in Heshi region, the clock tower street in Heshi region, the girls in Heshi region, the operation room in the mine, the repair shop in Xianglan Avenue, the library in the state university, and this unchanging dusky sky. All of these memories, was he going to say goodbye like this? Su Li's fingers trembled incessantly. He knew that once he pierced the hair-thin metal wire into his neck, everything would change. Maybe it would be good, maybe it would be extremely bad, who knew? Facing the most difficult and easiest choice in life, Su Lu, with a calmness that didn't match his age, used only a dozen seconds to make up his mind, because the gradually dimming blue light in the rain reminded him that the electronic surveillance of the Federation would find him soon. If he wanted to live freely, then he must no longer be Su Lu. Fiercely wiping away the raindrops on his face, revealing clean skin under the dust, Su Lu muttered a few words in a low voice, and the emotions in his eyes became calmer and calmer. His hands no longer trembled, and with unusual stability, he pulled out the metal wire from the bracelet, aimed it at the back of his neck, and slowly pierced it. As for how to exchange for a chip, the weak light screen that had popped up on the bracelet had already taught Su Lu. However, the young man's current actions were, after all, exceptionally frightening and absurd in his knowledge. He had never even heard of someone being able to forge a human chip to avoid the radiance of the first charter. He didn't have much confidence. His hands still didn't tremble, but they appeared exceptionally slow. This was what the mechanic Feng Yu admired the most about him. He had a natural control over the metal mechanical chip, and more importantly, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he was in, this young man could always maintain his calm, even if it was only on the surface. In order to exchange for the chip in his body without the help of the relevant equipment, one must have the most stable hands and the most stable heart in the world. Coincidentally, Su Lu had both of these. Even though he was so tired that he could fall asleep at any time, hungry to the point that his eyes were somewhat unfocused, and sad to the point that the rims of his eyes were still red under the washing of the rain, his hands were still stable. Perhaps it was precisely because Feng Yu believed in this young man's ability that he would hand over such a precious legacy to him. The extremely thin metal wire steadily stopped at a distance of 0.5 millimeters from the skin. The rain in the autumn forest very tactfully brushed past the metal wire and left, not interfering. This was a job that no one knew about, but was enough to shock the entire Federation. Right at this moment, something strange happened. The sharp tip of the metal wire, which had not trembled in the slightest, suddenly trembled as if it had smelled some kind of extremely sweet and blissful paradise. The tip of the metal wire rapidly trembled and vibrated within an extremely small range, faster and faster. It was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, so fast that the wind and rain could not hit it at all. It seemed to have sensed something and continuously searched, using the tiny electric charge attached to it as a source of energy to search continuously. It searched on the exposed skin of Su Li's neck. A layer of small goosebumps appeared on the back of Su Li's neck. Because he was nervous, he allowed the rain to wash over him, but he did not dare to move at all. After who knew how long, only a light beep was heard. The tip of the metal wire that had been rapidly trembling suddenly entered a state of absolute stillness. The metal wire maintained its strange curved state, its tip aimed at the skin on the back of Su Li's neck. In this stillness amidst the wind and rain, a weak blue electric current began to accumulate, like an extremely sharp sword waiting to be unsheathed. A bolt of lightning illuminated the dark sky of the outskirts amidst the wind and rain. With a crack, the sound of thunder rumbled through the entire world. Like a light snake, the lightning carved a demonic mark in the air, and also slightly brightened the autumn forest. In this instant of light, the figure of the youth kneeling in the rain suddenly froze. With a whoosh, the metal wire automatically extended by 3 centimeters and easily pierced into the back of Su Li's neck. Then, the metal wire began to tremble with all its might, like a sword that was trying to break through the defense of armor. It was also like a lightning-striking venomous snake that was biting its prey, continuously injecting venom, wanting to give its target the final fatal blow. At this moment, if someone was present, they would definitely notice that the figure of the youth kneeling in the rain began to tremble in pain after stiffening. They would also notice that the skin on the back of the youth's neck seemed to have become transparent, and that the faint blue electric current was constantly swimming and struggling around his neck. In the autumn forest amidst the wind and rain, there was suddenly a slightly burnt smell. Su Li's small eyes were painfully wide open, and his face looked abnormally terrifying. He felt that his body was burning incomparably, and the pain coming from the back of his neck was even more painful. However, that weak electric current was continuously flowing from the metal wire into his body, directly connecting to his nervous system, allowing him to clearly endure this unbearable torture. Let's end this quickly, it doesn't matter even if we fail. The youth Su Lu, who had always been as sincere and firm as a rock, finally couldn't endure it anymore. He felt that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and his mouth and tongue were incomparably dry. His entire body was in pain as if he was struck by lightning. Just as he was about to give up, there seemed to be some kind of sound coming from the back of his neck. It was like the sound of the circuit chip that he was most familiar with, and also like the sound of a sword being sheathed again. The storm hit the autumn forest, soaking the sky and earth. Su Li's thin figure trembled in pain, his fingers powerlessly left the metal wire, and his whole body knelt in the forest in the rain. An indescribable pain and feeling made his body bow, and then he looked up and painfully screamed at the rainstorm falling from the sky. The rain fell on his face and it was incomparably painful, sliding down his body. He knelt in the rain but still felt pain and burning all over his body. In his heart, he was somewhat at a loss as he prayed to the black sky, "Let the storm come more violently." Then, his mind went blank and he powerlessly turned over, falling into the rain and dirty leaves all over the ground. The heavily guarded Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation, the gloomy basement, the officials in black hurriedly walking, the unusually quiet central operation room behind the large dust-proof glass, the first loyal executor of the glory of the Charter, the Federal Central Computer with an incomparably powerful computing power and an unusually large database, formed a seemingly boring but actually stressful life day after day. The three pieces of extremely inconspicuous information entered the central computer. The flashing images on the giant light screen paused for a moment at this moment, then returned to normal. No staff member noticed the abnormality of the central computer, because for countless years the central computer's secret room had never required the participation of humans. On the contrary, for the sake of the central computer's safety, the Bureau of Proclamation's underground central computing department was completely isolated from the rest of the analysis department. They were only connected by cables or high-security wireless networks. Therefore, the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation regrettably missed the few lines of tiny light dots on the light screen. Citizen serial number DLAS 420500481X information node missing. Name Sulu. Remarks. Federation 4427 Plan Target 2, death confirmed. Warning. This is an extension of a Level 1 sequence event. Serious warning. There is a 30% probability that Citizen Sulu has entered an abnormal situation. Serial number is 72. Citizen Sulu has entered an abnormal situation. Serial number is 72. Response. Search on your own. If you can find him, initiate contact. If the target refuses, establish an observation system and submit a report for the government's reference. Abnormal Situation Handling Procedure 1, End. He did not notice that on the screen, Jian Shuer was beaming as she showed the beautiful bracelet on her wrist to the people around her. For the entire day, Sulu stayed in this room. Through the information screen on the bracelet, he firmly memorized what he should remember and how to escape from Dong Lin. At the same time, he took a huge risk and used the knowledge that his boss had taught him to secretly infiltrate the internal network of Dong Lin's second police station in an attempt to find the current situation of Li Wei and the group of orphans. Then, he entered the civil affairs system and checked the internal information of the Fourth Museum of the Past. Fortunately, he found a suitable target. After doing all this, he cleaned the entire room again and carefully wiped away his fingerprints. Then he took out a set of clothes from the closet and changed into it. Carrying the backpack that his boss had left in the closet, he walked out of the room, down the stairs and into the crowd. Wearing a light blue sports jacket with the hood turned up to cover his face and a dark black backpack, Sulu looked like a common young man in the Federation. He would not attract anyone's attention. He purposely chose to leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the time when people were most relaxed. Even so, he carefully walked around a few blocks and climbed over 2 walls before entering the 4th Museum of the Past. Following the map that his boss had left behind, Sulu quietly sneaked into the automatic incinerator behind Jingxing Hall. Among the rows of waiting coffins, he found his target according to the name tag. He did not dare to look at the face of the young body in the coffin. Instead, he turned his body sideways and aimed his left wrist at the back of the body's neck. A burnt smell flashed past. The discarded chip that he had replaced last night had successfully entered the body of the body. He then threw the glowing blue signal blocker into the coffin. After pausing for a moment, he threw in the exquisite taser baton. He had only made 2 taser batons. The first one had brought disaster to him and his boss. He did not want the second one. Although it could protect him, he felt that it was ominous. Standing in the shadows of Jingxing Hall's dark corridor, Sulu silently watched the conveyor belt send the coffins into the high-temperature incinerator one by one. Watching the coffins that contained his chip, his boss's signal blocker, and the taser baton enter the furnace and quickly burn into flames, ashes, and residue, Sulu's heart suddenly felt empty. Everything in his past had been burned with this coffin. Now he only had the name Sulu. The yesterday that abandoned me will never come back. At night, Sulu bought a ticket to Fuji. This long-distance bus, called the Big Greyhound by the people of Donglin, was dispatched from the capital of Heshi every night. After a long night's journey, it arrived at the capital of Fuji in the early hours of the next day. Although it was tiring, it was much cheaper than taking a plane. However, Sulu chose the Big Greyhound to leave the capital of Heshi because the orphans knew that the Federation was the most lenient when it came to the means of transportation used by civilians. On the bright signboard, the 2 Big Greyhounds' ears drooped weakly. Sulu looked at the armed soldiers and the police wearing bulletproof vests at the entrance and lamented in his heart. He really did not expect that the government would not relax the inspection. If he did not even have the courage to face this hurdle, then how could he live in the Federation with this fake identity in the future? Sulu touched the back of his neck and smiled brilliantly. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. He calmly walked towards the door. For some unknown reason, the trial of the case was arranged to be in the first instance court in the state of Foggy. The Federation's operation to eliminate the mechanic was top secret. Naturally, it was impossible for them to charge the orphans of Clock Tower Street with the meaningless crime of colluding with traitors. Li Wei, who was completely innocent, was finally sentenced to a year in prison. This was because he had just turned 18. This result was quite good. Presumably, the lawyer assigned to Li Wei by the government would not recommend him to appeal to the Court of Appeals or the Circuit Court. However, Sulu still felt sorry for Li Wei. It was not only because of the prison sentence, but also because he knew that Sulu definitely felt sorry for himself. This was because the Federation government knew about the existence of Sulu and the mechanic from him. More importantly, Li Wei must have thought that Sulu was already dead. "Young man, why are you frowning?" The old man sitting opposite Sulu, who was also eating noodles, looked at the young man's distressed expression and said with a smile, "At such a young age, you are already pretending to be lonely and imitating despair. This is unacceptable." Even an old man eating noodles on the street could say such interesting words. Sulu suddenly felt that the heavens had no eyes, allowing him to be surrounded by such strange people. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had the urge to tell his secrets, but he had no one to tell them to. He stared blankly at the old man's wrinkled face and asked, "Old man, have you ever encountered any big trouble in your life? Has there been anything that has made you sad?" "No." The old man's answer was very straightforward. He had the crispness of the people of Donglin. In this world, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. If you really can't overcome it, then it is your fate. Who can fight against fate? It is just a little bitter. Think about it, when have we, the people of Donglin, ever been afraid of hardship? We also do not complain to the Federation about anything. Living happily is not better than anything else. But I just want to live an honest life. There are also troubles that will come to me and I might even be wronged. Then don't live too honestly. The old man licked the oil soup on the side of his lips and said, "Just like noodles, you need to be chewy, but the broth needs to be smooth and oily. This way you will not be bullied in society." The Donglin area was rich in stones, but it was also rich in silent and optimistic people like the old man, who were as tough as weeds. Sulu suddenly thought of the people around him in this life. His emotions calmed down, and he thought of the things that he had not thought of because of his fatigue, anxiety, and sadness. There had been that explosion many years ago and the boss had survived. Why couldn't he survive this time? Perhaps the boss had switched to another chip and was pretending to be an old university professor. Was he fooling those young female university students? Or perhaps the boss had transformed into a business rookie and was playing with his ability to get money without risking anything. Or perhaps the boss was in some corner laughing at his depression and sadness. Sulu looked at the old man across from him and said, "Your surname can't be Fong, right?" The old man's surname was naturally not Fong. He looked at the neurotic youth, sighed and left with a bowl of noodles. Sulu sent off the old man sent by the heavens to wake him up. He smiled foolishly at the broth and understood what kind of person he should be in the future. Just like the noodles in the bowl, he should persevere in what he should persevere in and maintain the tenacity in his heart. But to realize the form of tenacity, the boss might be dead or he might be alive. It was just that he could not meet him. He was wearing a white robe and drifting away. Was this true? But what did it matter? If they did not meet for a lifetime, what was the difference between life and death? The key was what to do about his future, wasn't it? Sulu had a smile on his face and cheered for himself in his heart. At this moment, this simple and sincere youth's mentality finally changed a little. It was like a ray of sunlight shining into his heart. At this time, the gloomy weather above Fuji had finally dissipated, revealing the incomparably beautiful sunlight. The youth walked out of the restaurant and whistled nervously at the girls on the street. He tightened the backpack on his back and walked in the direction of the garrison. Chapter 34. Before leaving the Heshi region, Sulu had circled to the 4th Street in the twilight. He took a look at his beloved repair shop from afar and was shocked to find that the entire building where the shop was located had been reduced to ruins. He did not need to care about how the Federation would explain this matter to society. He could only easily see that the Donglin garrison had directly used heavy firepower to launch an attack on his boss. Comparing this with the formation of the Mecha Team B4 that the colonel belonged to, Sulu felt a chill in his heart. He did not know just how many important people in the Federation wanted to kill his boss, and what was up with the crime of treason that his boss bore. However, Sulu did not have the extravagant hope of using the disguise chip to investigate this matter and help his boss clear his name or take revenge. On one hand, it was because his boss had given him a serious warning in his last words. On the other hand, he knew that he was just an ordinary person now. He was too far away from the secrets of the upper echelons of the Federation society. He was so far away that he could not even look up to them. Standing on the empty cement ground of the garrison area's airport, Sulu turned around and looked at the familiar planet. He took a deep breath and his eyebrows, which were as thick and straight as knives, became much smoother. It was as if he could not bear the sorrow of leaving. As a retired soldier, he boarded a spaceship on the way to leave the Donglin region and head to the capital ring. This seemed to be his dream for more than 10 years. However, when this dream was realized in a bizarre way, Sulu still felt like he was dreaming. The identity verification and security check had been completed before he entered the garrison. At this time, Sulu was no longer as scared as he was a month ago. Instead, he could calmly face the omnipresent electronic surveillance network. He lowered his head and walked into the transit cabin, not forgetting to smile at the soldiers at the door. These soldiers were all from the West Woods. They were responsible for the security of the commercial spaceship above the Donglin region. After a month, the friendly visit between the West Woods region and the Donglin region ended. They reached a package of reciprocal agreements and confirmed the assistance of the West Woods to the Donglin region. Those important officials had already returned to the spaceship and were about to embark on the long journey home. The cargo spaceship that Sulu entered was the last transit cabin in space. Sulu's body was pressed tightly against the back of the chair. The feeling of his head being filled with blood was very unfamiliar to him. He, who had never experienced space travel before, felt a fresh excitement and a trace of fear. Other than him, there was no one else in the cabin full of goods. He didn't know how Uncle Fengyu set up the disguise chip, but this retired soldier really didn't pay much attention to him, other than the loud noise that reminded him that he was leaving his hometown. When he was about 30,000 meters away from the ground, Sulu finally relaxed. Following the instructions of the electronic equipment in the cabin, he adjusted the position of his seat. Only then did he have the extra energy to observe the flight cabin that he was in. Unlike what he had imagined when he was a teenager, these spaceships that represented the level of human civilization were not very beautiful. Even if it was just an open space transit cabin, it still looked a bit too crude. The exposed metal on the cabin walls were not covered, and he could even see the circuit system inside the pipes. The smell of engine oil filled the cabin. Looking at this scene, Sulu could not help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, is this a fucking old truck or an extremely sophisticated high-tech product? 20 seconds later, Sulu lost his initial sense of novelty and curiosity. The physiological effects of the load began to appear. His breathing was a little short, but fortunately in the past 4 years he had been constantly adjusted by Uncle Fengyu. Compared to other first-time travelers, he had adapted quickly enough and was calm enough. He noticed that the window of the spaceship began to constantly pass by the red dust and some space junk that reflected a metallic luster. Logically speaking, at the current altitude there should not be so much space junk. Sulu was a little confused for a while. He just quietly watched. After a long time, the spaceship seemed to have passed through this strange dust area and truly escaped the gravitational pull of Donglin. It was time to remove the restraints on his body. Sulu carefully left the chair according to the instructions. He felt the strange feeling of weightlessness and a happy smile appeared on his face. Like a fish, he swung his arms and slowly swam to the side of the porthole. He held the edge of the window with both hands. He did not know if the spaceship was facing the direction of the star at this time. The light outside the window was unusually bright, and the entire cabin was illuminated with a silvery white light. This bright silvery white light illuminated the metal bracelet on Suli's left wrist very clearly. It even showed some very faint marks that were not easy to find. Sulu looked down and found 2 lines of small words engraved on the edge of the bracelet. He had not noticed it for the past few days and he could not help but be surprised. He subconsciously read it softly. In this world there are 2 things that can deeply shake people's hearts. One is the noble moral code in our hearts, and the other is the brilliant starry sky above our heads. Kant. Sulu wanted to touch his head, but he found that in the absence of gravity, he swung his hand a little too hard. It hit his head and it was a little painful. He looked at these 2 lines a little gloomily. He did not know who Kant was, and he was not very clear about the meaning of these seemingly very philosophical words. However, he still had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling was perhaps called passion or perhaps it was called loftiness. Retracting his gaze from these words, Sulu looked at the universe outside the window. The young man, who was preparing to greedily absorb the beautiful scenery, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The scenery outside was completely beyond his expectations. Countless stars were like sesame seeds on a pie, sprinkling over the entire vast universe. The silvery white starlight did not shine, and it was like a holy light enveloping the surroundings. Sulu looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He grew up in the Donglin area and could only see a few pitiful stars at night. He did not know that the real starry sky outside the atmosphere was so beautiful and dazzling. Suddenly, Suli's body fell heavily to the ground. He was in pain from the fall because he was so shocked by the sea of stars outside the window that he did not notice the electronic device reminding him that the docking was successful. The gravity was reset, and please return to the restraining chair. After 5 minutes, the cabin door was finally opened. The battered Sulu climbed up from the ground, found his backpack, and followed the receptionist of the commercial spaceship into the real spaceship. Sulu found that his eyes were not enough. When he thought about the fact that he was in fact in the endless abyss of the universe, he felt a little strange. When he thought about how the equipment he saw were all high-end goods that could only be seen in books, he felt a little instinctive excitement. The Department of Defense is too stingy. The soldier in charge of leading the way was not surprised by Suli's reaction. He shrugged and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Although we do have to pass by the capital star, the Department of Defense is so stingy. There's no other way. The rooms are already full. I have to ask you to stay in Area 32. No problem. Sulu nodded. After all, this was the spaceship of the West Woods people and not the Department of Defense's own troop carrier. It was good enough that he had a room. In the empty Area 32, Sulu stood alone by the giant window carrying his backpack. He looked at the distant East Forest planet and sighed. Just as he was about to find his room, he suddenly heard a very young and clear voice behind him. It made him want to protect it. Protect me. Sulu turned around abruptly. Then his mouth fell open because he saw a little girl in white pajamas, bathed in the silver starlight. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. She was holding a doll in her arms. Her innocent eyes were filled with tears, and her whole body seemed to emit a delicate aura. Chapter 35. Protect me. She didn't add the word please in front, which seemed a little unreasonable, but when it was said in a little girl's voice, it was full of incomparable trust and the naivety of a child. The little girl's white pajamas looked incomparably delicate under the starlight. Sulu looked at this scene emotionally, and for some reason, his heart softened for no reason. He clenched his fists and slowly approached the metal cabin wall. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid that if his movements were too big, he would bring fear to this pitiful little bird-like girl. The little girl lowered her head as if she didn't dare to look directly at Suli's face. 2 drops of tears slid down from her long eyelashes, and she looked extremely pitiful. Her lilac-like lips opened and closed nervously, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Please protect me. Sulu carefully squatted down and looked at the little girl's small face that was carved from jade. Her slightly drooping eyes couldn't hide her ink-like pupils, and her small and delicate lips. For a moment he felt a little absent-minded. He felt that the little girl gave him a very intimate feeling, so he didn't notice that the little girl added 2 words in her second sentence. Little girl, what's your name? Sulu subconsciously blinked and pursed his lips, not wanting to let his absent-minded appearance make the little girl think of something bad. His gaze finally left the little girl's face and noticed that the little girl's hair was very special. Pure black hair draped straight over both sides of her cheeks, and the middle part was very neatly cut into a straight line above her eyebrows and covering her forehead. It looked like a piece of watermelon skin? My name is Jean. Firework. The little girl was still tightly hugging the doll in her arms. She bravely raised her head to look at Sulu. Perhaps it was Suli's honest face that gave her courage, or perhaps it was Suli's straight eyebrows that gave her confidence. She stammered out her name. This name is too unpleasant to hear. Sulu muttered in his heart. He didn't know what this little girl's parents did for them to give her a name that could easily cause ambiguity. He scratched his head and said, "Why don't I just call you Little Watermelon?" The little girl named Zhong Firework widened her eyes and felt endless confusion. She cutely tilted her head and asked, "Uncle, why Little Watermelon?" Sulu stretched out his index finger and brushed the hair on the little girl's forehead. He smiled and said, "Because your hair is like a beautiful piece of watermelon skin?" Although Sulu didn't know that this commercial spaceship belonged to the Ancient Clock Company, and that the 4th Military Region was hiding behind the Ancient Clock Company, he could logically deduce that on such a heavily guarded spaceship, under the glory of the First Charter, at the edge of the universe far away from the Empire's borders, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten such a cute little girl. He also didn't think that this little girl called Zhonghuahua or Little Watermelon needed to be protected. On a spaceship, this little girl should have a family accompanying her. But no matter how he asked, Little Watermelon refused to tell him what had happened, nor where her family was. Sulu thought for a while and decided to find the staff on the spaceship. After all, the little girl was a living person, and he didn't dare to take responsibility. Suli's room was in Area 32, which was the most remote area of the spaceship. It had the most backward facilities and was also the quietest area. Other than the noise of garbage being transported from the pipes behind the wall from time to time, no one had come here while the 2 of them were talking. Sulu took the little girl's hand and walked outside. Her laughter was exceptionally happy, and her large black eyes narrowed together like a crescent moon in the night sky of Shilin's star. "Thank you, Uncle. Call me Big Brother from now on. Little Watermelon." Sulu had always been a straightforward person. Once he decided on something, he would do it to the end. Holding the little girl's hand, he was in a very good mood. His trustworthy eyes squinted, looking very much like the half-lake in the East Woods Nature Conservation Area. The Ancient Bell spaceship was still going through its last logistical energy supply. It was set to leave the East Woods sector at about 6 o'clock tomorrow. During this time, Sulu stayed in his room with Little Watermelon. Perhaps because the budget of the Department of Defense was too tight, the place where he, a retired soldier in name, lived was really a forgotten corner. There didn't seem to be any surveillance equipment in the room. Even so, Sulu still carefully paid attention to the movements outside the door. Through this period of chatting, he gradually gained the little girl's complete trust and finally found out some things. The little girl was from the West Woods. For some reason, she left home and was taken to the Ancient Bell spaceship. On the return journey, she would be sent to the capital planet. She would be 6 years old in 2 months. She was best at piano and painting, but she hated piano and painting the most. She liked to play with mud the most, and it just so happened that she played with mud the least. Perhaps it was because she rarely had the chance to relax and chat like this. The 6-year-old girl chattered non-stop like a little bird. She would often choke because she spoke too fast. Her little face would turn red, and the straight black hair on her forehead would sway in the air. Sulu listened with a bitter smile. The little girl's content was too trivial, and there was no information that he wanted to know. The more he listened, the stranger he felt. He wondered if the little girl had misunderstood something, causing him to misunderstand something. But since he had already promised little watermelon, he naturally had to continue. People had to be honest even if it was a 6-year-old girl. Sulu decided to let the little girl hide in her room for the time being before he could find out more information. When it was time to eat, Sulu reminded the little girl not to run around. He ran to the spaceship's cafeteria and ordered a meal. He didn't talk too much with the spaceship staff, but he still paid attention and found that no one had heard anything about which official on the spaceship lost a child. What made him wary was that the soldiers in charge of security around the cafeteria looked much more serious than they did a few hours ago. A somewhat depressing atmosphere surrounded the cafeteria. Could it be because of little watermelon? Sulu quietly left the cafeteria. He was a person who didn't attract much attention, so he didn't attract any attention when he left with a meal. Most people on the spaceship didn't even know that a retired soldier from the Donglin region had been arranged to stay in the lounge of cleaning area 32. Little watermelon lowered her head and forked a piece of beef. She put it in her mouth and chewed hard, but the expression on her face revealed that the little girl really didn't like the taste of beef stew rice. But she didn't seem to want to make things difficult for Sulu, so she just ate seriously. Sulu looked at the expression on her little face and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "If you don't like it, then don't eat it. I heard that the next meal will be good. I've been eating beef for a month and a half." Little watermelon sighed like an adult and said, "Brother Sulu, I'm afraid the next meal will be beef again." Sulu deliberately added a spoonful of white rice to this meal. At this time, he was holding his chopsticks and eating the leftover rice from little watermelon. When he heard this, he couldn't help but freeze. After being influenced by the boss for so many years, he had become very picky about food. He said with a bitter face, "Synthetic beef tastes the same and you can actually eat it for a month and a half? That's amazing." After sighing, Sulu lowered his head and ate again. He didn't have the habit of wasting food. With his mouth full of beef, he said vaguely, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll kill a bison and let you eat real beef." The little girl's black hair stood straight on her forehead. She looked at Sulu with a smile and nodded seriously. Although she had eaten a lot of wild dishes stolen from the Empire with her father in the West Woods, she still felt grateful for Brother Sulu's words. She thought that her brother was really a good person. Chapter 36. In the faint sound of the engine, the fixed curtains on the room's porthole slowly opened, and the starlight outside the spaceship shone in. Sulu, who was engrossed in chewing the synthetic beef, looked up in surprise. He found the little girl with the watermelon haircut looking out of the window quietly. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised and she smiled sweetly. Her tender face was full of envy. It was not until then that Sulu noticed that the little watermelon's eyes were not big, but they were exceptionally bright. At this time, when she smiled, her eyes narrowed and she looked very cute. The young man smiled in his heart, thinking that the intimacy he felt when they first met probably came from these eyes. He followed the little watermelon's gaze and looked out of the window. His eyes were fixed in the distance. He slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand and sighed softly. Outside the window was his hometown, Donglin. Thinking of this and changing identities, he did not know if he could ever come back in this lifetime. No matter how optimistic and cheerful Sulu was, he felt a little down. Perhaps because he didn't want his emotions to affect the little girl, he forced a smile, pointed at the planet and said, "I've never thought of looking at it from this angle. The picture albums I used to see in school were much more beautiful than the real picture." The quiet planet was suspended in space. The blue sea and green fields were clearly visible. Even the spaceship could see the strangely large white mine pits, like scars that described the ancient history of the planet. However, at the edge of the planet's atmosphere, there was a layer of gray and light red dust, making the scenery look like it was covered with a layer of gauze. When it fell into the eyes of Sulu, who was in a bad mood, he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. That is the legacy of the early days of the planet's development. The little watermelon scratched her hair cutely. She knew at a glance what Sulu was referring to. She explained in a childish voice, "The 3 major galaxies of the Federation are at the edge of the silver core. The density of stars in space is too high. Although the Creator magically arranged 3 galaxies for human beings, and they were not torn to pieces by the gravitational force, the light pollution is still very serious. In particular, Donglin is too close to the stars in the system. Without this layer of red soil particle belt shielding the rays, it would be difficult for human beings to survive healthily. Little Watermelon looked at Sulu and nodded, saying seriously, "Big brother, although the dust is ugly, it is really useful." "Are you saying that the dust is man-made?" "That's right. It seems to have been the largest group explosion in history. At the same time, it was precisely calculated by the 5-man team that the effect was achieved." Sulu was stunned for a long time. Until today he finally knew why the sky was always so gray and the stars were always so few. It turned out that everything was covered by the dust. Thinking of how many tens of thousands of years ago, when humans first came to the eastern forest region from the center of the Federation and developed the desolate planet with great difficulty, he was full of respect for those ancestors. He looked at Little Watermelon's swaying black hair, shook his head and laughed bitterly. Another reason why he was shocked was that even a 6-year-old girl knew the history, but he didn't. Although he didn't finish his compulsory education, it was too embarrassing. Little Watermelon took the tissue he handed to her and wiped her mouth. She was smart enough to feel Suli's uneasiness. She smiled sweetly and said, "This is not in the history textbooks. I just heard from my father that our ancestors were the first people to come to the eastern forest region to develop. In order to remember the great achievements of our ancestors, I started reading these things when I was young." Hearing the explanation, Sulu felt a little better. However, he noticed another strange thing. If it was an ancient family responsible for developing the eastern forest region, why was Little Watermelon's family now in the West Woods? But this was not a question he needed to consider now, so he did not ask further. Only after flying out of the atmosphere did I realize how bright the stars are in the vast universe. Sulu lowered his head and thought of his boss, who might have been turned into flying ash and scattered on the eastern forest planet. He thought of Li Wei, who was imprisoned by the Federation. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "My dream in life was to become a battleship auxiliary officer in the Federation. Now it seems that if I stay on the battleship every day, I will become a stray cat in the mine." "Brother Sulu, what's wrong with stray cats?" "Stray cats in the mine. As long as they are illuminated by the headlights, they will stupidly stand on the tracks and never move again. It is probably because they have never seen such bright light before." Sulu lowered his head and said this, but another voice sounded in his heart. A new life was waiting for him. However, even if he did not avenge his boss and wash away the injustice, he could not risk his life for the Federation. At 6 o'clock the next day, Sulu, who was lying on the floor and sleeping with his clothes on, was awakened by a loud roar. He put on his coat and lifted a corner of the curtain to look. He found that the eastern forest planet, which was covered with a layer of dust of history, was gradually moving away from him. He knew that the spaceship had finally embarked on its journey to the capital planet. For a moment he had mixed feelings, but he could not find the right words to describe his feelings. A month ago he was just an orphan living peacefully on the eastern forest planet. His dream in life was to take the Department of Defense mechanic officer examination and then enter the military or enter the capital ring to further his studies and obtain a decent job in a large company. At that time he had only taken the tram and had not even taken a plane. Apart from the 17 blocks in the capital of the Heshi state, he had not been anywhere else. He was a complete country bumpkin. However, a month later he left the Heshi state and boarded a plane to another distant state, Foggy State. He even boarded the Federation's most advanced commercial spaceship and flew in space. He was about to go to the truly distant capital ring. Life's encounters were always so bizarre and unpredictable. Sulu was a little annoyed as he scratched his messy hair. When he turned around and saw the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed, his heart tightened. There was a very dramatic question waiting for him here. He believed that the little girl was not lying, but he did not understand why these strange things always happened to him. He did not think that the little girl was trouble or a burden because he was a person with such a character. As long as someone came to him in need, he was always willing to do his best to help, not to mention that the other party was just a poor little girl. Half an hour later the roaring sound stopped. In the long silence, the commercial spaceship Ancient Bell left the eastern forest planet and quietly moved into the depths of the universe like a floating bottle. Its speed was getting faster and faster, but the people on the spaceship did not feel anything. In the world of the great system, the speed of the naked eye had lost its effect. There was only a sense of loss that shrouded the huge alloy spaceship. In the next few days, Sulu maintained an absolute low profile on the spaceship. Other than going to the cafeteria to get food, he did not have much contact with the people on the spaceship. Not many people paid attention to this poor retired soldier who lived in the cleanup district. Although he kept a low profile, Sulu was still trying to find the little girl's family or something strange. However, it was to no avail. After several inquiries, he did not hear anything similar at all. Sulu didn't have a choice. He really didn't want to go against the little girl's wishes. Moreover, he had gradually gotten used to the little girl's existence in the room. Perhaps her existence could make his disguised escape journey less cold and lonely. What surprised Sulu even more was that the little girl, who was not even 6 years old, knew a lot. It seemed that her family had a good environment and had trained her to read books since she was young. Although Sulu had not been attending school for the past few years, she had still been working hard in the state university's library as per Uncle Feng's instructions. She had a wide range of knowledge and was very knowledgeable. Even so, she would sometimes be stumped by this little girl's questions. Talking, chatting, and playing games together was the best way to close the distance between people and gain trust. During the long space travel, it didn't take long for the two children to become familiar with each other. Because of the psychological needs of each other, they quickly trusted each other and relied on each other at a speed that exceeded the speed of time. Little Watermelon, you sneaked out of the room by yourself. Do you still remember where the room is? Sulu asked subconsciously one day. He did not have much hope because the ancient bell was too big. How could a 6-year-old girl remember the location? Unexpectedly, the little Watermelon blinked her eyes, then raised her finger and pointed to the ceiling of the room. Sulu was stunned and only reacted after a long time. After inquiring for the past few days, he knew some things about the ancient bell. The spaceship's residential area was divided into 2 floors. Besides the upper floor of the spaceship staff, the upper floor was occupied by the big shots that no one had ever seen before. Are you sure? Sulu looked into her eyes and asked. The little Watermelon nodded and then said in a trembling voice, "But I don't want to go back. Tell me the place and I'll check it out." The little Watermelon lowered her head and hugged the doll, whispering, "Brother Sulu, I only dare to take you to the place where I crawled out." Sulu, who was covered in dust, stared at the little Watermelon in his hand. He could not understand how this little girl could accurately pass through the complicated air conditioning system of the spaceship and directly take him from Area 32 to a completely unfamiliar place. He patted the dust off his body and carefully pushed open the heavy cabin door in front of him. He saw a piece of military green tarpaulin. Sulu curiously lifted the tarpaulin and was surprised to see a mechanical arm facing him. The owner of the mechanical arm was a very tattered old mech. It was unknown how many years it had been left here. It was covered with dust from history. Probably only a child like the little Watermelon could pass through these channels and freely crawl around the spaceship. Looking at the dust on Sulu's face, the little Watermelon covered his mouth and laughed. The idea of finding the little Watermelon's room to confirm the truth was dashed. Although Sulu had learned all sorts of skills from a random mechanic for a long time, he was not confident that he could be a spy in a high-tech spaceship. Perhaps it was because of his selfishness that he did not know, but in the next few days he became quiet. He just played with the little Watermelon in the room and ate the synthetic beef that was actually not bad, just a little monotonous. The little Watermelon was really a very well-behaved child. There were no children's books or even a TV in Sulu's remote and quiet room, but she was not noisy or bored. She just sat quietly on the bed and listened to Sulu tell her a story, or she told Sulu a story. "Little Watermelon, don't you think it's boring to stay with me?" Sulu seemed to be normal these days, but in fact he was getting more and more worried. How should he deal with this little girl who suddenly appeared beside him like a fairy? Although the journey was long, there would be a day when they arrived at the capital ring. He could not take her away under the noses of so many people, and the little Watermelon's family must be very worried about her. The problem was, could her family really be trusted? As long as you don't play the piano or draw, it'll be fine. The little Watermelon looked into Sulu's eyes and nodded seriously. Perhaps in the little girl's heart, these days of idleness was her greatest joy. Sulu shrugged. He really did not understand the mindset of children. While the little Watermelon was enjoying the joy of idleness, he kept feeling that something was wrong somewhere in his heart. The long period of space travel was surrounded by silence, the eternal silence. No matter how beautiful the scenery of space was at this moment, it became boring and repetitive. Sulu looked out the window at a certain dim star in the distance, and suddenly understood that the strange feeling in his heart was because he longed for something. Still covered in dust, Sulu crawled for a long time through the pipes of cleanup area 32 before he finally reached the waste storage compartment with the heavy alloy door. He did not have time to be proud of his memory and not get lost in the dense network of pipes in the spaceship. He could not wait to once again lift up the army green tarpaulin, and let the worn-out and abandoned old mecha appear in front of him. In this instant, Sulu confirmed that his judgment was correct. These past few days, he had been longing to return here, longing to see this worn-out mecha again. At this moment, his entire body was filled with satisfaction and a faint excitement. He longed to return here and see this mecha, not because he had a strong desire to operate a mecha, although this was the desire of most of the youths in the Federation, but because he wanted to fix it. He had passed the first round of the Department of Defense's Mecha Maintenance Officer exam. Although he could no longer continue on this path, his life's ideals, or rather the interest deeply rooted in the depths of his mind, had never diminished. From a very young age, Sulu had a strong interest in fixing things. After following Uncle Fong for 4 years, this interest did not diminish, but instead grew stronger and stronger. In the mining operations room on the outskirts of Heshi State's capital, in the repair shop at 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, whenever the youth saw the electrical appliances brought over by his neighbors, such as broken crystal TVs, hard-to-adjust electric car axles, and all sorts of damaged life chips, he would be as excited and impulsive as a vulture seeing rotten meat. He wanted to fix these broken things at the first possible moment. It was just like this worn-out mecha he was looking at now, except this mecha was not quite the same as anything he had fixed before. Sulu was a man of action. Since he had crawled through the pipes to come here, he naturally would not leave just like that. He did not have the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to fix this worn-out mecha to anything. In fact, he did not even know if he would be able to reconnect the 3 sections of metal, but he still began to work. Before he began, he maintained his good work habits. After rummaging through the dusty surface of the worn-out mecha for a long time, he finally found a vacuum plastic bag. He gave a low cry of surprise, confirming that it was just as the book had said. The bag contained the manual for the M02 mecha. Holding the manual, Sulu began to read with great interest, going from standing to leaning against the wall to finally sitting down. The starlight outside the spaceship did not change, and so did his gaze. He earnestly and greedily read through all the parameter values and component construction patterns, throwing himself into it. He did not know how much time had passed. Back in Donglin District, the mechanic Uncle Fong had not taught him anything about mecha. Sulu had even expressed his indignant protest and ridicule. He had painstakingly found a piece of mecha central control chip in the junkyard, but in the end, Uncle Fong had said that he did not know how to fix it. The present Sulu naturally knew that his boss was no ordinary person, and it was impossible that he did not know anything about mecha. However, it was already impossible for him to ask his boss any more questions about the technical aspects of mecha. Thus, he could only immerse himself in the dry manual, learning endlessly. After a long time, Sulu finally put down the manual. He lowered his head and thought seriously for a long time, and then began to get up to search for the tools and materials he needed in the waste storage compartment. At the same time, he raised his head from time to time to observe where the worn-out M02 was truly damaged. His gaze swept over the mecha's shoulder, and suddenly stopped at a hole in the ceiling outside the cabin door. He smiled guiltily. The little girl's head poked out of the hole, her black hair completely covered in dust. She looked very pitiful. Looking at Sulu on the ground, she said, "Big brother, I'm hungry." Sulu pushed the toolbox on the wall back to its original position, chuckling as he said, "Then I'll go get some food from the cafeteria first." Chapter 38. For a 6-year-old girl to be able to memorize the complicated piping lines in the spaceship compartment and not be afraid of the dark, running around with a doll in her arms, was in itself a shocking thing. However, Sulu recalled that when he was 6 years old, he had already started to run around in the dark mine tunnels with Li Wei. When he was in the mood, he would even catch a few stray cats to play with. So, he understood. In the next few days after eating, Sulu and Little Watermelon would sneak into the air conditioning duct from cleaning area 32. Covered in dust, they would come to the waste storage compartment. Sulu concentrated on learning the manuals, preparing the materials, and studying how to repair this big piece of broken mecha as much as possible. Meanwhile, Little Watermelon would crouch beside him with her doll in her arms, quietly watching Suli's every move. Fortunately, Suli's simple lounge had bathrooms and laundry facilities. Otherwise, how dirty would the 2 children be? But even though she washed diligently night after night, the color of little watermelon's white pajamas gradually darkened. Sulu was very interested in the broken mecha so he could stay there for a long time. Little Watermelon followed him every day because she was interested in Su Li's focused expression. What surprised Sulu was that whenever he was in some kind of predicament or had a problem with the drawing of a blueprint, Little Watermelon would always give some seemingly childish, but in fact very creative ideas. Su Li's problem with repairing the mecha was that he was unfamiliar with the structure of the mecha itself. Although he could understand the principles and working objectives of some individual chips and linkage devices through the manuals, when it came to a large-scale biological simulation framework, he was somewhat at a loss. This was especially so for this cumbersome old mecha. He had never even seen a picture of it before. Little Watermelon, on the other hand, did not know anything about electronic repair. She just seemed to have seen countless mechas in her short 6-year-old life. Intuitively, she told Sulu in her childish voice what this place looked like, what this place should look like, and what this place could look like. With a general view of the outer armor, he could help with the internal repair work. Sulu was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he had more questions about Little Watermelon's family. In today's Federation society, general energy was still abundant, but there were not many crystal mines for interstellar travel. Although the mecha used Jingnong high-energy batteries, they were extremely expensive and consumed a lot of energy. The entire federal military now probably had no more than 400 mechas. What exactly did Little Watermelon's family do? How could a 6-year-old girl see so many mechas with her own eyes? These questions flashed through Su Li's mind. He did not think too deeply about it because at this time, all his attention was attracted by the old mecha in front of him. He threw himself wholeheartedly into the repair work. Although it could not be said that he forgot to eat and sleep, it could be said that he had nothing else in his mind. And so, this old M02 mecha, which had been scrapped a long time ago and thrown into the junk compartment of the spaceship and long forgotten by people, once again played its role and became a toy for Sulu and Little Watermelon. It was just that this toy was a little too big. The 3 sections of metal fingers were now connected by an alloy wire. This alloy wire had been removed from the sensor handle of an automatic walking sweeper by Sulu. There was a big hole in the front of the mecha's armor. At this time, it was barely covered by a thick piece of metal that Sulu did not know what it was. In fact, it was not difficult to repair the exterior of the mecha. After all, Sulu did not want to repair this old mecha into a powerful weapon that could withstand artillery fire. The key was the chip set inside the mecha, the transmission device, and the information transmission sensor, which were particularly difficult to repair. Fortunately, there was more than one junk compartment in the ancient Bell spaceship. Sulu was pleasantly surprised to find a lot of waste in the 3 compartments next to it. Then he turned all of these waste metal components into the treasures he needed. The chip set was separated into 3 parts by him using alloy wires. In the absence of precision equipment, he only hoped that the chip sets would not interfere with each other. As for the damaged chips, it was impossible to repair them. As for the transmission device, Sulu pinned his hopes of repairing it on the few or star vehicles in the junk compartment B. Although these 2 transmission devices were completely different models, some of the parts inside could still be interchanged. The most troublesome part was the mecha's signal transmission sensor. Sulu busied himself excitedly for several days before he finally managed to pick out enough parts from the countless broken electrical appliances. He then spent even more time before he was able to put these parts together. Sulu, who was covered in dust and engine oil, stared blankly at the tall mecha in front of him. He could not believe his eyes. He could not remember how long it took, but he still did not expect that he could actually put these messy parts together in such a simple and crude situation. Little Watermelon, whose face was covered in dust, hugged a doll and leaned on Su Li's thigh. He squinted his eyes and looked up. After a long time he said in a childish voice, "So ugly." It was indeed ugly. At this time the mecha that was repaired by Sulu was even uglier than before. The paint on the surface of the mecha's body had been ruined beyond recognition. The outer armor, which had been relatively complete, had been torn apart into pieces by Sulu. This was because those parts could not be perfectly designed into the mecha system, and their sizes were also completely wrong. Therefore, in order to fit the transmission mechanism in, a part of the outer shell had to be broken off. At this moment, M02 was covered in oil stains and scattered circuit boards. It looked extremely pathetic. It no longer had the solemn feeling of being hidden under the dust of history, nor did it look like an antique. It looked more like a dirty and fat beggar wearing tattered clothes. It's really ugly. Sulu reflexively rubbed his head. He raised his head to look at the mecha in front of him and said shamefully, "I don't know if it can move." Sulu truly did not have the slightest bit of confidence in repairing a mecha. This was because this was the first time he had come into contact with this kind of thing. Moreover, he had completely used the method that his boss, Fengyu, had taught him to repair home appliances. This sounded a little ridiculous and completely inconceivable, so he did not dare to hope that this tattered mecha could really move. Even if those 3-section alloy fingers can move a little, I'll be satisfied. Sulu looked at the mecha in front of him happily. He thought to himself that his expectations were indeed very low, but in reality they were also very high. If he could really fix this mecha to the point where it could move, then the heavens really did not have eyes. Let's give it a try. Little Watermelon swung the hair in front of his forehead back and forth, appearing exceptionally serious. He looked at Sulu and nodded encouragingly. "Big brother, maybe it really can move." There was a stable current output port in the waste storage compartment. This was something that Sulu had confirmed on the first day. After hearing Little Watermelon's words, he took a deep breath and walked to the back of the beggar mecha. He connected the cable to the current output port on the wall, and then stared intently at the holographic display on the back of the mecha's waist. Only when the holographic display gradually turned red did he breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that this first generation of Jingnong high-power battery was indeed worthy of being called a perfect product of legend. After more than 60 years, it was actually still usable. When the red beam rose to 1/3 of the height, Sulu stopped charging. This was for safety reasons later. After all, this tattered mecha had been left here for so many years, and had been tormented by him for so long. If he started it up at full power, who knew what would happen? Although an explosion was impossible, what if it fell apart? He had encountered many accidents in the mine's operation room over the years, but today he had such a cute little girl like Little Watermelon by his side. Of course he had to be careful. Where's the hatch switch? Although the M02 mecha's operation hatch had long been damaged, Sulu still asked. According to the instructions in the manual, the mecha's program loading button could only be activated after the hatch was opened. Little Watermelon blinked as if recalling a certain scene. She scratched her head in distress and pointed at the protrusion below the mecha's head armor. "I think it's there." Sulu was already very trusting of Little Watermelon's guidance. As instructed, he smoothly opened the hatch that was no longer there. He then pressed the program loading button and began to wait silently, nervously, excitedly, and uneasily. After an indeterminate amount of time, the tattered mecha's operation hatch suddenly lit up. With a long beep, the self-check signal indicated that it had passed, and a faint, gentle glow enveloped the mecha's entire body. Sulu stood dumbfounded on the chest armor of the mecha, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Chapter 39. Abnormal current output in Area 38, please check. In the captain's main control room of the commercial spaceship, the computer's emotionless voice sounded. The captain acted as if he didn't hear it. He put down the coffee cup in his hand and said to himself in a nervous tone, "Where did she go? Where did she go?" It had only been a month since the spaceship left the Donglin district. During this month, the captain, who was originally fat, had obviously lost a lot of weight. His eyes, in particular, were surrounded by dark circles. He looked extremely haggard. It seemed that the cups of coffee in his hand did not help him in the slightest. "There's an abnormality in Area 38. The spaceship's computer didn't repeat the warning. This time it was the captain's secretary who spoke. The middle-aged man carefully looked at his boss and said, "Do you want to send an engineer to check it out?" Check my ass." The captain suddenly became furious. He jumped up like a ball and pointed at the secretary's nose and scolded, "I don't care about that damn woman in Area 38. I don't care about that damn 3721. I want everyone to go find the miss. Find the miss. We've been looking for so damn long, why haven't we found her yet?" Obviously, this wasn't the first time the secretary had to deal with the captain's anger, so he was still calm enough. He looked down and calmly replied, "The ancient bell has a total of 42 areas. It would take a standard 5 days to search through all of them. The problem now is that we don't have enough manpower to do this. The most important thing is that the spaceship is too crowded right now, so we can't do this with great fanfare. The spaceship's central control system has been able to confirm the miss safety these days, and she is indeed on the spaceship, so Captain, please don't worry too much." Without waiting for the captain to continue to be angry, the secretary immediately suggested, "If we request the Bureau of Proclamation to help locate her, I believe that it will take at most 3 minutes to find the Mrs. whereabouts. The captain was silent. He had too many reasons not to let the people in the Federation know about the Mrs. disappearance, because this matter would cause too much trouble. The spaceship's central control system had been able to confirm the Miss' safety, so in addition to his anger and anxiety, he still maintained a little calmness and didn't blindly and confusedly submit an emergency request to the Bureau of Proclamation. The captain sighed and rubbed his slightly sore cheeks. He then closed his eyes and began to think. There were a total of 3 missions on the ancient clock. The first one was the friendly exchange mission between the West Woods region and the East Woods region. The second was to secretly transport the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team to carry out the 4427 plan. The third was to send the young mistress to school on the capital planet. In the original plan, the Special Mecha Team that carried out the second mission had another mission, which was to be responsible for the lady's safety. However, the people from the West Woods didn't expect that the target of Plan 4427, the traitorous mechanic, would be so powerful. In the end, it forced the ancient clock to expend a lot of energy, and at the same time, it also made the 4th Military Region pay a price. The mecha team led by Colonel Lake had been affected by the shockwave, and all of them had been heavily injured. Although none of them had died over the past few days, a few of them had fallen into a coma, and a few of them had been vomiting non-stop. It was precisely because of this unexpected situation that there was a huge loophole in the young lady's safety protection. After the young lady went missing, the West Woods did not have enough manpower to search for her. The fat captain opened his eyes and said angrily, "What about the student soldiers in the delegation? There hasn't been any news at all these days. Did they grow up eating shit?" There were too many people on the spaceship, and the West Woods didn't know who could be a spy from the Investigation Bureau, or an outpost from the Bureau of Proclamation. They couldn't even confirm if there were any special agents from the Special Task Force. If they wanted to quietly find the young lady, they could only trust people from the West Woods. Coincidentally, in the delegation that visited the West Woods region, there was a group of students from the West Woods Military Academy, so this serious task was given to them. However, the surveillance footage of the day the young lady went missing had been reviewed many times. The people from the Ancient Clock Company confirmed that the young lady did not leave the second floor, so the scope of the search had been limited to the upper floor. Those military academy students who were regarded as geniuses were like spiders with limited movement routes in a spider's web. How could they find the target who had already climbed to another tree? The secretary glanced at him, thinking that the captain and himself were both from the West Woods Military Academy. Those 18 or 19-year-old officers should be considered their juniors. How could he have the heart to say something like growing up eating shit? He lowered his head and said, "I keep feeling that we missed something." Then expand the scope of the search. A trace of irritation flashed in the fat captain's eyes. "Go down and look, just remember not to alarm too many people. Don't let those unrelated know." As he was talking, the spaceship's communicator suddenly lit up, and a silent and cold middle-aged face appeared on the light screen. The secretary immediately stood at attention and saluted the middle-aged man on the light screen, then left the command cabin. The fat captain also stood up immediately. Although he knew that the interstellar communication had a very long delay, he still saluted meticulously and said loudly, "Reporting to the commander, there is still no news. We can only confirm that she is safe." Then he immediately lowered his head and said with great shame and pain, "Boss, the fat man deserves to die." This time, the communication had not been time-corrected or tuned. The middle-aged general on the other end of the light screen spoke a few minutes ago, and was not directed at the captain. "Keep looking. Firework is very naughty, but Firework is smarter than you people think, so don't worry too much about her. Just remember one thing, Firework must go to school in the capital. As for the news of her disappearance this time, strictly prohibited from being leaked. I don't want those skinny old members of the management committee to make an issue out of this matter and say that our 4th Military Region is looking for excuses to delay the investigation." "Yes, boss." The captain's heart was really full of shame. The hands by his side clenched tightly, thinking to himself that if he really did find the young miss, he would definitely see who dared to help her and find food for her every day. When the time came, he would definitely tear that person to pieces. Right at this moment, the spaceship's central control computer emitted a cold voice again. "Abnormal power output in Area 38. Abnormal ground stress. Suspected to be an internal impact." At this time, Sula did not feel like he was being torn to pieces. Although he had always been suspicious of Little Watermelon's background, There was no way he could have connected the little girl to the Fourth Military Region, the Federation, or any other distant upper-class existence. After all, he was just an orphan who had grown up at the bottom of the Federation's hierarchy. Subconsciously, he felt that those things were very far away from him. Moreover, right now, his whole mind was focused on the broken mecha beneath his feet. A faint glow seeped out from the cockpit, and in this glow, Sulu, who was stepping on the door of the mecha, looked like a figure from a painting. Suddenly discovering the secret hidden in his hands, knowing what he had learned in these 4 years, in this instant he naturally thought of his teacher, his friend, his boss Fengyu. The youth could not control the sadness in his heart. He lowered his head and cried silently. His tears dripped onto the surface of the broken mecha, washing away a few traces of dust. Seeing him cry, little Watermelon made a soft, ah sound, and then hurriedly covered her mouth with her 2 small hands. She did not know why big brother Sulu was crying. Could it be because he had been able to fix this broken mecha? Could this be what the books called crying tears of joy? It didn't take long for Sulu to come back to his senses. He used his sleeves that were full of oil to wipe away the tears on his face, making himself look like a dirty tiger. He looked at the small watermelon on the floor with some embarrassment and said forcefully, "You didn't scare me, right? I won't cry again in the future." He was a man of his word. Since his boss had already left, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, there was no point in trapping himself in these emotions. He would just remember him in his heart and then live out his life well. From that second onwards, Sulu rarely cried, until many years later when he was caught in the rain while walking on the streets. The central control chip of the M02 mecha had long been damaged, and most of its functions had already failed. Sulu naturally did not expect to be able to fix the chip in this kind of environment. He had only used some crude and clumsy methods to block the mecha's own alarm system, wanting to test if the transmission performance was good. At this time, since the mecha had already passed the self-check, the excited him naturally wanted to try it out. With some difficulty, he squeezed into the open cockpit and following the instructions on the manual, he found the control panel without much difficulty. Sulu carefully reached his arm into the fixed valve, and his 10 fingers pressed against the simulated surface in a fixed order. Then, to his disappointment, he found that although the transmission system of this mecha seemed to be working, the signal input device was still unable to connect. To be more precise, there was no way to establish a connection between the simulated surface of the control panel and the chipset he had installed. No matter how hard he tried, the entire mecha remained motionless. Left with no other choice, he could only switch to the simulation system, connecting the sensors directly to the surface of his skin. This type of system had basically been phased out by now, because scientists had confirmed through their research that no matter how developed the human body was, the reaction speed shown by using the simulation system would still be very slow. Moreover, this type of control method required too much energy, so no one would be able to use this method to operate a mecha for long periods of time. It was just that, in the early days of the constitutional calendar more than 60 years ago, the M02 model had still retained this sort of useless system. Anyway, he just needed to make the mecha move a little, so Sulu did not mind sweating. This was an illusion of skin and muscle tissue. It was very thick and very heavy. Sulu's brow furrowed, and he found that perhaps because the mecha had been damaged for too long, there was a problem with the sensor system. His nervous system was directing the movement of his muscles, but there was no way to make this mecha move at all. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, or perhaps it was an instinctive reaction, Sulu pursed his lips and closed his eyes.